Chapter 1, Go to Special 60 ml. China, a township hospital. On the 13th floor of the top floor, a thin figure stood on the roof, and his thin face was calm. Is this my destiny? Thin and weak body appeared to be shaky. Tang An clasped the medical test sheet in his hand. Obviously his heart was not as calm as it appeared on the face. From the raised veins and blood vessels in his arm, he can see that his heart is full of anger, unwillingness, and cruelty. Cancer is still in the middle stage. For a young guy, this is even more incredible than winning the 5 million lottery. He has cancer. Is cancer generally younger now? How unfair is destiny to Tang An? I don't even dare to act like this in an action movie, but there are many people in this world who are worse than Tang An, and this is life. His parents divorced, and he was thrown into foster care with relatives who couldn't reach him, and then he formed a new family in another city. He is like a wild species without a father or a mother, and he is accompanied by cynicism and unfair treatment under the fence. No one is disciplined or affectionate, which leads to his surly and ferocious character, and he often fights. Has been out of control since then, completely turned into a gangster. Smoking, fighting and fighting are commonplace. He has done things like looking for food in the garbage dump, picking up scraps, begging, fighting, etc. I don't know when, his appetite decreased, his body was weak, and his pain was mixed. When he got sick, it was as if all the intestines were mixed together, and the pain choked him. Finally, he came to the hospital. Got the news of the middle stage of cancer, which is like being sentenced to death. Cancer at this age is also a unique miracle. He lived hard since he was a child. Even if he thought of severing himself more than once, he survived tenaciously in the end. But this time, he was really desperate. This society is so beautiful, but for him there is no difference from hell. He hates the two parents who gave birth to him but did not raise him. He hates everyone in the world. His psychology is no longer normal. With a step out, only the medical test sheet is left on the edge of the roof. Is this death? The consciousness has disappeared. Do you regret it? Could not feel any feeling. Tang An heard the scream at the moment of death. And the pungent fishy blood, which seems to be his. Finally, the bloodshot eyes gradually lost their color. Goa Kingdom is known as the most beautiful country in the East China Sea. Duan Town, a place where gangsters gather, outside the tall city wall is the terminal for uncertain things, a large garbage dump, and a place where poor people, beggars, thugs, etc. live. The entire Goa Kingdom society is divided into 4 levels: the highest royal family, the middle-class nobles living in Jajan, the second-ranking civilians in Central Street, the lower-ranking gangsters in Duanzhen, and the lower ranks at the waste terminal. It's not even counted. Although this kingdom is spotlessly known as the most beautiful country in the East China Sea, it cannot change the disgusting fact of corruption. In a garbage dump at the terminal of uncertainty, I don't know when a person appears out of thin air. The consciousness gradually became clear, and Tang An suddenly opened his eyes. The first thing he felt was the pungent smell of garbage from the tip of his nose, which he knew very well. Is full of ruins wherever he sees, and he is not dead. Looked down at his body, it was intact. If he remembers correctly, he should be torn apart by now. This is... A light curtain appeared in front of him. On the light curtain, there was an unreal blank lattice step surrounded by mist. There was a fist-sized dice next to it, and a model airplane was on the first blank step. Is like some kind of little game, flying chess. It's just that the style is not played by 4 people, but by 1 person. A line of narration began to appear. Rule: every natural month can get a chance to throw a dice, and the number of points obtained will fly a few spaces. Each space can get unexpected things, but also lose things the player has. The first world crossing rewards 4 chances to throw dice. Ongoing mission: hunting the Son of Destiny. the villain of the destiny, the traverser, the reincarnation, and the rebirth reward for throwing the dice +4, and supporting the important characters or the villain depending on the situation rewards the throwing of the dice. Also adds lucky value. Tang-en is sitting in the garbage dump, looking at the light curtain in front of him, on which is a flying chess game. Rules narration: the first world crossing rewards 4 dice throwing opportunities and continuing tasks. Simple and clear. As a modern person, even though Tang-en is a small gangster, he still knows the common sense of novels, cheats, and crossing. After all, gangsters also have a spiritual life, and they all dabble in TV dramas, movies, novels, and cartoons. Tang-en can be regarded as the kind of mess. After all, the income of picking up scraps and begging is sometimes easy to earn 3,000 or 4,000 a month. He is pretty sure this is not a dream. In other words, he passed through and got a cheat program similar to the system, but it was not smart, and it was not that kind of diversified system. Some of it was too simple. In addition, from the perspective of continuous missions, he will definitely encounter other travelers in the future, and he must hunt each other. Is not limited to those who travel, such as the destiny of the local world, the villain of the destiny, or the reincarnation, the rebirth, and so on. Is this an enemy to the world? Even if the protagonist does not let it go, even the villain? Tang-en's mood at the moment is difficult to calm down. Despite being cruel, he saw the hope of ruling his own destiny. There are 4 chances to throw the dice. I don't know where to travel now, all I can rely on is the golden finger. Tang-en's heart moved, the dice in the light curtain began to spin and jump, and Tang-en stopped for about a minute. Obviously this dice will stop whenever he wants to. 3. There are 3 points on the front of the dice. Without waiting for Tang-en's control, the model airplane began to fly to the 3rd blank square. Along with the dazzling light, a line of introduction appeared in the light curtain. Type 92 pistol, 9mm caliber, 10 bullets. Explanation: advanced structure, reliable performance, good precision, few parts, lightweight, beautiful appearance, comfortable to hold, unitized component structure, good service performance, equipped with a magazine button and a safety lever that are easy to operate by left and right hands, easy to operate, good ergonomics. Tang-en's luck was very good, and he drew a Type 92 pistol. The only pity is that there are only 10 bullets, and Tang-en has never touched a gun. There are also 4 words "take out" and "put in" on the light curtain. Take it out. Tang-en thought in his heart. A Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand, filled with bullets. I probably studied Tang-en and put it in silently. The pistol disappeared. Obviously this golden finger has storage space. As for whether only the extracted items can be stored, Tang-en tried again. Is not something that came out of the golden finger and cannot be stored. Took out the pistol again and put it on his waist. Tang-en started the 2nd round of throwing dice. This time the dice shows 5 o'clock, and the model airplane advances 5 more spaces. There was another burst of dazzling light, and when Tang-en read the instructions on the light curtain, there was no blood on his face. Is only one line: mid-stage cancer becomes terminal cancer. For an instant, Tang-en began to wonder if it was a gold finger. Obviously, there are not only rewards but also punishments in that endless space. The middle stage turns into the late stage. This cheat does not play cards according to common sense. The excitement flame of passing through and getting the golden finger was instantly extinguished by a scoop of cold water. Tang-en couldn't calm down. There are 2 more. Tang-en took a deep breath and started throwing it a 3rd time. The point of the dice is 1, and the model airplane only advances 1 space. The familiar light lit up, and Tang-en frowned when he saw the object clearly. 60 ml a bottle, transparent, acidic, colorless and tasteless. After reading all the explanations, Tang-en's pale face became more and more blue. Can you get this thing? Still at this time? Tang-en Qiang held back his breath and started throwing the dice one last time. Good luck this time, the front of the dice is 6 o'clock. The model airplane advances 6 spaces, and when the light dissipates, a pleasant voice of the royal sister and blasting music are heard. XX, online licensing. Advertising turned out to be an advertisement. Forced to say it 10 times. Tang An could no longer maintain his composure. Blue veins jumped up around his neck, and his eyes were red. 4 chances, only 1 pistol was passable. The midterm change to the late period undoubtedly made Tang An enter the final countdown to life. As for 60 ml, go to special 60 ml. There are also advertisements that have been occupying a certain website for many years, and they have been compulsorily reported 10 times, and Tang An almost succumbed to it. He is now sure that this golden finger is a waste. Chapter 2, with travelers. You have to figure out what world this is. Tang An exited the light curtain and gradually recovered his calm. He got a lot of news from this trash cheat. At present, we need to figure out what kind of world this is before we can figure it out. And this cheat finger can only throw dice once every natural month, and sometimes it will be punished by bad luck, such as cancer and some useless things. Ads are the most deadly, and the user experience is directly -99,999. Although it is said that this golden finger does not have much use for large eggs, it may even be a double-edged sword, but it is the only reliance in this strange world. The other is to hunt those who pass through, reincarnation, son of destiny, etc., will reward the number of dice throwing, as well as a random bonus lucky value. This lucky value is also easy to understand. In the previous 4 throws of dice, if there is a lucky value bonus, you may be able to draw a lot of useful, practical, or powerful things. Rather than worsening cancer, 60 ml, advertisements and other things, you want to stab waste gold fingers with a knife. His face was pale when he thought of this. Tang An. Observing the surroundings, there is a large garbage dump. It can be seen from that it should not be the kind of fantasy or fairy-tale world of monsters and ghosts. Yep. There is something similar to a newspaper in the garbage dump 5 meters away. The 4 nature monsters of the Navy, Lieutenant Generals, Sakaski, Polosalino, Kuzan, Inalu. Tang An picked up the newspaper, and he could understand the information text on it. Is obviously the hidden skill of the waste cheat. However, the 4 names of Sakarsky, Polosalino, Kuzan, and Inalu shocked Tang An. One Piece World. Tang An got a lot of news from this newspaper. This is the world of the famous One Piece. Now Sakarsky and the others are only lieutenants, which means that Gordy Roger may not be dead, or he may have died, but it hasn't been a few years since he died. The other is this Inalu, turned into a navy? Is still a naval monster Lieutenant Admiral alongside Sakarsky, Polosalino, and Kuzan? I'm sure, this guy is probably a traverser or a rebirth. The possibility of traveling together is the greatest. If it wasn't the soul seizing the house, then the peers cut off the thunder fruit of the original Inalu, and then went to join the navy. The possibility of the original Inalu being reborn is relatively small, but it is not impossible. The world of One Piece was already very dangerous, but now the target is so powerful and tricky. And it is not ruled out that this world also has the so-called main space and reincarnation. These are all open, and the degree of danger has risen sharply. He has already died once, since God gave him a chance to rebirth. He also got a cheat finger, there is no reason not to take it well. As for the advanced stage of cancer, there is always a way in this magical world, and waste gold fingers is also a direction. I couldn't control my own destiny in my previous life, so this time I must firmly grasp it. Tang An's face became fierce, and she looked a little nervous. The kid from there, get out of Lao Tzu's place. Just as Tang An was thinking, a figure nearly 2.5 meters tall appeared on the left, covering the sunlight, holding a notched machete in his hand. There is a centipede scar on his fierce and evil face, which looks a bit hideous. Compared to Tang An's thin body of 1.69 meters, it is simply oppressive. There is no order in this world, which means that this mob might kill him at any time. Tang An subconsciously touched her waist. Only the pistol can give him a sense of security. There is still a month to throw the dice, which means that Tang An's safety this month is all on the pistol, but the pistol only has 10 bullets. Tang An has never used a firearm, which means that a bullet cannot be wasted. Leaving is the best way, unless the thug is reluctant. Leave now. Tang An's posture was very low, and Wei Niano stepped back, but his hands never left his waist. The cruel life of the previous life made Tang An know how to advance and retreat, and blindly rampaging will only lead to miserable death. Seeing Tang An leave, the mob's eyes were disdainful, and he didn't forgive him. After all, in his eyes, Tang An could easily squeeze to death, that thin physique and pale face could die in this heap at any time. Instead of wasting time to kill the opponent, it is better to find some food or recyclables around. Leaving the mob site, Tang An looked at the people rummaging around in the garbage dump, all in ragged clothes and scrawny. Although it has been determined that this is the world of One Piece, Tang An has not yet figured out where he is. Now that I am penniless, I have to find a way to get some money and a place to live. Haha, I found a bunch of jewels. There was a sound of excitement in the distance. A thin man found a string of dilapidated jewels from the trash, but before he could stand up, several hooligans around him swarmed and beaten up on the spot. Whoever is the cruelest and who is the least afraid of death is the winner. There is no doubt that the guy who found the jewelry first was stabbed several times and lay in a pool of blood. It seemed that he was alive soon. Is cruel and bloody, more cruel than Tang An has ever experienced. He also fought and fights, but fighting with this kind of fight is completely different. This is the real murder. Tang An walked far, watching the corpse in the pool of blood, his eyelids couldn't stop jumping. He didn't stay too much, but walked towards the distant city wall. The terminal of uncertainty is very large, and Tang An has seen at least 6 or 7 beatings and fights along the way. Maybe Tang An is too thin, and his face is pale as paper. At first glance, he is the kind of person who will die at any time when he is dying. He still reveals the aura of a destitute ghost all the time, so that no one is asking for trouble. Just when Tang An arrived under the city wall and was about to enter Duan town through the gate, a sound of shouting and killing came from the front. 3 half-elder children with water pipes, chasing a large group of people behind them, entered Tang An's sight. Come and catch us! Luffy, hurry up! Ace, Sabo, wait for me! The 2 sides passed by, Tang An's eyes widened slightly, watching the 3 children disappear into the uncertainty terminal without blinking. Is extremely agile. Luffy, Ace, Sabo. Looking at the 3 disappearing back figures, Tang An thoughtfully after returning to his mind. Is exactly the same as the memories after the war. This is the kingdom of Goya, and that piece of garbage is the terminal of uncertainty. It is 10 years before the top of the war. At this time, Ace was 10 years old, Sabo was 10 years old, and Luffy was 7 years old. Son of Destiny, important supporting role. Tang An only feels that he has nowhere to look after breaking through the iron shoes. It takes no effort to get it. He did not expect that Luffy is only a 7-year-old kid now. There are also Ace and Sabo, these are important supporting roles. As long as you kill these 3 people, you can throw the dice at least 4 times, and there is a lucky value bonus. You can definitely draw good things. Given his current situation, it is very difficult to leave Goa Kingdom alone. But the cancer has reached the advanced stage. If you want to survive, you have to rely on waste gold fingers, otherwise there is only a dead end. He has no choice. But if you want to kill these 3 people, you still need to make a long-term plan. Don't think that Ace and Sabo are only 10 years old, and Luffy is only 7 years old, but he is no match for 10 when he is alone. These are 3 little monsters. Trash cheats are now unreliable, the only advantage is the plot. Chapter 3, The Force is not enough IQ to get together. I remember that Sabo's father would ask a group of pirates to catch Sabo, and all three of them would be arrested. Was the best chance at that time. Judging from the current situation, this story has not happened yet. In the original work, Sabo did not meet Ace and Luffy after he was caught, and then went out to sea alone and was fired by the Dragon Man, fired 2 shots, and was finally rescued by the dragon. The Uncertainty Terminal will be burned down by King Goya's orders at that time, in order to welcome the Tian Longren, and don't want to leave a bad impression. Seems to have lived here for a while. Turning around and looking at the Uncertainty Terminal behind him, Tangan had a preliminary plan. He wouldn't just bluff and kill the 3 of Lu Fei. After all, there is a possibility that the bandit might look after them, even Dragon and Carp. This kind of chance is rare, but it definitely exists. Without certainty, Tangan will not act. It's also a shame to say that, thinking that he is a 17-year-old boy who is dignified, but he is afraid that he will not be able to beat 2 10-year-old and 7-year-old dolls. If you change to the 10-year-old and 7-year-old dolls of the previous life, he Tangan can hit 10 with one hand. Can be replaced by 10 and 7 years old in this world, he can't beat each other even if he is 10. Tangan is very self-aware. In addition, we must be prepared to escape from the Goya kingdom. If you kill the 3 people, you will definitely be hunted down. Thinking about the revolutionary army Tangan, his face is grave. So before the retreat is ready, I can't attack those 3 guys. The best way is to pull a few cushions. It seems that the pirates are the most suitable. If you join the opponent, you can easily catch Luffy's 3, then you only need to make up the gun, and then the opponent's pirate ship in the chaos. What is the name of that group of pirates? By the way, Bursum pirates. However, this group of pirates is extremely vicious, and it may not be successful if they want to get in the same way. It looks like he is about to bleed heavily. With a thought, the light curtain reappeared in front of him, and Tangan looked at the 60 ml bottle. Now he can only take out this thing. It's time to use flicker. Enter Duan Town through the gate. It is a gathering place for a group of gangsters. Only through Duan Town can they enter Central Street, where the civilians live, then Jajin where the nobles live, and the most central palace. Business is coming again. Sure enough, as soon as Tangan entered Duanzhen, he was stopped by 3 gangsters, who obviously wanted to rob. Poorer than us. The 3 hooligans were originally excited, but they lost interest when they saw Tangan's appearance. Thin body and malnourished, at first glance it is sick. There is no place to hide things. Tangan really feels too weak to help others. Are all thanks to the late stage of cancer. You must know that the complexion in the middle and late stages is very different. And before coming in, Tangan had already put his pistol in the finger. The 3 hooligans lost interest, and so did the land ruffians behind, so that Tangan passed through Duanzhen unimpededly and came to Zhongzhen Street. Compared with the rundown of the uncertain terminal and Duanzhen, the central street is much more prosperous and tidy. There are many residents coming and going, all dressed neatly and brightly. There are many shops on both sides of. Tangan walked around and finally spotted a shop selling strange and weird things. Go, where's the beggar? But Tangan was stopped by the clerk before he even entered. After all, Tangan's image is not very good now. I have a baby to sell to you. Tangan pretended to be sneaky and clutched his trouser pockets, afraid of being discovered. Baby? I picked it up from the uncertainty terminal, right? The clerk is strutting, his nostrils are almost up to the sky, and I don't know where the mystery of superiority comes from. Show you. Tangan took out the 60 ml, the exquisite packaging was very strange, and before the clerk could see it clearly, he took back his trouser pocket. What? Which aspects of slippery loach and feelings can be added, if you sell a nobleman? Tangan gives an expression that a man understands. The clerk was a bit lonely and suspicious, but Tangan's last words brought him up. Those nobles like these harmonizing things, if as this guy said, then you can buy a lot of money. There is only one bottle in the entire Goya kingdom. If you don't accept it, I have to change one. Don't wait for the clerk's response, Tang An is about to leave. And many more. Seeing Tang An was about to leave, the clerk quickly stopped and greeted Tang An directly into the store. It's really useful if I want to catch it. Entering the store, Tang An can thoroughly see what the store is buying. Really are some weird things, such as whips, chili water, etc. The tone of this world is also very abnormal. You want to sell something? A fat man with a big belly came out, apparently the manager of this shop, and the previous clerk followed behind. Yes. Tang An walked to the counter and took out the 60 ml. What can really be added? The shop manager looked at the exquisite 60 ml package, but did not recognize the text on it. Transparent, acidic, colorless, odorless, water-soluble, slippery as oily, you can try a few drops. Let me try. The clerk volunteered to stretch out his hand. Tang An opened the packaging box, a few drops of transparent liquid appeared when the lid was twisted and then pressed, and then the clerk entered the back hall. The clerk came out almost 30 seconds later, with a dull expression on his face. The manager, it's true. 1,000 Baileys. The store manager squinted his eyes slightly, already thinking of dividing this thing into several parts, and then selling it to those princes and nobles. There are definitely a lot of Baileys. Tang An did not speak, picking up 60 ml and leaving. Wait, 10,000 Baileys. The store manager is a little anxious. Manager, did you know that this thing can sell 500,000 Baileys in the Chambord Islands? Tang An never blinked his eyes. You reading www.uuganshu.com. Are you from the Chambord Islands? The manager and the clerk were taken aback. Of course, I lost it with the merchant this time, otherwise I would not sell it. This is something worth 500,000 Baileys. 500,000 Baileys? Is it too expensive? It doesn't matter if you have more, you have too few bottles. The store manager obviously doesn't believe it. Let's do it. A price of 200,000 Baileys is a bargain for you. Tang An's face was painful. 5,000. 150,000. 100,000. 100,000, if you don't buy it, forget it, I'll go to other shops. The deal, give him money. The manager asked the clerk to give the money without saying anything. With the delivery and the payment, Tang An walked out of the shop. The other party didn't have any bad thoughts, otherwise Tang An might have to take a gun. 100,000 berry, if it is equivalent to the Japanese currency, it would be more than 7,100 if it was replaced by a red sun. Of course, Tang An doesn't know the exchange rate between the Japanese currency and the red sundae. It's only 100,000 Baileys, so it should be considered a small amount. I didn't expect that the first pot of gold was actually obtained by selling this. The waist cheat finger is still a bit useful. Next, Tang An changed his clothes and ate a little. If it weren't for Bailey's power, Tang An might not be able to take on a new look and fill his stomach. There are still 105,000 Baileys left on him, and it is time to start the plan. Tang An kept thinking while eating. He usually has a bit of strength and he wouldn't be so exhausted. After all, Tang An doesn't like to use his brain very much. These are all forced. Insufficient force can only come with IQ. Chapter 4, once again proved to be a waste gold finger. Damn it, Bursum Pirates is too much. The meal was cleared. Too overbearing. After eating and drinking, Tang An was ready to leave Central Street to the Uncertainty Terminal. According to the plan, he first found a way to join the Bursum Pirates. Then Tutu Suzy waited to sit and reap the benefits of the fishermen. Although there are dangers, the 100,000 Baileys in the convenience bag should be a good meeting gift. In order to be foolproof, I did it myself. 3 bullies with swollen noses and limping came to face them. Hearing the anger, they should have been bullied by the Bursum pirates. Excuse me, where is the Bursum pirates? Tang stepped forward very angry. That kid, go away. The three gangsters were bursting into flames, with a hoarse grin, covering their faces and staring fiercely. I am also a victim, and I seek revenge on the Bursum pirates. Tang gritted his teeth, even his eyes were red. This acting can easily win a rookie award. Only you? Haha. The three gangsters laughed, and groaned when they accidentally pulled the wound. Just the physique of this kid? They can do it with just one slap. In the noodle shop over there, I hope you can come out alive. The three gangsters weren't so kind, wishing Tang had trouble with the Bursum pirates in the past, and had better be killed. This kind of psychology is very distorted. After parted ways with the three gangsters, Tang crossed a street to the end, and the vulgar noise from the noodle restaurant could be heard from far away. Mentioned the convenience store, Tang walked towards the noodle shop. Whether it can succeed depends on the 100,000 Baileys. In fact, joining the Bursum pirates is very dangerous. Tang is very likely to be in danger of losing money, and even his life. He could not join the Bursum pirates at all, but that would be more troublesome. If he does not join the Bursum pirates, his success rate may be only 20 to 30%, and after joining it is 80 to 90%. The most important thing is that the Bursum pirates has a pirate ship, which is a way out. But this back road is also very dangerous, maybe you will be buried in the sea. If Luffy, Ace, and Sabo are killed successfully, then he must leave the kingdom of Goya. Otherwise, there is only one dead end. Sabo's noble father alone can make him die. Not to mention the bandits and the dragons that are likely to appear. As for not completing the continuous task of waste cheats, it is no different from waiting to die. His cancer is in the advanced stage, and he may die. So the last hope is in the cheat. If he couldn't beat Ace by 3, would he be so hard-working? Pistol? I can't shoot even with a pistol, so I can only do this after thinking about it. This place has been reserved by the Bursum pirates. At the entrance of Noodle Restaurant, Tang was stopped. I'm here to meet Lord Bursum. Tang pulled the convenience bag directly, and the 100,000 Baileys inside were neat and tidy. He naturally kept the remaining 5,000 Baileys. The pirate at the door clearly brightened his eyes, and he hesitated to let Tang wait to enter the Noodle Restaurant. Come in. About a minute, the pirate came out earlier. Following behind the pirate, Tang entered the Noodle Restaurant. There were about 5 tables and chairs in the living room, but now they were all full, all of them were pirates. All eyes were concentrated on Tang at once, full of pressure. You want to see me? A man with a hairline, big back, a broad chin, a beard and a black coat sat on a chair with Erlang's legs upright, and looked down at Tang. This is Bursum, the captain of Bursum pirates. The most powerful pirates and thugs at the Uncertainty Terminal and Duanzhen. Please let me join your ride. Tang bent down and handed out the convenience bag with both hands. There is admiration in his voice. I want to be as strong as Lord Bursum. I want to be a pirate. This is all my savings. Haha, kid, even your physique wants to join us. There were pirates who laughed, and their pirates were all powerful people, and they couldn't even look down on them like Tang, who was thin and short. Master Bursum is my idol. In the entire Uncertainty Terminal and Duan town, who is not afraid of Master Bursum, even the nobles dare not provoke Master Bursum. Please let me join the Bursum pirate ship, please. Tang was very excited, and bowed to Bursum again after speaking. Haha, bring it up. Bursum laughed, and Tang-An's compliments made him very useful. I didn't expect that Bursum had such a fanatical fan. 100,000 Pele, although it is only a small amount of money, but for your sincerity, you will be a member of the Bursum pirates from now on. Bursum was even happier when he saw that the convenience bag had 100,000 Baileys. He doesn't like this little money at all, all he is after is Tang An's worship and flattery. Thank you, Lord Bursum. Tang An still remained excited, but he was relieved in his heart. Smoother than expected. It seems that money and flattery are as good as ever. Baymouth, near dusk, Tang An followed all the pirates of Bursum pirate group back here. Bursum left midway. Standing on the beach looking at the huge pirate ship in front of me, it was almost like a moving villa. It seems that all the pirates of the Bursum pirates live in it. I just don't know why I didn't leave Goya Kingdom. Tang An remembers that in the plot, Bursum seemed to want to become a nobleman, and made a deal with the king of Goya when the dragons arrived in the kingdom of Goya. That is to use explosives and kerosene to burn the uncertainty terminal, and then the king of Goya made Bursum a nobleman, but unfortunately the king put one in the end and ordered the uncertainty terminal and the gates of Duanzhen to be closed. Bursum's aristocratic dream was also shattered. In other words, Bursum now doesn't want to become a pirate, but wants to go ashore and become a nobleman. Tang An, this is your room. Tomorrow, go to the uncertainty terminal with us to collect things. Yes. Following the pirates aboard, Tang An was placed in the innermost cabin, with only one bed, or bunks. But he seems to be the only one. Will live here sometime in the future. Perhaps 100,000 Pele worked, or Tang An worshipped Bursum too enthusiastically and satisfied the latter's vanity. So that Tang An was not arranged to do miscellaneous things. Although this is not the case now, it won't be so in a few days. When called by others, come and flick, Tang An is already mentally prepared. Hey! It's been a day since I crossed, and I can finally catch my breath. Tang An was lying on the wooden bed, and the heart that had been hanging down a little immediately thought about it again. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Be careful during this period of time, until the opportunity comes, but also find a way to figure out how to open a pirate boat. Stores all kinds of food and water, this pirate ship should have reserves. Need to be clear. It is also necessary to prevent all kinds of accidents that may occur. After reorganizing and replenishing some plans, Tang An began to study waste sheets. A light curtain appeared in front of my eyes. Is still simple and easy to understand, and there is nothing hidden. There was a blank grid in the fog that couldn't see how far away, and a model airplane landed on the previous dice points. Rule: every natural month gets a chance to throw a dice, and every space can get unexpected things, but also lose what the player has. Ongoing mission: hunting the Son of Destiny, the villain of the Destiny, the Traverser, the Reincarnation and the Rebirth. Reward the dice throwing +4, and the supporting role of important characters or the villain will reward the number of dice throwing depending on the situation. Random bonus lucky value. Are there any newbie packages? This waste gold finger is suspected to be a combination of the system and the flying chess game. According to the General System Flow novel, there should be smart and novice gift packs. Obviously, Tang An's golden fingers are very crude. Is not that kind of tall and intelligent system, not even a system. It seems that I don't even bother to publish the task, just a continuous task hanging there. Tang An tried many methods, but in the end there was no surprise. Proves once again that this is a waste sheet, and it is unrealistic to rely on it all. I have to rely on myself. And this golden finger is still a double-edged sword, it is impossible to guess what it will draw out. Chapter 5, the plan can't keep up with the changes. Boss, Tang An is here. Early the next morning, Tang An was awakened and went to the deck. Today he is going to follow Hilter to the uncertainty terminal to collect things, which is protection money or just robbery. Boris Hemi was responsible for this kind of thing, the guy who grabbed Luffy and lifted the hammer, and almost killed Luffy, in order to get Luffy to confess Ace and Sabo. It's a pity that Bursum shot and headed in the final defeat. So Schild came up. And Hilter is a 3-meter tall man, holding a 1-meter machete in his hand. His face is extremely vicious, and he knows that it is not a good stubble. You will follow me from now on. Hilter stood up, like a shadow. Tang An's height is only half that of the opponent. Overwhelming, crushing. Yes. Tang An stood straight, his face was full of excitement. Immediately after the 5 people finished eating, they disembarked and headed to the uncertainty terminal. A pirate gave Tang Ansai a long knife, which was only half a meter away. There were 2 or 3 gaps on the blade, and the sourness was revealed inside and out. Once again at the uncertainty terminal, the hilts started to work. In addition to collecting Pele in a fixed area, he also robbed and even killed people. Like now. Tang An looked at the half-divided corpse in a pool of blood, and the tip of his nose was a stench besides garbage. Tang An's face was very pale, even a little nauseous. The opponent's deathless fear and the scene were very shocking. Even though Tang An's fight is not a problem, there has never been a kind of killing in 2. Haha, scared. As if dismembering an ant, Hilter shook the blood from the machete, and saw Tang An's pale face constantly twitching, which seemed a bit sick. Tang An did not speak, and soon recovered. At first, it was just a little uncomfortable, but slowly there was a hint of excitement and eagerness. Go. Didn't pay much attention to Tang An, Schilt walked to the next destination. He must collect enough Bailey, otherwise it will be difficult to explain to the captain. 5 people walked in the uncertainty terminal, and no mob with eyesight came out to provoke or rob. On the contrary, many people saw Schilt with horror. Stop! There was chaos in the distance, and 3.5-old children were jumping in the ruins holding things, chasing a few people behind them. Come after us! Luffy jumped onto a broken wooden board and pulled his eyelids at the people behind him. Idiot Luffy, go away! Ace hit Luffy's head with a punch, then grabbed the collar and disappeared into the rubble. Boss Hilt, these 3 little ghosts are Ace. Catch them! Hilter chased it out first. Both of them have hatred, and Bursum once gave an order to kill the 3 imps. As far as they know, these 3 brats have robbed a lot of treasures, among them they belonged to the Bursum pirates. Tang An also chased it out. He didn't think that only 5 of them could catch the 3 of Ace. If you don't do it well, you will suffer a big loss. But there are also opportunities. Tang An looked at the pistol in the light curtain. The truth is cruel. When they chased the uncertainty terminal and reached Mount Gorbo, the opponent would have run away long ago. At this speed, he might not be able to catch up on a donkey. Damn it, count them lucky. A few people panted and stood on the edge of Gorbo Mountain with their knees on their knees, and did not continue to chase. Rested for a while, and several people scolded and returned to the uncertainty terminal and started to work. 1 day passed like this. Then the 2nd day and the 3rd day have been like this. However, Tang An did not meet the 3 Ace again in the past 2 days. Kill him. Still uncertain about the end of the object, Tang An held a long knife and watched as he fell to the ground with a look of fear. Because he didn't have enough money to pay the protection fee, he was spotted by Hilter. The coward can't stay on the Bursum pirate ship. Hilter stood behind Tang An, holding the machete diagonally as if he would do it without Tang An, and the target was Tang An. The light dimmed suddenly. Tang An held a long knife and looked at the gangsters on the ground. His gaze stepped forward, and he didn't hesitate for too long. If you want to be recognized by these pirates, you have to join in the same way. He can't be driven away. He needs to use the Bursum pirates. With blood and screams, Tang An was not as uncomfortable as he thought. Blood foam continued to overflow from the mouth of the gangster, and gradually lost his vitality after struggling for a while. Tang An pulled out a long knife, his hands trembling slightly. He was a little excited. Is like a hormone. Then Tang An followed Hilter to the uncertainty terminal, and there was no murder behind. Returned to the pirate ship after a busy day, and a guest came while eating. Tang An thought he would have to wait a few days, but he didn't expect the plot to begin so soon. Sabo's father comes to entrust Bursum to seize Sabo. In other words, Bursum will seize the 3 of Ace by tomorrow or the day after tomorrow at the latest, and that will be his opportunity at that time. But this opportunity came too quickly, and even caught off guard. Because his back path is not ready yet. But this rare opportunity cannot be missed. The plan can't keep up with the changes, so I have to fight it out. There was nothing to say all night, and the next day Tang An did not follow Hilter out. Bursum had an order to completely solve the three little ghosts of Ace. Immediately more than 30 pirates, led by Bursum, went to the uncertainty terminal. Tang An follows behind and has no sense of existence. A group of people lie in wait at the uncertainty terminal, and the target appears at about 11 o'clock in the morning. It would be nice to find the telescope. The three A's came out of the forest. Luffy's face was full of expectation. What are you doing looking for the telescope? The three of them jumped down the hill and entered the uncertainty terminal and started looking for something. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.cm. What kind of telescope? Look for materials, our base needs to be repaired. Ace straddled his face, and started rummaging after speaking. Oh! Luffy responded listlessly. Look separately, I'll go over there. Sabo pointed to the distance, and the three of them separated. Didn't go far, Sabo's eyes lit up when he looked at the ruins. Isn't this a telescope? Luffy must be very happy. Picking up the somewhat damaged and worn binoculars, Sabo smiled. Hello, little master. I didn't expect one of the three bad boys to be notorious to have a nobleman. The Bursum pirates hiding around came out one after another and surrounded Sabo. Bursum looked at Sabo with his hands in his pockets and arrogant steps. Before last night, he had no idea that this guy would be a nobleman. Tang An held the notched long knife and narrowed his eyes slightly. Bursum, how would you know? Sabo clenched the water pipe tightly, looked around vigilantly, looking for an escape route. Don't hurt him. Following Bursum's order, the pirate behind Sabo swooped up, but Sabo drew away just by leaning his body and kicked the pirate in the face at the same time. With the blood and teeth flying down, the pirate was kicked 3 or 4 meters away. Was nearly 3 meters tall and weighed at least more than 200 kilograms. Sabo kicked him 3 or 4 meters away without even holding his teeth. Tang An's eyelids twitched. You know that Sabo is only 10 years old. This world really cannot be treated with common sense, otherwise I wouldn't know how to die. Chapter 6, stabbed Luffy and Ace to death. Want to fight? Kicked the pirate, Sabo did not panic, on the contrary looked at Bursum very calmly. Superior. The surrounding pirates gradually compressed the space, and Sabo clenched the water pipe tightly and watched. Suddenly a wooden barrel rolled down from a height, shattered after disrupting the camp, and Ace and Luffy jumped out of it. Ace, Luffy. Sabo breathed a sigh of relief. He could not deal with more than 30 pirates, and Ace and Luffy might have a little chance of winning. Sabo, are you okay? Fine. The three of them clasped the water pipes back to back and looked around in a triangular shape. As long as the three of us work together, we don't have to be afraid of these guys. Ace is not only not afraid, but also has an eager expression on his face. We even defeated the big tiger of Mount Gorbo. Luffy wears a straw hat, and he is also not afraid of the sky, looking at all the pirates with a horse grin. Tang An did not act rashly, but surrounded with a long knife. Smelly kid! A pirate yelled at him with anger in his eyes. If you want a quick decision, you must quickly kill the captain. As soon as Ace's words fell, the three of them rushed towards Bursum, and they had a tacit understanding. Bursum didn't move much, he just pulled out the fire pistol from his waist, and shot Ace, but it failed. It was this shot that stopped the Ace trio. Boys, just don't move like that. Hey, that thing is useless at all, Luffy, Sabo. Ace snorted and rushed to Bursum quickly. At the same time, Sabo and Luffy turned around. But the three of them forgot that there were more than 30 pirates around. Boom! Bang! There was a melee, and 5 or 6 pirates fell all at once. Tang followed in slow motion. I have to say that the three of Ace are powerful, even if there is the threat of Bursam's fire pistol, they have killed many pirates. But finally got caught. The three of them were held immobile by the pirates. It looks like it's just in time. Just as Tang was preparing to do it, more than 30 security troops in uniform and holding muskets appeared in the distance, headed by Sabo's father, Outlook III. Father was grabbed by the arms by the two pirates. Sabo's face changed. Ace and Luffy, who had been struggling, were also taken aback. It didn't hurt a single hair on him. Bursam smiled, beckoned the two pirates and escorted Sabo in front of him. These two guys led Sabo into the evil path. Outlook III only glanced at Sabo, then looked at Ace and Luffy. Return Sob to us. Luffy clenched his fists and was very angry. I don't understand what it means to give it back to you. Sabo is my child. You instigated him to run away from home. Are you focusing on the wealth of our family? Outlook III was condescending, with disgust in his eyes. What are you talking about? Ace gritted his teeth and opened his teeth. Kill them. Outlook III looked at Ace and Luffy like trash. Father, I am willing. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh and blood, a long slit knife penetrated Ace's heart from the back of the heart. Hot blood dripped out of his mouth, and Ace's body shook. He looked down at the blood-stained knife tip, his complexion stern with pain. Ace! Ace! Luffy's pupils dilated and struggling constantly. Sabo's head is even more blank. Even the pirate who pressed Ace, Bursam, and Outlook III were taken aback, and they all looked at Tang in amazement. As soon as the words of Outlook III were finished, Tang started his hands without even a slight pause. Damn it, let me go, Ace! Lu Fei was crying loudly. What are you doing? The pirate who controlled Ace let go, and Tang also took the opportunity to draw a long knife. He rushed to the heart with this knife, and there is absolutely no possibility of surviving. Didn't the nobleman say to kill them? Tang glanced at Ace in a pool of blood, his face was quickly turning white, and his breathing was weak. Anyway, he listened to the order of Outlook III, and he would be held accountable by the time when he was held responsible. Luffy, sob. Consciousness began to disappear, and Ace's face was completely unwilling. He has not yet gone to sea, has not realized his dream. Wow, Ace! Luffy almost collapsed, watching Ace, who slowly closed his eyes, tried to break free, but the pirate behind him pressed him to the ground and couldn't move. Tang also came to Luffy at the same time. It was simply that he nailed Luffy to the ground with a single knife. What? Luffy screamed, his chest quickly stained with blood and wet the ground. No, Luffy! Sabo's eyes were cracked, struggling desperately. Sabo, Ace! Luffy slowly stopped wailing, his face was full of fear and tears. Never mind. Outlook III has no interest in staying in this dirty place. As the security forces took over Sabo, he turned around and left the scene. Let me go, Ace! Luffy! The tearing roar gradually faded away, and Tang pulled out a long knife and his eyes flickered. A son of destiny, an important supporting role, I believe that good things can be drawn. He still wants to kill Sabo if possible, but unfortunately there is no chance. Next, I have to find a way to leave the kingdom of Goya, and in the future I have to avoid the revolutionary army and Kapu from hunting down. Thinking about Tang, his back got cold. But he will do it again. Well done. Bursam was very satisfied with Tang's actions, and also very satisfied with the appearance of Outlook III. After all, he charged a lot of money from the other party. And he has reached an agreement with the king, as long as he burns the uncertainty terminal, he can become a nobleman of the Goya kingdom, and he can also befriend Outlook III at that time. As for the death of the two little ghosts, they didn't care at all. Not long after everyone left, a gust of wind suddenly blew up at the terminal of uncertainty, Yu reading www.yu. Next to the corpses of Ace and Luffy, a figure in a cloak appeared. When I saw Luffy in a pool of blood, a horrible aura quickly spread across the Goa Kingdom centered on the Uncertainty Terminal. The sky, which was originally a clear sky, instantly black clouds rolled, and the thunder fell down like a dense world. Whether it is the gangsters of Duanzhen or Zhongzhen Street, or the animals of Gorbo Mountain, all their eyes are white and fall to the ground. Tangan and his party just arrived on the pirate ship. Bursum had just finished talking about having a banquet in the evening, and when many pirates cheered, an atmosphere of terror radiated. Everyone fell to the ground unconscious after being shocked. Tangan only felt a pain in his head, and couldn't help kneeling on the ground, sweating profusely, and his face was full of horror. Tangan's tenacious will was forged by the life and cancer of his previous life, and the place was far enough away from the terminal of uncertainty. Tangan forcibly survived. Now he has only one thought, to leave the kingdom of Goya. The bodies of Ace and Luffy may have been found now, and this might be an overlord look. And in the original work, the dragon is in the East China Sea at this time. May also be carp. In short, the kingdom of Goya is not safe anymore. When the suspected overlord's power passed, Tangan was sweating profusely as if he had been fished out of the water. He swayed and looked at Bursum and the pirates who were unconscious around him. He looked ruthlessly holding a long knife and started. He needs this ship under his feet, so these pirates have to die. Quickly killed all the pirates and left the ship. Tangan only let go of the helmsman. After forcibly waking the opponent, the pirate ship started to leave the coast under the threat of a pistol. Chapter 7, 1 Arima. As the Goya kingdom became smaller and smaller, Tangan leaned on the rail, holding a Type 92 pistol in his hand, and warned Raphael at the rudder from time to time. Observing in Tangan for these 2 or 3 days, Raphael is a timid person. And the physique is not that strong, but compared with Tangan's thin body of 169 meters, it is still a strong type. Although he knew that the other party was timid, Tangan still did not relax his vigilance. He will not despise anyone, especially in this sick world. Until now, Tangan has time to look at the cheats. I don't know when a line of explanation appeared above. Successfully hunted and killed the important supporting role of One Piece World, Portkas d'Ace, and rewarded the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances, and the lucky value is +1. Yep. After reading the instructions on the light curtain, Tangan frowned slightly. Watched it a few more times, and when it was determined that only the important supporting actor Ace was killed, Tangan's face was completely broken. What about Monkey D. Luffy? Isn't it dead? Or the waist cheat finger deliberately concealed it? Tangan is very sure, whether it's Ace or Luffy, he stabbed the heart. Difficult to Fly is relatively young, and his body does not grow as fast as Ace. So the heart is not that big? Offset a little bit? Or is it because of the rubber body? Grass. Tangan has an ugly face. Now he goes back to mending the knife and lights up the toilet to find death. The duck that reached its mouth actually flew. If you were wary of making a cut, you won't miss it now. This gave Tangan a wake-up call, and he will have to stabbing him a few more times next time. The number of dice is awarded depending on the situation. Portkas d'Ace is a vital supporting role. How can I award 3 times? What kind of data is used for calculation? There are also rewards depending on the situation. What is the basis for this depending on the situation? Tangan's question was not answered. This means that if the waist gold finger is operated in a dark box, he does not know. This dog thing. The mood was so bad that Tangan started to throw dice. The dice with the big fist began to jump up and down, and finally stopped under Tangan's silence. The points are 2 points. The model plane started to take off, and finally jumped to the second space. Do you use lucky points? A line of narration appeared on the light curtain. Yep. Is this lucky value +1 a one-time consumable? Can only be added once? No. Strongly resisted the worse mood, Tang An did not use it. He felt that the number 2 did not bring him good luck. Is just an intuition. The familiar light flooded the entire light curtain, and things came out when it disappeared. Tang An was excited at this moment. Elementary military fighting skills, whether to learn. A book is suspended on a blank grid, and above it is a few large characters of elementary military fighting technique. Skill type thing. This cheat finger does not seem to be simple, it seems that there are all kinds of messy things. Learn. As soon as he didn't pay attention to Tang An's body began to look like a goat, with the last shiver, some materials and techniques about military fighting techniques appeared in his mind. Is a fighting technique that specializes in killing people. The place to attack is not the eyes, throat, or lower body. It has one purpose, to make the enemy lose resistance or kill it directly. Also contains some physical training methods. This is what Tang An needs most right now. Finally there is something good. Tang An was a little excited and couldn't help looking at Raphael. He now has at least more than 10 ways to make the other party feel unhappy. But elementary military fighting skills are a bit interesting, especially the word junior. Don't guess there must be intermediate or special grade. In addition, this skill is not a mastery, which means that Tang An has only acquired the knowledge and force skills, and if he wants to use it proficiently, he has to exercise it bit by bit. The excitement that was originally excited suddenly cooled down again. This is equivalent to a cheat book, and you still need to practice it yourself, not directly. Grass. Thing. Throw the dice. Lowering the heat in his heart, Tang An started to throw the dice for the second time. Very good luck this time, the dice is fixed at 6 o'clock. Wait, although the number 6 is very auspicious, but recalling the last 6 o'clock, it was sexy, the dealer, online, dealing. Tang An's lips trembled, and his mood began to become impetuous. Whether to use lucky value. Selection appears again. Tang An hesitated and chose to use it. Random traverse +1, whether to traverse or not. Note, you can travel through other worlds at any time, please use it carefully. Tang An was not as excited as he thought, but frowned and thought. Judging from the word crossing, he accidentally won the jackpot. But he doesn't want to cross now, because there are so many things he wants in pirate world. Such as devil fruit, tricolor domineering and so on. There are also goals such as the Sun of Destiny and the journey through the village. The world also has a better chance of curing his cancer. In addition, this explanation needs to be analyzed carefully, but the cheat finger actually let him use it with caution. Random travel, obviously it is possible to travel to the world of monsters and ghosts, or the ordinary world. But whether it's the former or the latter, it's not as cost-effective as this pirate world. If it's the former world, I don't have the slightest strength to protect myself. Although the latter is safe, the chance of becoming stronger is obviously very small. In this life, he must control his own destiny, and he must not live so miserably as he did in his previous life. To stay in the pirate world is undoubtedly the best, because there are many ways to become stronger. But even the crossing can be extracted, this trash cheat sheet is really powerful. This lucky value is obviously also very reusable. Unfortunately, it is a one-time consumable. One more chance. Put the option of random crossing aside, and Tang An threw the dice again. There are 3 on the front of the dice, and the model airplane rumbling by. Is still a familiar light. East. Hot. State. Electricity. Film. Have. Horse. 1. UU reading www.uugonshu.com. Department. Whether to watch. Tang An took a deep breath. Although he was prepared, his heart was still very complicated, and then he was angry. There is a horse? He wouldn't be so angry even without a horse. The most important thing is that he sold 60 ml. Deceive people too much. Closing the light curtain, Tang An sat on the deck and tried to calm himself down. Calmed down for almost 3 minutes, and he walked into the cabin. On the other side, on the back of Goerbo Mountain in the Kingdom of Goya, a ship with a dragon's head docked here. Dragon, you are out of danger, where did you bring this child back from? In the cabin, Ivankov wore an unusually large dark purple explosive head, painted light blue eyeshadow and purple lip gloss, and was also wearing mesh stockings, a cloak, and a tight and ultra-low-cut jumpsuit. Absolutely abnormal. His name is Munch D. Luffy, my son. Looking at Luffy sleeping on the boat, Long's eyes were a little scary. If the knife edge is a little bit off, Luffy will be dead by the time he arrives. Even Ivankov's healing hormone and Bear's yin healing bullets are useless. What? The dragon's son? Many people in the cabin were taken aback. It sounds a bit like you. Ivankov pinched his wide chin. Who is this kid then? A few people looked at the bed next to it, and there was a child lying on it, but it was a pity that it was already dead. Long did not speak, just thoughtful. Luffy, I can still rescue it, I have to jump 2 chapters. Chapter 8, Screening Devil Fruit. The dawn is breaking, and the rising sun is like a pair of big hands calming a trace of coolness. On the magnificent sea, a big ship without flags is drifting with the wind. Tang An was standing in the bow of the ship moving around, and now he should have left the Kingdom of Goya. Although the old dangers are initially avoided, new dangers will follow. When going out to sea like him, he will be killed or enslaved by pirates at any time. Compared to the situation in the Goa Kingdom, this danger is obviously much smaller. Fortunately, this is the East China Sea, not the Great Sea Route or the New World. If this is the Great Sea Route and the New World, it may be buried under the sea. Looking at the vast uncultivated sea, Tang An already has a new plan. First of all, you have to find a way to cure the cancer. Devil fruit is a very good way. But if you want to rely on devil fruits, there are only a few of the known devil fruits. First of all, it is the healing fruit of the villain princess of Dressrosa. Calculating the time, it should not have been eaten yet. The other is the fruit of the operation. There may be no chance now. There is also the phoenix fruit of the Phoenix Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard's second team, no need to think about it. These 3 fruits are the most likely to cure his cancer. In addition, other devil fruits seem to work, such as some special superhuman lines. For example, Superman series Quick Chop fruit, eating this devil fruit body will turn into a blade man. There are spring fruits and become spring people. This kind of devil fruit is similar to the superhuman body. It can turn your body into a special substance or object, and the body becomes a knife or spring. This cancer should be cured. Can't say that cancer still has an effect on blades or springs. These things are not flesh and blood. And there are many devil fruits similar to this superhuman body. No matter how bad it is, there is still a natural line. Such as the sparkling fruit, thunder fruit, rockberry fruit, the body can all become elements, so normal illnesses should not work. Tang An thought about it last night, and the most sure thing is the healing fruit. Other devil fruits are only possible, after all, they have not been confirmed. But it is not easy to get the healing fruits. Just because he wants to cross the first half of the Great Route to the New World alone, he doesn't need to think about it and know that it is impossible, he will die on the road at any time. The best way is to attach to some powerful pirate groups or merchant ships, the safest one should be the navy. But these are not insured, the safest way is that he must become stronger. As long as one point is stronger, he is less dangerous. The most important thing is that there are fellow travelers in this world. Maybe some plot directions have changed, and the devil fruit that should have been there is probably gone. There must be such a butterfly effect. I just don't know whether the scope is large or small. If it is small, it doesn't matter. It just surrounds the traveler fellow. If the scope is large, it is very likely that the plot of the whole world has been messed up. For example, if he stabbed Ace to death, there will be wars in the future? So after thinking about it, I have to rely on waste cheats. Although the cheat finger is a bit unreliable, the sweetness of stabbing Ace this time makes Tang-an worth a bet. What if you get a cancer cure next time? Or the skills that can be drawn to the sky? Only one thing is needed to change his current situation. And Donghai has 4 chances. Rorano Azoro, Nami, Usopp, Vince McSanji. Yes, Tang-an focused on these 4 people. Now that these 4 guys are still kids, it's a good time to start. Even if these 4 are not the protagonists, they must be half of the protagonists. No matter how bad they are also very important supporting roles. As long as he kills all of them, he can get at least 4 chances to throw the dice, which is not counted as an extra number depending on the situation. Good luck and lucky value bonus. These are all worthy of Tang-an's gamble. It's not easy to live. Looking at the endless sea, Tang-an's expression became cold and severe. He actually likes the Straw Hat Pirates, but he wants to live. Life and love are 2 choices. Everyone knows how to choose. Not only the 4 of Nami were targeted, Tang-an also targeted Robin, Chopper, and others. In short, all the Straw Hat Pirates were in this range. I liked how I once, and now I am so cruel. Is similar to talking about a vigorous genocidal love, it has a price to pay. If you love her, you must kill her family. However, the East China Sea is a bit big. It is still a bit troublesome to find the island where the 4 of Nami are located. I don't know the main route. The best way is to ask about it on the next island. You should get important news. After confirming the goal, Tang-an woke up Raphael. The 2 happily settled their breakfast. The food and water stored in the pirate ship were enough for them to eat for a month. Tang-an doesn't believe that he can't see an island or encounter a ship for a month. After breakfast, Tang-an began to study military combat techniques. This is a life-saving thing. Tang-an remembered that this is chi. The golden fingers of other people's cheats reward these skills are all direct magical skills, but he is just a cheat book and needs to be practiced from scratch. Also doesn't have an experience progress bar like playing games, and I don't even know how much I practiced. The only thing that is still considered an advantage is how to cultivate in his head, which is equivalent to a step-by-step process. Only one stage needs to be completed every day, and the later effect can be achieved naturally. Let's start with push UPS. According to the method of military fighting technique, the tall buildings stand on the ground without a strong physique, and no matter how powerful magic skills are, it is useless. Moreover, Tang-an is still wearing it. Reading www.yuyugonshu.com last night he communicated with Arima Movies, and it is certain that it was his body. The size is the same. The only peculiar thing is his cancer. It stands to reason that cancer will drag him down, but when he comes to this world, his face becomes paler and his spirit looks a little more decadent. From time to time, his whole body seems to have been stabbed several times, and his breathing stops in pain. The body is normally normal, and there is no fatigue, nausea, or dizziness. How can you look like a cancer patient when you are normal? Tang-an is sobered by the pain only in the dead of night, and he will die at any time. He has died once, and he will never die a second time. Especially if he can rewrite his destiny, he must control his destiny. Time flies quickly, and it's dusk without knowing it. I didn't bump into any ships or see any islands this day. Is just wandering around in the sea. Fortunately, Tang-an is not boring. He spends most of his time doing push UPS, sit UPS, leapfrogs, etc. to increase his physical fitness. There are also studies on attacks in military combat techniques and so on. In short, I had a very fulfilling life. Tang-an is full, but there is a depressive atmosphere in the windmill village of Goa Kingdom. A warship docked on the coast. Karp disembarked from the ship wearing a Navy Justice coat. His face was gloomy at the moment, and his whole body smelled of iron and blood, which made people horrible. Half a day ago, he was still in the New World, but a phone call directly made him give up the mission, and he returned here in the swearing of the Warring States period. Still at the fastest speed. Chapter 9, the pirate named Tangan is still alive. Goerbo Mountain, a gathering place for bandits named Dodden's family. The sky was gloomy and drizzle, and the wooden house in the middle was brightly lit. The bandits, headed by Dodden, sat against the wall with their faces decadent. Ace's corpse was placed on the most central floor. Inside, Luffy was sleeping in a coma, and his life was not in danger. Some bandits even wailed loudly. To them, Ace was like his own child, but Ace, who was alive and kicking and often annoyed them, was dead. Dadan seemed to have lost his soul, with tears still hung on his face, and his eyes looked a little dull. Boom! The door was kicked open, and Carp strode in. When he saw Ace on the ground losing his breath, he began to tremble and pale with a suspicious expression of anger. Squatted down without saying a word, and when it was really confirmed that Ace was dead, tears began to flow out of his eyes. Ace! Carp, who once chased Gordy Roger around the world, fought with powerful pirates such as Locks, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Lonely Red, etc., who had never been afraid, is now afraid. We didn't take care of it. Dodden knelt on the ground, he was no less sad than Carp. Who did it? Carp's eyes were covered with bloodshot eyes, and his complexion gradually became ferocious. The Bursum pirates, but they have now been killed. To be more specific, it was ordered by the nobleman of the Goya Kingdom, Otluk III. A pirate named Tangan in the Bursum pirates used the hands. I have now escaped from the Goa Kingdom. Dragon walked out of the back room, standing in front of Carp with a complicated expression. Why are you here? Carp's face sank. If it weren't for me, Luffy would be dead, maybe I should take the walker to fly. The dragon is indeed thinking about whether to take a walk and fly. The reason why he wanted to put Luffy on Carp before was because he had other things to do, such as the Revolutionary Army. But now he hesitated. Carp said with a solemn face, because he didn't know what to say. I was surprised that this little guy turned out to be Gordy Roger's child. I don't know what you think. Dragon sat in front of Carp, apparently already knowing the identity of Ace. Carp still didn't speak, but stood up and prepared to leave. The nobleman who gave the order is Sabo's father, and Sabo is the brother of Luffy and Ace, but the pirate named Tangan is still alive. Long has already investigated everything clearly. He knows that Carp is now in a rage, and it is very likely that he will kill Alteruk III. If the kingdom of Goya prevents it, he may be killed. If the old man must do it, no one can stop it. Ace. Luffy. A short breath came from the door, and a flash of lightning smashed down outside, illuminating Sabo's embarrassed figure with swollen nose and swollen dirt. When I saw Ace on the ground, tears kept pouring out of my eyes. Ace. It's all my fault, you wouldn't die without me. Kneeling beside Ace, Sabo's hollow eyes are full of self-blame. It's all because of him, he killed Ace and Luffy. Ace. Luffy, wait for me, I'll be here soon. Touching the tears on his face, Sabo took a dagger from his arms and pierced it into the heart without any hesitation. He can't live anymore. A big hand struck like lightning and grabbed Sabo's hand to stop it forcibly. Luffy is still alive. Long could see that the child in front of him was desperate to die, and had lost hope for the future. Sabo's face freezes, and his dim and lifeless pupils suddenly light up. Is like a flame in the dark slowly illuminating Sabona's heart full of self-blame and pain. Luffy is still alive. Luffy is still alive. Sabo let go of the dagger and clutched the dragon's wrist tightly, fearing that it was a lie. Really, really? In the house inside. The dragon pointed his finger at the back room, and the next moment Sabo rushed in. Luffy. Sabo cried with joy when he saw that Luffy was indeed breathing. His guilt has been reduced by half. Hearing the sound of howling in the back room, Carp looked complicated. They are brothers. Long looked at Carp, meaning something. About 10 minutes later, Sabo came out of the back room. Luffy, he. Sleep for 2 days and it will be fine. As soon as the dragon finished speaking, Sabo knelt in front of Carp, hammering his forehead on the ground, choking, "It's all my fault, please kill me." Cape was condescending, and Sabo, who was trembling as he watched the 5-body cast, had calmed down. "This is not your fault." Carp seemed to be a few years old, unable to sit on the ground and stared at Ace's corpse in a daze. "Sorry." Sabo kept his posture and didn't move. "You don't need anyone to suffer less, Ace is your brother, at least Luffy is still alive." Long pulled Sabo up forcibly, his expression serious. "The rain has been falling outside, and it is getting bigger and bigger. Xiluobia village, a small island in the East China Sea, almost isolated from the world, is as peaceful as Fengch village. Is such an ordinary village, but there are 2 very strong characters. Cloth, the sniper of the red-haired pirate group of the 4 emperors in the future. And his son, who may be a sniper on the One Piece ship in the future. It's just a 7-year-old kid who loves to lie now." On the west coast, a large ship slowly approached from the sea level, and finally stopped. "I finally have an island." Standing on the beach, Tangan looked at the hillside in front of him, and to be honest, he was a little excited. He has been drifting on the sea for 2 days. This is the first island he saw when he left the kingdom of Goya. "I hope this is not an island. Let's go." Greeting Raphael, Tangan took the lead to climb the hillside, already holding the Type 92 pistol in his hand. Raphael followed him quietly. "You reading www.yunshu.com. In the past 2 days, Tangan has often practiced with him, and his body is still purple and blue." The 2 climbed up the hillside into the jungle, and did not see any artificial traces. To be honest, Tang Angzan is a little cold. But he is holding this island and it is very likely that it is the target island, even if it is not the island of Nami and others, at least there must be people. Otherwise, I'll run for nothing. After walking for about 10 minutes, Tangan was delighted when a path appeared in front of him. After walking along the path for a few minutes, a large field appeared, and there were people working in the field, and there were houses not far away. "This is a village. Auntie, what is the name of this village?" When he came to a vegetable garden, Tangan asked about a plainly dressed middle-aged woman. The woman wore a headscarf and scanned Tangan and Raphael up and down. "Doesn't look dangerous, but it's still a bit wary. After all, these 2 people have never met, obviously outsiders. Maybe a pirate." "Who are you?" "We are a small business, and we want to get some food when we pass by this island." Tangan's face was pale, looking harmless to humans and animals without the slightest sense of threat. "Just you 2. The woman looked behind Tangan. "There are 2 crew members on the merchant ship. We will leave after buying a few items." "That's it. This is Xiluobia village. You can buy some necessities along this road to the village." "Thank you, Auntie." Tangan tried to recall that he didn't have any impression of Xiluobia village. Maybe One Piece had forgotten the serialization for too long. Chapter 10, Blast Usopp's Head. Tangan, who had just walked a few steps, stopped again. "Auntie, are there anyone in your village called Soran, Nami, or Usopp?" Tangan did not report Sanji's name, because Sanji now refers to the uncertain and red-footed GP somewhere on an isolated island or a sea restaurant. "I have never heard of Soran and Nami, you said, but Usopp has one here, but that guy is just a child, and he loves to lie because his mother has passed away." "Auntie, I have been saved by Bulletin, can you tell me where Usopp lives? I promised that Bulletin will visit him if he has the opportunity in the future." Tangan smiled softly, what a pleasant surprise. "I said, how do you know Usopp?" It turned out that it was because Gave, the man who abandoned his wife and son. You keep walking along this road, and at the third fork in the road, you will see a trail that goes up the mountain, and you will see a house in about 5 minutes. Thank you, Auntie. Tang An thanked again and turned and left. According to what the ant said, Tang An walked to the third fork in the road and followed the uphill trail. About 5 minutes later, he saw a very dilapidated house. There is an aura of poverty inside and out. Tang An directly knocked on the door. Who are you? The crumbling door opened, and a 6 or 7-year-old child stuck his head out. His long nose was very eye-catching. Your name is Usopp? Is his father Buletin? Tang An smiled. Although he had guessed that this was Usopp, he still had to be sure. How do you know my father? Usopp's eyes glowed. The answer to Usopp is a black hole muzzle, accompanied by brain and blood. Usopp has fear in his eyes. Let's go. Tang An didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Without even looking at Usopp, who was in a pool of blood, he turned around and walked back. Called up the light curtain, which already showed the words killing the important supporting actor Usopp. Raphael trembled behind him, watching the brain and blood spilling on the floor in the room, and he didn't understand why Tang An did it. Didn't he know each other's father? The two sides had a headshot without more than 4 sentences. Is still a child. This cruelty is even more cruel than Bursum. You are so fast? Usopp is not at home. Passing by the vegetable garden again, the woman was wiping her sweat, and she was a little surprised to see Tang An and Raphael come back. I have seen it, thank you for your guidance. Tang An still smiled, and left according to the same path after speaking. It's weird. Watching Tang An and the two leave, the woman murmured, and then continued to be busy. It didn't take long for the pirate ship to sail again. It didn't take an hour to settle Usopp on the island to leave. The action is as straightforward as clouds and flowing water, and there are not many people who are ruthless. This is a cruel person with no emotions. Successfully hunted down Usopp, an important supporting character in One Piece world, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances and the lucky value +1. Looking at the instructions on the light curtain, it was no different from killing Porgas d'Ace, so the name was changed. Tang An was already familiar with the road and started tossing dice. There are 3 dots on the front of the dice, and the model airplane rumblingly jumped 3 spaces. Tang An did not use the lucky value. The familiar light disappeared, and an object appeared in front of Tang An's eyes with an explanation. A bottle of Lao Ganma expired. Explanation: Lao Ganma is made of peanuts, chili, pepper, rapeseed oil, garlic. Tang An's face was very blue. He had nothing to say when he drew a bottle of Lao Ganma. After all, the mid-stage cancer turned into the late-stage cancer jade, but what does it mean to expire? Hey! The heavy breathing gradually stabilized, and my heart became calm. Throwing the dice for the second time, the plane jumped 4 spaces. Tang An frowned and still didn't use the lucky value. The familiar light disappeared, and Tang An's breathing increased again. Sunflower Collection. Explanation: if you want to practice magic, draw the sword from the palace. Any world is barrier-free to read. Grass. Tang An can't help it. Hurried to the next link, the dice was thrown to 5, and the plane rumbled over. Whether to use lucky value. As the lucky value is used, the light flickers. Tang An's sullen expression returned to normal all at once, still faintly excited. One of the 6 styles, shave. Explanation: one of the 6 types in One Piece. Within an instant, 0.36 seconds, stepping on the ground at high speed for dozens of times produces explosive reaction force to move at high speed. Whether to study, learn, is a skill-based reward again, or shaved in One Piece 6 style. Don't Tang An know the power of the 6 styles? Especially this shave, whether it's offense or escape, it's the first class. Practicing deep is no different from teleporting. The very familiar sheep epilepsy began to twitch, and it was the last shiver, and some knowledge and skills about shaving appeared in his mind. The exciting hormones gradually disappeared, and Tang An's complexion collapsed. Like the elementary military fighting technique, you still need to practice step by yourself, not directly. This dog's golden finger is as wasteful as ever. Not even a shortcut. Isn't it good to have direct magical powers? Why do you have to live so hard? In the past 2 days, just practicing military fighting skills, doing various push UPS, sit UPS, etc., made Tang An half tired. Now I have to shave again, can I still rest? This is equivalent to the sweat and blood still there, the only advantage is that the cheats are given. It seems that controlling fate is not that simple. Tang An was not scared. Compared to the previous life, even hard work is useless, at least in this life, as long as you work hard, you can get rewards. Tang An has even experienced suicide, and he is afraid of bleeding and sweating? Looking at the light curtain, Tang An arranged everything. He has thrown dice 10 times so far. A Type 92 pistol, 10 rounds, 1 has now been used up. The middle stage of the cancer becomes the advanced stage. 60 ml, sold for 110,000 berry. Online licensing advertisement. Skill type, elementary military fighting technique. Random crossing +1. There is a horse. A bottle of Lao Ganma expired. Skill type, a cheat book of sunflower treasure. Skill type, 6 style shave. In general, there are good and bad, and I can't figure out this cheat trick. It seems that there is everything in those blank grids, whether it is expected or unexpected. If you only get to throw the dice once in a natural month, reading www.yuyuganshu.com estimates that you will not be able to reach the peak of life until you die. After all, the chance of getting a good thing is too low. Only by completing the continuous mission to hunt down the Sons of Destiny, the villain of the destiny, the traverser, the reincarnation, the rebirth, the supporting characters of important figures or the supporting characters of the villain, it is possible to reach the peak or become stronger. This is a shortcut. But Tang An has seen a lot of gold fingers for conspiracy theories. Is this trash gold finger safe? In fact, Tang An has tried many times. It's a pity that this cheat finger is like a dead one, like a flying chess game, simple and easy to understand. Regardless of whether there is danger or not, I must keep an eye on myself. Maybe it's not a bad thing to practice those skills with blood and sweat. Thinking about it this way, the previous bad luck seems to be gone. You can design some supporting roles such as reincarnation, transcendence, rebirth, etc., as well as various golden fingers. You can say in this chapter that you express your opinion, or in the book review, I will build a building. Both starting point and QQ reading. The other is the rewards and punishments that the pig's feet flying chess can draw. You can talk about any mess. Such as punishment, becoming a woman, not lifting, breaking hands and feet, constipation, frequent urination, etc. There are also rewards, various skills, weapons, small movies, and so on. Only I can't think of it, I can't get it, it's time to test everyone's perversion. Look at who is the most perverted. As long as I defeat me, my farmer will call him the perverted king with one punch. Chapter 11, Real Men Never Look Back. Welcomed the sea breeze, Tang An began to practice daily. But this time there is one more shave. Push UPS, sit UPS, leapfrogs, and 100 laps around the pirate ship. After completing all the basics of military fighting skills, and then hitting a set of military punches, Tang An was already half tired. I feel weak and my body is empty. Rested for half an hour, Tang Anqiang cheered up and began to practice shave. Compared with the basics of military fighting techniques, shaving is also very simple. May seem simple, but it is extremely troublesome to practice. Shaving, the force is completely on the legs, if the method is wrong or does not meet the requirements, the forced practice may be disabled. Step on the foot more than 10 times in 0.36 seconds. Tang An stood on one foot, and quickly stomped the air several times with his right foot. In the end, the result was very unsatisfactory. It took Nima almost 1 second to get down. It seems that there is still a long way to go to learn to shave successfully. Tang An did not give up, and continued to practice according to the knowledge and skills in his head. If your right foot becomes soft, change your left foot. You must learn how to shave. The next day, Tang An almost couldn't get out of bed, and he didn't feel anything in his legs, so he stood up and moved for a while before he recovered. Then continue to practice boringly. First 50 push UPS, sit UPS, and other basic exercises, and then began to practice shaving. Sweat is constantly swaying in the practice. 2 days passed like this. Met a merchant ship in the past 2 days, and the two sides did not talk. On the 4th day, a restaurant on the sea appeared in Tang An's sight. Looking at the restaurant where many merchant ships and pirate ships docked in the distance, Tang An was naked and sweaty. Bharati, the sea restaurant, have you missed Soran and Nami? In the order in which the members of the Straw Hat Pirates boarded the boat, Luffy would meet Soran first, then Nami, then Usopp, and finally Sanji. Soran is okay, now I should learn swordsmanship in Kojiro Sword Museum. This is a big guy, and it is obviously unrealistic to kill Soran in front of this big guy. And the dragon may appear in the sword hall at any time. If the dragon already knew that he almost stabbed the road to fly, wouldn't it be the sheep falling into the mouth of the tiger? This possibility is not impossible. So the difficulty of killing Soran is the most difficult, followed by Sanji. The difficulty is not small, and there is a big guy standing behind him, at least for Tang An, the red-footed jeep is the big guy. Can't afford it at all. Thinking about the opponent kicking the rock easily and leaving footprints on the steel plate, Tang An might not be able to bear a single kick. Usopp and Nami are the best to kill. Usopp has been headshot by herself, and Nami has missed it now. Don't know if Eren is in Orange Town now. Tang An is not very clear about the specific timeline of One Piece, so he can only remember a few. Looking at the approaching restaurant on the sea, Tang An thoughtfully. Since I have already arrived here, there is no reason to pass by. My strength is too weak now, and I continue to wander on the sea without a doubt looking for death. I haven't encountered a pirate in the past few days. Maybe I should stay here for a while. At least I must practice shave successfully. Only in this way can I have a little self-protection. When the time comes to solve Soran or Nami, the success rate will undoubtedly be much higher. The only uncertainty is that the cancer is at an advanced stage, and I don't know when it will take his life. But in terms of feeling, it should be no problem to last 3 or 4 months. If you change to a normal late-stage cancer, it is absolutely impossible to train every day like Tang An. If it wasn't for the body twitching and strangling from time to time, Tang An would doubt whether he was in the advanced stage of cancer. Just do it if you think of it. Tang An has never been indecisive. But just in case, one more thing needs to be done. Tang An looked at Raphael next to him. Since he chooses to stay in the sea restaurant for a while, Raphael is useless. Raphael knew about the Goya kingdom, and Tang An didn't want to leave a tail. If he reveals his identity because of Raphael, there must be unexpected troubles behind him. Even if there is no trouble, or I think too much. But in this morbid world, caution can make him live longer. Raphael, follow me to move the wine and burning objects in the storage room. Tang An turned and walked towards the cabin. Why do you move these things? Raphael was a little dazed. Burn this ship. Tang An did not hide his thoughts either. After thinking about it, it's best to burn this pirate ship. What if the Revolutionary Army finds it through the vines? What? Raphael is even more dazed. Let you move as soon as you move. Tang An's eyes widened, and his tone increased a lot. Raphael stopped talking, and began to spill wine or gasoline in the cabin with Tang An. After everything was done, Tang An and Raphael stood panting on the cabin corridor, with 2 packages under their feet, which were all gold and silver treasures or Baileys. These are the wealth of the original Bursum. But it's Tang An's now. The money is enough for him to spend a year in the restaurant on the sea. Do you really want to burn it? Raphael looked down at the corridor, unaware that death was behind him. Boom! A Type 92 pistol appeared in his hand. With the splashing brain and scalp from the back of his head, Tang An kicked Raphael down the corridor. Took out the lighter and threw it down the corridor. Tang An left without looking back, carrying 2 packages. The raging fire continued to spread behind him, and Tang An jumped off the pirate boat and landed on a small wooden boat that can only be sailed by paddling, and then moved further and further away from the pirate boat and closer to the restaurant on the sea. Real men never look back. There is a ship on fire there. At this moment in the sea restaurant, people naturally saw the pirate ship billowing flames, and Tang An with its oars swinging on the sea. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Almost 10 minutes, Tang An rowed the small wooden boat to the sea restaurant Bharati. The shape of the entire sea restaurant is a giant ship, with fish-shaped bows on both ends of the ship, and the area is very large. In the entire East China Sea, the sea restaurant Bharati is the most famous. The entire restaurant on the sea follows the principle of never waste food and has many fully armed combat chefs. This force cannot be underestimated. At least in the East China Sea, not many pirates dare to make trouble here. Welcome to the sea restaurant Bharati. As soon as the small wooden boat docked at the exclusive port, there was a waiter in a chef's costume to help. These waiters are not only chefs, but also part-time combat members to maintain the order of the restaurant on the sea. Are basically pirates, but were subdued by the red-footed Zepp. Help me put these 2 packages up. Tang An took out 10,000 Baileys, which was a tip. No problem. Does the guest want to stay or eat? Arrange the best room for me. The 2 went up the stairs one after another to the main deck. There are guests on the boat rails around, scanning with red wine. Please follow me. The waiter is carrying the package. Based on his years of experience, there are all treasures in it. This is a big customer. Under the leadership of the waiter, Tang An came to an area on the top floor. This room was also accompanied by a toilet, balcony, and so on. It's just that the cost of a day is very expensive. According to the waiter, it takes 50,000 Baileys a day for accommodation alone, not counting other expenses and so on. Now Tang An is not bad for money, so naturally he has to choose the best. Chapter 12, Hold Back the Gun. After he settled in the room, Tang An locked the door and went to the lobby on the first floor. At the moment, many people were eating in the lobby. Also played elegant music, many successful people dressed in decent clothes, eating steak with female companions, shaking red wine is very pleasant. Even some pirates are extremely elegant in this atmosphere, but it is not known whether they are pretending or not. So the atmosphere is like that. At the same time, there are many waiters busy in the restaurant. Business is better than expected. What does this guest need? As soon as I got down the stairs, there was a waiter with a smile on his face. If he doesn't have that scar on his face and is not a fierce brawny, just change to an enchanting beauty. Serve some of your signature dishes here. Under the leadership of the waiter, Tang An sat in a position by the window, and he could see the sea outside as long as he turned his head. Do you need red wine? We have 1 to 10 servings here. For 5 years. Please wait. As the waiter left, Tang An looked at the whole hall, which was extremely wide. Some people talk about love, some whisper, and some others eat and drink. Many pirates did not dare to cause trouble, and left after eating and paying. About 10 minutes later, an 8 or 9-year-old boy came to Tang An with a plate of food. The blonde hair and curly eyebrows couldn't be more certain. Vince McSanji. Guests, please use, we can't waste any food here. Although only 8 or 9 years old, Sanji already possesses the spirit of chivalry and chef. Pointed to the warning on the wall, which clearly said that no food should be wasted. He and Zipuli survived through isolated islands, and they cherish food exceptionally. Your name is Sanji. Tang Anqiang resisted drawing his spear, and did not call out Sanji's full name. He can't kill the opponent yet, at least before he is ready to retreat. Yes. Sanji looked serious and nodded solemnly. Please advise me a lot in the future. Tang An showed a gentle smile. Sanji didn't understand what Tang An meant, so he had doubts on his face. I'm traveling to the East China Sea. I heard that the food at Sea Restaurant Barati is very delicious, so I plan to stay for a month. Tang An looked at the steak-like food on the dinner plate, picked up the knife and fork and started cutting. Is very inelegant, he is still used to using chopsticks. Unfortunately, there is no such thing, only knives and forks. Barati has the greatest chef in the world. You won't be disappointed. Please give me your advice in the next month. Sanji bends over to show his grace, full of grace. Asshole Sanji, I was lazy at work. There was a loud shout from the kitchen, and the originally elegant Sanji broke his skills in an instant, yelling at the direction of the kitchen, asshole old man, it is the chef's responsibility to let the guests understand each food. Idiot Sanji, you are just an apprentice. GP poked his head out of the kitchen, wearing a chef hat with a spatula in his hand, extremely furious. Idiot old man, one day I will throw you into the sea. I said that I am no longer an apprentice, and this gentleman's food is what I make. Yamaji rolled his sleeves, like an angry bull, walking step by step to the kitchen and cursing with Zep. From time to time, there was the sound of pots and pans, as well as black spots that broke the news of the other party. Many regular customers in the lobby have been familiar. Tang An looked back and began to deal with the food in front of him. Should be some kind of sea fish, with smooth and delicate taste and just right taste. Listening to what Sanji said earlier, this food was made by him, but he did not expect that the talent of the chef has already begun to show. After solving the food, Tang An began to wander around Barati, first to understand the surrounding environment. After shopping, Tang An returned to the room and started practicing. Within a month, he must practice shave successfully. At the same time, the physical fitness is strengthened according to the basic military fighting technique. Time flies, 10 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Early in the morning, Tang An tied sandbags with iron blocks to his feet, and started jogging around Barati. Yo! Mr. Tang An! Mr. Patty! Mr. Tang An early! Mr. Karn is early! Barati said that big is big, not big, and not big. In these 10 days, Tang An has met these people for the first time. Is Mr. Tang An practicing again? Sanji yawned and stood on the balcony, while Tang An happened to pass by. Sanji, early! Tang An waved his hand, with a smile on his face, then ran away. Mr. GP. When passing by Zip's residence, the other party was washing. Mr. Tang An. GP just nodded, not as enthusiastic as the others. After running around Barati for an hour, Tang An returned to the room and started doing push UPS, sit UPS, and upward gravity. There are 300 of each type. I finished my practice at about 11 o'clock, and then took a 20-minute rest and jumped directly from the balcony, swimming in the rough sea for more than 20 minutes. Then I got on the boat for cleaning and went to the hall to prepare for lunch. I will practice shaving in the afternoon, and I still spend half of my time training basic and shaving at night. This is the cycle for 10 days. Mr. Tang An, this is the latest dish I researched. As soon as he sat down by the window, Sanji brought new dishes on time. Oh? Then I have to taste it. Under Sanji's expectant gaze, Tang An began to taste it. How is it? How is it? Is it already over the old bastard? Sanji sat opposite Tang An, his face full of anxiety and expectation. Well, compared to other chefs, you have done well enough, but compared to Mr. Zepp, it is still a bit worse. Tang An told the truth. Seeing Sanji's decadent face, he continued, I believe you can surpass Mr. GP. You reading www.yunsha.com. I think so. Sanji, who was originally very negative, suddenly became confident. Asshole Sanji, he's being lazy again. Everyday curses come out of the kitchen. Damn old man, one day I will kick you to death. Sanji cursed and left his seat to enter the kitchen. After finishing lunch, greeted someone he knew along the way, and Tang An returned to the room and began to practice shaving. Significant progress has been made in the past 10 days. From the beginning, I stepped once in 0.36 seconds, and now it has been 4 times. After these 3 extra times, Tang An didn't know how much sweat he drew, and after each time he lost consciousness in his feet. Tang An originally thought that 1 month would be able to cultivate successfully, but according to this progress, let alone 1 month, even 2 months is enough. Little did she know that if it weren't for Tang An's basic exercises like push ups to strengthen her body, coupled with the various knowledge and skills in his brain, it would be impossible for Tang An to pedal 4 times in 10 days. Shaving is harder than Tang An imagined. Boom boom. Tang An stepped on 4 times in an instant, but this time he found that he still had more power, and he reached 4.5 feet. After trying several times in a row, the corners of Tang An's mouth rose. The hard work and sweat that I put in is worth it. I will break through to 5 times today. With a grim expression, Tang An began to practice boringly over and over again. The sunset is sinking, and as Tang An continues to sweat, the sky has gradually dimmed. Tang An smiled at the last moment, because he managed to reach 5 times in 0.36 seconds. Now he is in a good mood, as if his exhaustion has disappeared, and his spirit is maintained in excitement. Chapter 13, Spicy Laxative. It's been a month since I came to this world. The sun is rising, and the sky is hovering in the morning. Tang An was lying on the sun lounger on the balcony, looking at the rootless sea and sky, calculating that it has been a month since he passed. This means Tang An can throw dice. Every natural month can get a chance to throw dice. Opened the light curtain, it was still too crude to be on the table, plain and easy to understand. There is no user experience at all. The dice spins and jumps skillfully, and finally freezes at 6 o'clock. The model airplane was just like the real one, with booming effects, and stopped over 6 spaces. The dazzling light disappeared, and an object appeared in front of Tang An. 1 bottle of abnormal spicy laxative, 1 bottle of antidote. Description: drugs that can increase intestinal water, promote peristalsis, soften feces, or lubricate the intestines to promote defecation. They are mainly used for functional constipation and are divided into bulkiness, irritation, lubricity, permeability, swelling, etc. This laxative is colorless and tasteless. 1 drop has the effect of making the daisy hot and tingling and hollowing out the body and losing all strength. Please take it carefully. Out of breath. Tang An is not angry at all. People who don't wear clothes have seen too much, and they have calmed down. Grass. The more I think about it, the more upset it gets, this dog thing. This is the chance to wait for a natural month? A bottle of laxative? It doesn't matter if he gets this thing from constipation, but it's not. What does it mean to be abnormal hot? Isn't it colorless and tasteless? 1 drop has the effect of making the daisy hot and stinging and hollowing out the body to lose all strength. Dare to love this perverted spicy is aimed at daisies? Which brand is this? Caoni Ma. Tang An's pale face flushed abruptly. Now he doesn't want to see this trash cheat. Leaving the room and starting daily training, Tang An tried to calm his mood with practice. Shave, he can step on it 8 times now. This is a miracle. I don't know if I practice basic military fighting skills such as push ups and sit ups every day, so that my body has surpassed that of normal adults, so it is so fast. However, Tang An has a hunch that it is easy to step from 1 step to 8 times, but it may be difficult to successfully step 9 or 10 times. Is like a watershed, the difficulty will increase exponentially. But before Tang An walked out of the room, his body twitched and fell to the ground. The pale face was bloodless. At this moment, he was curled up like a ghost, like all the intestines were mixed together and chopped with a knife. The pain of suffocation swept across the soul. Cancer has occurred. His eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body was as if he had been fished out of the water, with sweat on the ground. The key is that the light curtain appears spontaneously, but it is no longer the simple one, but a scarlet, and a countdown appears. 3 months and 7 days. Tang An curled up, gritting his teeth and holding back. The pain caused by this episode is far greater than the previous few times. For 10 minutes, Tang An almost disappeared when she almost passed out. Lying on the ground all over, his clothes soaked, Tang An looked at the ceiling and gasped. The dense blood streaks in his eyes have not yet dissipated, and the palms of his hands are stained with blood because the nails are deep in the flesh. The scarlet light curtain is right in front of me, and the 3 months and 7 days above are so dazzling. A fool can see what this time is. He still has 3 months and 7 days. The appearance of this countdown to life disrupted Tang An's original plan. He can't waste time anymore. Must find ways to hunt down the target to collect rewards, and then go to the new world to find the fruits of healing. With a move of heart, the blood-red light curtain disappeared, and Tang An looked at the abnormal spicy laxative he had just drawn, and his eyes became fierce. Got up to take a shower, Tang An changed his clothes and continued to practice as usual. Mr. Tang An, early. Morning. Mr. Tang An, early. Sanji, get up so early today. Tang An looked at Sanji, still smiling and saying hello. I studied new dishes again today, and I will cook them for Mr. Tang An at noon. Sanji is very excited. Really? Then I am looking forward to it. Tang An waved and continued to run around Bharati. Unconsciously, the sun is already in the center of the sky. Tang An came to the window seat in the lobby on time, and Sanji also brought out new dishes on time. Dessert. Looking at the cake dessert in front of him, Tang An looked at Sanji who was sitting opposite. Yes, as a chef, you must not only understand the characteristics of various ingredients, but also know how to combine them. This is what I recently studied. Yamaji is serious. Then I will try it. Under Sanji's expectant and nervous gaze, Tang An began to taste it. How about it? Well, it's delicious. This is the most delicious dessert I have ever tasted. You are a genius, Sanji, and you will definitely be the world's #1 chef in the future. I knew that Mr. Tang An had the foresight. Unlike the old man GP, he was obviously jealous of my talent. Sanji jumped up, very excited. Sanji, today is my birthday, can you teach me to make this dessert cake? Ah, is it Mr. Tang An's birthday today? Yes, this dessert cake of yours is the best gift I have ever received. During this time, everyone has taken great care of me. I would like to take this opportunity to make a cake for myself, and I would like to thank some Mr. Zepp and them. Mr. Tang An, wrap it around me. Sanji patted his chest. Then let's make a cake. To make that kind of big 10-layer cake, don't tell Mr. Zepp about them yet, wait for a surprise for them in the evening. Tang An hissed. Yes. Sanji nodded quickly, and then the two sneaked into Sanji's small kitchen. Is his own small kitchen. The new dishes previously studied by Sanji, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com are all born from here. Asshole Sanji, he's being lazy again. GP didn't see Sanji all afternoon, and couldn't help but curse. I saw Sanji and Tang An staying in the small kitchen, as if they were studying something. Paddy was poking his nostrils while cooking. Yes. GP frowned slightly, thoughtfully. Tang-an has been here for more than 20 days, which is a bit unusual. Even though he couldn't see much, GP remained vigilant. After all, he also came from intrigue and blood-licking, and he always maintained the vigilance he should have. Zihong at sunset, red clouds on the horizon meandering. Tang-an and Sanji pushed the cart, on which a 10-story cake appeared in the hall, exquisitely and beautifully. Whether it is the waiter or the customer, all the eyes are attracted. Mr. Tang-an, Sanji, who are you? Who has his birthday? Patty and others emerged from the kitchen, and even Zep was shocked. Today is my birthday. This is the cake I made together with Sanji. Thank you for your care during this time. Tang-an smiled. It turned out to be Mr. Tang-an's birthday. You should tell us in advance. No wonder you and Sanji have been in the small kitchen this afternoon, so they were making cakes. Happy birthday! This is Sanji's latest dessert cake. Everyone will try it. But the shape is my design. With a burst of birthday songs and blessings, the atmosphere in the whole hall is lively. After making a wish, Tang-an began to divide the cake. Everyone had it. Chapter 14, One Qualified and Excellent Villain. Mr. GP. Thanks. GP took the cake and did not eat it. Tang-an kept smiling, and cut a piece for himself, then touched Sanji and started eating. The cake that was about the size of a bowl fell off, and Tang-an saw GP eating a spoonful. Is really vigilant. But the back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves, and the front waves will always die on the beach. Tang-an had already taken the antidote before this. And this abnormal spicy laxative, it only takes 1 drop to hollow out the body and lose all energy. In order to be foolproof, Tang-an poured the entire bottle of laxative into it when Shanzi was not paying attention. This laxative is as colorless and tasteless as water. It is about 500 ml. There are at least 2 drops in a spoon of Zep. The point is that Zep has finished eating. Hey, wait! Go to the toilet. Slowly, someone could not stand it anymore, and ran towards the toilet with his covered. A foul smell suddenly floated in the entire hall, the original noisy and boiling atmosphere disappeared instantly, and all eyes were on a waiter. Puff, puff. Could not resist at all, it was like a fuse being ignited, and a series of firecrackers sounded one after another. There was a disgusting smell floating in the sky for a while. What happened? Pei Dai fell to the ground. There was already a lot of yellow mud in his crotch, and the daisies seemed to be roasted on a fire. The hot and sour feeling made him unbearable. The most important thing is that the body has no strength at all, and it feels empty. Patty. Karn, what's wrong with everyone? Sanji's face was blue and purple, and he forcibly resisted fainting, because the smell was too irritating. Before he could take 2 steps, he suddenly hugged his stomach and fell to the ground. He doesn't even have the strength to stand up. The cake is poisonous. GP also fell on the night of the festival, and fell to the ground to look at Tang-an. Because Tang-an is the only one standing in the audience. Putting down the Chinese dinner plate slowly, Tang-an blocked his nostrils with a tissue, and a Type 92 pistol appeared in his right hand. Tang, Mr. Tang-an. Sanji's voice was shaking. Boom. Tang-an was calm and speechless, and shot at GP. He wanted to deal with the man who threatened the most. Facing Tang-an's shooting, GP moved forcibly even if he couldn't get any strength, so that the bullet hit his shoulder. Damn it! An aura spread from GP, like a beast. Tang-an didn't come close. He was afraid that this abnormal spicy laxative would not achieve the expected effect. In case this old guy violent, he only needs 1 move to finish it. Boom! Bang! Bang! 3 shots were fired in succession, all of which were aimed at GP's vitals. Head chef! Old man! Sanji and others were splitting their eyes, looking at the blood holes that appeared on GP's forehead and face, struggling one after another. Now Tang-an can approach with confidence. Luffy's incident gave him a sting to gain wisdom, and the fifth shot was close at hand and aimed at Zepp's head. Blood and brain pulp spurted out, splashing Tang An's hand. Jeep is no longer alive. Why? Sanji was not afraid, but rather angry. Looked at Tang An, who walked in front of him and put a pistol against his forehead. He was questioning. Boom. Can answer Sanji is a gunshot. Consciousness is gradually disappearing, and Tang An's calm face is beginning to blur. Why? This is the most delicious dessert I have ever tasted, Sanji, you are a genius, and you will definitely be the world's #1 chef in the future. Why did Mr. Tang An, who said this, want to kill him? Boom. Tang An made another shot, completely smashing the back of Sanji's head. 10 bullets, only one remains at this moment. After killing Jeep and Sanji, Tang An picked up the cake cutter on the cake and walked towards the others blankly. It has always been Tang An's law of survival to cut the grass and remove the roots without leaving the slightest trace. A few minutes later, the whole hall was filled with blood and stench, and Tang An didn't say a word from the beginning to now. He has seen many movies and novels, and he knows that countless villains are defeated by talking, and finally they are killed by the protagonist. He doesn't make such a low-level mistake. Kill the protagonist first, and wave as you want. Isn't that good? Just want to die. 10 minutes later, a purchasing boat left Bharati. This is a small boat used to purchase supplies from a restaurant on the sea. Tang An moved in some treasures and food, and then left after looking at a chart. These are all masterpieces of Tang An during this time, and he has figured out the chart route of the surrounding islands and the driving of the material boat to Karn, Padai, and others. If these retreats hadn't been prepared, Tang An wouldn't have done it so quickly. Bharati ignited a raging fire behind him, and it might not be long before he sank to the bottom of the sea. Killing and setting fire without leaving the slightest trace, never verbose, never looking back, simply neat. This is a qualified and excellent villain. Sat on the deck, Tang An opened the light curtain. Successfully hunted Vince McSanji, an important supporting actor in One Piece world, and rewarded the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances and a lucky value of +1. Looking at this narration, Tang An showed disdain. Is exactly the same as the previous 2 times, that is, the name has been changed. This depends on the situation to reward the dice, obviously it is fixed 3 chances. Play word games? In addition, GP is also a supporting role anyway. There was not even a splash of water. Is simply humiliating GP. Isn't the dragon suit human? What's more, it's a small supporting role that affects the life of an important supporting role. The fist-sized dice began to spin and jump, and the number of points was 2. Tang An did not use lucky points. The model plane rumbling by, the dazzling light disappeared, and an object appeared in Tang An's eyes. A bottle of Ymir's blood vessel. Explanation: drinking it will get half blood of the ancestor of the giant, Ymir, Eldia, without side effects. Attacking giant? Ymir half blood? Looking at the medicine in his hand, Tang An frowned. The attacking giant, he knew, was hegemony in a 404. If it is in the world of attacking giants, this medicine is very important. He can drink this potion and inject the spinal cord of the brainless giant, and then become a brainless giant and eat one of the 9 great wisdom giants, and then he can become a brainless giant. Maybe I can live 13 more years if I become a giant of wisdom. But now is the pirate world, this potion has a fart use. Continue to throw the dice, and the model airplane flies 3 spaces. Tang An still didn't use the lucky value. A black stretch boxer briefs. Explanation: the male fig leaf is stubborn at the end, with super elasticity and air permeability. It is based on, it can be automatically repaired and replaced with 1 button. There is one last chance. Tang An directly threw the dice to divert his attention, seeing the pants he was afraid of losing control. Go to Nima's fig leaf, and finally stubborn, throw your nut. The dice freezes at 6 o'clock. The plane rumbling past, this time Tang An used the lucky value. The dazzling light disappeared. Looking at the objects in front of him, Tang An's gloomy face gradually disappeared a bit. One fairy bean. Explanation: one of the magical foods in Dragon Ball, one pill cannot be hungry for 10 days, can repair broken limbs, can restore physical strength and energy in the shortest time, nearly instant, during extreme fatigue, and readjust the body to its best condition. Ineffective for a disease. There is no doubt that this fairy bean is equivalent to a life, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is invaluable. The only thing that made Tang An upset was its ineffectiveness against the disease. But thinking that Monkey King died of heart disease, Tang An accepted it. That was Monkey King, an existence that destroyed the earth by wave energy, died of a heart attack. Really, do you know how to play? Chapter 15, The Sunflower Collection is written by a great swordsman. The dawn is breaking, and a new day is approaching. A purchasing ship floats on the sea, and Tang An at the bow of the ship is studying the chart. Several islands or villages and towns are marked on it, such as Gothic Island, Hills Town, Orange Town, Kokosia Village, West Rob Village, Xuanjiao Village. Looking at the place marked above, Tang An's vague memory became clear. If he remembers correctly, Nami is in Kokosia Village and Soran is in Frost Moon Village. Now Tang An is heading towards Kokosia Village. Is easier to succeed than solo Nami. I just don't know if Aaron has ruled Kokosia Village now. If he rules, there may be some surprises. Then I can only act by chance. After setting the course, Tang An began to practice daily. Now that he has shaved 8 times, Tang An wants to do his best to reach 9 times. When a person concentrates on one thing, time will always pass quickly. Unknowingly, the dusk falls, and the new day is about to end. After finishing his practice, he took a shower and changed into stretch boxer briefs. Tang An got some food. Recently, Tang An's appetite has become very popular, and his appetite has become inhumane. This is a good sign. After all, the powerhouses in Pirate World generally eat astonishingly, which shows that Tang An is improving every day. Resting for a while, Tang An went into practice again. Now there is nothing else to do except practice. The Arima movie has been watched 100 or 80 times in the past half month, and there is no freshness back and forth. About 12 o'clock, Tang An dragged his exhausted body into sleep. Did not relax his vigilance before going to bed, and put a cupboard against the cabin door as a warning. You must know that the sea is not safe and you will encounter pirates at any time. He probably calculated the time, and he might arrive at Kokosia Village early tomorrow morning. But the sky is unpredictable, and the sky that was originally bright and bright suddenly black clouds rolled up, and the downpour came just as it said. The entire purchase ship was like a leaf, teetering in the thunderous weather. Tang An doesn't know how long he slept, but it must not be more than 2 hours. Although the East China Sea is not a great route or a new world, the climate on the sea is strange and changeable, and it may encounter Tang An's current situation at any time. Hurriedly ran to the bow of the ship to be steady, the raindrops the size of a thumb crackled, and hit the body like a bullet. Tang An was a little frightened, feeling that he would be buried in the sea at any time. How did Luffy drift with a wooden barrel? Is this the halo of the Son of Destiny? Was so worried, and I don't know how long it took. When the sky was grey and light up, the storm gradually stopped. Tang An sits on the ground and gasps, and almost crosses randomly several times. The purchasing ship has broken and is beginning to leak. The most important thing is that Tang An is lost now. Even if he has a chart, he doesn't know where it is. Now the purchase ship will sink at any time, and coupled with the loss of direction, troubles will follow one after another. Do you really want to use random crossing? Tang An probably estimated that the purchase ship could still last for an hour. If it hadn't been for plugging the hole in the bottom of the ship, it would already be in the sea. Without a last resort, Tang An doesn't want to use random crossing. Looking at the endless sea, except for water or water, Tang An's heart sank. The only good news is that the purchase ship is still drifting, and maybe we can meet other ships or islands in this hour. Although this chance is very small. Time passed by 1 minute and 1 second. If there was really no way in the end, Tang An had no other choice but to use random crossing. The sky does not kill me. Just when the purchasing ship couldn't hold it back, Tang An saw an island. This is undoubtedly the green state in the desert. Tang An swam towards the distant islands holding a wooden barrel. After swimming for almost half an hour, Tang An lay on the beach and panted. Rested for a while, and when his physical strength was almost restored, Tang An began to act. Good luck! Climbing up a small hill, a path twists and turns in the forest. Obviously this is not an uninhabited island. After walking along the trail for more than 10 minutes, Tang An found a sword hall and a village in the distance. Going down the mountain to the sword hall, Tang An looked weird when he heard the sound of training in the yard. Tang An really didn't know what to say when he saw the child with a green algae head who was training hard with a wooden sword in his mouth. He actually came to Xuanjia village. A green algae head, a wooden knife in his mouth, and a wooden knife in both hands. Isn't it obvious? Rorano Azoro. A storm brought him to Xuanjia village. Who are you looking for? A delicate little girl in a kimono, about 11 years old, found Tang An with a wooden knife. Looking at this little girl, Tang An guessed who it was. Koshiro's daughter, the person Soran always wanted to surpass when he was a child, Gina. Is not dead yet? But it's almost the same. Oh. Hello, I originally went to the Goya kingdom to do business. I was separated by a storm and other companions last night. After waking up on this island, I came here along the trail. Tang An pointed to the road behind the mountain. That's it. Guyana looked at Tang An, who was a little embarrassed in the wind and dust. It did look like a shipwreck, and it did rain last night. Can you give me a glass of water? Tang An pursed his mouth is really dry. Please come with me. Guyana was very kind, and took Tang An into the yard and walked towards the sword hall. Please wait. Okay. Sitting in the corridor of the sword hall, Tang An watched Guyuna go away, and then looked at Soran, who was practicing desperately not far away. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com thoughtful. He originally went to Kakozia village, but the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. Now that I have seen Soran, there is no reason to leave without being stabbed to death. I have to think of a way. There is. Tang An's mind flashed. He opened the light curtain and took out the sunflower book, and quickly tore off the words that said he wanted to practice magic skills and draw the sword from the palace. It's up to you to succeed. Originally thought this sunflower treasure book was useless, but now it seems to be valuable. Any world can read without barriers. This is the description of the sunflower collection. Simple and easy to understand means that anyone can understand it, even if the text system is different. Please drink water. At this time, Gina was carrying a bowl of water. Thanks. Tang An put the sunflower treasure book on the ground, and put the torn piece into the golden finger. This waste gold finger comes with storage space, but it must be produced by the gold finger before it can be stored. Gina looked at the book, a little surprised. Because she hadn't seen Tang An carrying anything before. Is the owner of this sword hall here? After drinking the water, Tang An's spirits improved a lot. Are you all right? I want to ask the master of the museum to give me a ship, in exchange for this Kendo secret book. Tang An picked up the sunflower treasure. Sunflower collection. Gina was pretty sure she didn't recognize these 4 words, but she couldn't understand them inexplicably. Yes, I heard that this was written by a great swordsman, but I don't understand it. Since this is the sword hall, the owner of the hall should be a swordsman. I believe it can help him. Tang An is full of nonsense, without blinking his eyes. Chapter 16, Random Crossing. 10 minutes later, in the sword hall, Tang An was sitting in front of him, with a cup of hot tea in front of him, and Chaos Hero looked at the sunflower treasure in his hand with glasses with a smile. Gina was accompanied by him, making tea. 10 minutes ago, Tang An wanted to exchange the sunflower treasure for a boat, and Gina introduced Kang Shiro to Tang An. That's why this happens. It's incredible. Chaos Hero has been completely attracted by the sunflower collection. This is a kind of swordsmanship that has never been seen before, which inspires him a lot. The most amazing thing is this kind of text. He doesn't know it at all, but he can read the entire book. From this alone, we can see the preciousness of this cheat book. Was even mentioned in the incredible content. Although I don't understand many of them and don't know what it means, it is undoubtedly a treasure for Kojiro. This book is very precious. Chaos Hero resisted his excitement, closed the sunflower treasure and placed it in front of him, smiling very seriously. Do you really only exchange for one ship? Yes. Tang An nodded, sighed, and said, this book is of no use to me, now I just want to go back to my hometown. If you only change one boat, you will suffer a lot. Chaos Hero didn't want to take advantage of Tang An. This is a kind of persistence, and it is also his kendo. If I can, I would also like to exchange for some food and 1,000,000 Bailey's treasure. Tang An hesitated and spoke. Can. Chaos Hero readily agreed. Thank you. It should be me thank you, a ship and 1,000,000 treasures are far less than this book. Chaos Hero shook his head and smiled. He has a hunch, maybe this book can make his kendo improve again. The boats and food will be ready tomorrow morning, but you need to live here tonight. No problem. Tang An is not afraid that Chaos Hero will kill people and make money. If you have ulterior motives, you just wouldn't tell the preciousness of this book. Gina, go to arrange a room for the husband, and prepare what the husband needs, and call Soran. Yes. Wait, I'll go with you. Just to go around. Seeing that Guyuna was leaving, Tang An got up too. Please follow me. Gina is serious and serious. Then the two left the room one after another. Soran, follow me to the village. Coming to the outside of the sword hall, Gina called out Soran, who was still practicing desperately in the distance. What's up? Soran stopped in sweat, reluctantly. But still came to Gina. Hello. Tang An said hello, but Soran didn't even look at it. I'm rude. Gina punched Soran on the head, who was holding his head in anger. Unfortunately facing Gina, he has no other choice. Then the three of them walked along the path into the village to do what Tang An needed. It was night. Tang An was lying in the arranged room, looking at the ceiling and thinking about things. The ship has been prepared during the day, and only waiting for tomorrow to carry the remaining food. Gina and Soran will definitely help by that time. That timing is best for hands-on. Chaos Hero has been attracted by the sunflower treasure, and when he realized that Soran was dead, he would have disappeared into the vast sea long ago. But the other party has the color. It can be seen that smelling can't be released all the time. Although there is danger, but I can't wait any longer. He has 3 months and 5 days left. There is no time to delay, so we must solve Soran as soon as possible, then go to Kakozia village to kill Nami, and finally find a way to go to the new world. 3 months, too rush. Who knows if there will be accidents on the road, such as this storm. If there is really no way, he can only use random crossing. If there is enough time, he wants to stay here for a while, such as learning to learn swordsmanship, and by the way, he can successfully practice shave. After thinking about these things, Tang An quickly fell asleep. This day is really exhausting, especially in the storm. There was nothing to say all night, and early the next morning, Guyuna took Tang An and Soran to continue preparing things. Soran was extremely reluctant, and his face was stinking to death. Has been busy for almost 2 hours, so everything is ready. Looking at the ship in front of me, which is similar to the purchasing ship. The cabin has been prepared with food for a month, and there are treasures worth 1,000,000 baileys. There were more than 10 gold coins in it, Tang An held in his pocket, and a gold dagger filled with red and sapphires. "Mr. Tang An, do I need anything else?" The three of them stood on the deck, and Gina asked Tang An. "No need." Tang An shook his head. "Then I wish you a smooth journey." Gina put her hands together. "Thank you." Tang An smiled, seeing Gina and Soran turn around, took out the 92 style pistol without any hesitation, and shot Soran in the back of the head. Boom! Blood spattered, and Gina threw on Soran's chest with blood red with painful groans. At the critical moment, Gina blocked the shot for Soran by female instinct. Gina was thrown to the ground by Gina, and a few drops of blood splashed on Soran's face. "Asshole!" Soran's eyes were red, and he got up and rushed towards Tang An. It is a pity that there is no wooden knife in his hand. Avoiding Soran's fist sideways, Tang An rushed to Soran's throat with a fierce look. Military fighting skills are used to kill people. It's a pity that the pistol is out of bullets. Soran reacted quickly, blocking it with his left hand, and taking a few steps back. If I changed to another child, he would have already flown out by this time, but Soran had just stepped back. Tang An is no longer an ordinary person, he can easily kill even 10 adults, after all, this month is not in vain. But if he were replaced by Tang An who was half a month ago, he would really not be Soran's opponent. "I am going to kill you." Soran stabilized his body and killed Tang An again. And Tang An squinted slightly, and when Soran approached, he swept his legs, directly causing Soran to lose weight on the ground, and then kicked Soran's head. Crossed his hands in front of him, and Soran moved out on the ground. Tang An followed with big hands. Once again avoided Tang An's kick, Soran quickly got up, reading www.yuyuganshu.com, panting and staring at Tang An fiercely. There is no nonsense in 1 year and 1 year, and again scuffles. Every time Tang An attacked either the throat or the underarms, or the eyes and lower body, the tricks were ruthless and unkind. Soran, with his bare hands, obviously lacks combat effectiveness. The sound of a sharp weapon piercing the flesh and blood, Tang An used a sharp weapon even if he played the card with a big bully. The gold dagger with red and sapphires rushed halfway into Soran's chest. If it weren't for Soran to hide at the critical moment, it would be the heart that was stabbed. Tang An pulled out his dagger, and the hot blood was like a fountain. Just as Tang An was about to stab the second and third knife, a sword aura that tore through everything stirred the situation, making Tang An stiff and unable to move. Almost shrunk to an inch, Koshiro, who was 10,000 meters away, appeared on the boat with just a few breaths. When I saw Gina lying in a pool of blood and Soran kneeling on the ground dying, his eyes were sharp and filled with killing intent. Raised the palm of his hand and struck Tang An in the air, a gleam of sword light flashed like thunder. Damn, how could it appear so fast? Miscalculated. Random crossing. Without even thinking about it, Tang An directly used random crossing. Now only a random crossing can save him. As for the consequences, there is no time to think about it. The fire burned to the eyebrows. Rumble. The entire surface of the sea was cut in half, and it spread to the end and overturned the river. Chaos Hero closed his hand, looking gloomy at the disappearing light spot in front of him. The other party disappeared without knowing what method to use. Vol 2 Chapter 1, Find a Way to Eat the 9 Giants. Hiss. Suddenly woke up as if in a dream, Tang An woke up in a corner of an alley and quickly got up while watching the surroundings. Did you pass through successfully? There is no problem with his body. There are more than a dozen gold coins and a red sapphire dagger that he wears on his body. This should be in a building alley somewhere, and the hustle and bustle outside can be heard. Damn it! Tang An couldn't help but curse, and random crossing was so wasteful. I didn't expect Chaos Hero to find out so quickly, he didn't even have a chance to escape. But he stabbed Sauron at a critical moment, and he did not return empty-handed. Opened the light curtain, a line of instructions appeared. When you arrive in the new world, you will be rewarded for throwing the dice once, and the reward dice will be reset every natural month. Continuous mission, hunting the Sons of Destiny, Destiny villains, crossovers, reincarnations, and rebirths will reward you for throwing dice +4, and important characters or villains will be rewarded for throwing dice depending on the situation. Random bonus lucky value. Looking at this explanation, Tang An's face was gloomy. Roronoa Sauron is still alive, he didn't kill the opponent. Otherwise, what he saw should be the successful hunting of Roronoa Sauron, an important supporting actor in One Piece world, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations, you got 3 chances, and the lucky value is +1. Entering the new world rewards dice once, which is quite different from the first world reward 4 times. The rewards are reset every natural month. Will it be recalculated from now on? Tang An turned the light curtain a page, and when he saw that the whole light curtain was bloody, only March and 5 days were left, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The countdown to life is the same as in One Piece. Obviously, this crossing has not been affected. Threw the dice first, and then went out to find out what kind of world this is. The dice revolved and jumped, and the number of points on the front was 3. The model plane crossed 3 spaces. When the familiar light disappeared, Tang An's originally gloomy face instantly burst into anger. One of the 6 forms, Moon Step. Explanation: Moon Step is one of the 6 styles in One Piece. The application technique of shave is to step on the air with strong foot force to generate strong airborne force. It can walk in the air like stepping on stairs, and has enough physical strength for a long time. Stay in the air. Need to master shave first. Whether to study. Nonsense, hurry up. The sheep had a seizure, his body shivered, and a piece of knowledge and skill appeared in Tang An's mind. There are no accidents. Uebu is the same as fighting technique and shave. It only has knowledge and skills. If you want to practice successfully, you have to practice step by step. The prerequisite is to shave. I can pedal 8 times now, and 2 more. As long as you learn how to shave, the moon step is much easier. After all, Uebu is an extended technique for shaving. Look at what kind of world this is, and then find a place to settle down. During these 3 months, you must learn to shave and walk, and find a way to cure cancer or extend life. Walking towards the outside of the alley, bustling voices rushed towards his face. It looks like a street outside. This is. Tang An stood at the exit of the alley, and the first thing that appeared in his eyes was a huge wall over 50 meters. It's hard not to see the huge volume. The streets are full of traffic, and people who come and go are dressed plainly. There are many fruit stalls or shops on both sides of the street. From time to time, members of the garrison patrol the town. The whole town is similar to the European Middle Ages. The tall buildings on both sides are neatly located. They are basically European tops. Tile roof building. Giant walls, European medieval buildings, patrolling garrisons. These conditions add up to a certainty. This is the world of attacking giants. This anime Tang An has watched. It is one of the few 404 hegemony episodes. There is a saying in the second dimension that is very good. As long as it is a 404 anime episode, it must be a masterpiece. Even if it's not God's work, it's not far from God's work. This anime story is compact, bloody, brutal, all of them are vividly displayed. More than 2,000 years ago, in a tribe called Eldia, the ruler of King Fritz had a slave called Emer. He was used as a scapegoat in an incident that identified who released the pig. During the hunt of King Fritz's men, he ran into the hole of an ancient tree and accidentally fell into the lake under the tree hole. Unidentified sea creatures resembling a spine gained the power of giants after contacting them, and became the first giants in the world. fought for King Fritz and gave birth to 3 daughters, Maria, Rose, and Hina. In an accident, King Fritz ordered that Emer be divided and eaten by Mary's 3 daughters, and finally inherited the power of the giant. Then after several generations of inheritance, the lineage and form stabilized at 9. Are the ancestor giant, the attacking giant, the female giant, the super giant, the armor giant, the jaw giant, the beast giant, the car power giant, and the warhammer giant. These 9 giants are wise giants. They can transform themselves into a way with a clear purpose, and they can freely transform back into human beings according to their ontological consciousness. In addition to these 9 wise giants, one can also become a brainless giant by injecting the giant's spinal cord. Brainless giants have no wisdom. They are called unsullied giants. They have a very high body temperature and are not interested in creatures other than humans. Their only action goal is to eat people. They don't need to eat. They have strong vitality and their only weakness is in the back of the neck. It is about 1 meter long and 10 centimeters wide, otherwise even if the head is shattered and the body is dismembered, it can recover in 1 to 2 minutes. Whether it is a wise giant or a brainless giant, they must have the blood of the Eldia, that is, the blood of Emer, otherwise they will not be able to become a giant. Tangan probably recalled the plot of this hegemony episode, and then a plan appeared. He may have found a way to extend his life. Whether it is a wise giant or a brainless giant, the vitality and regenerative ability are extremely tenacious. Wisdom giants generally only have a lifespan of 13 years, and brainless giants can live for hundreds of years or even longer without eating or drinking. But brainless giants have no wisdom. The best way is to become a giant of wisdom. As long as you become a giant of wisdom, you may get a lifespan of 13 years. There is no reason not to try. As for only Eldia talents who can become intelligent giants and brainless giants, Tangan opened the light curtain, and a bottle of Emer's blood potion appeared in his eyes. And the Eldia are the descendants of Emer. This was obtained by killing Vinsmuk Sanji. After drinking this potion, he can get half of Emer's blood, which is a mixed blood. And hybrids can also become giants. Now let's find out what year it is, whether the giant of armor Reiner and the super giant Berthold have kicked the wall of Maria and Rose. Then I figured out a way to get the spinal cord of the brainless giant, and then ate Alan the son of Destiny, or the giant Reiner of the armor, the super giant Berthold, the giantess Ani, and the giant of Emil. This Emer has nothing to do with the ancestor Emer, just the same name. Initially determined the plan, Tangan touched the red sapphire dagger and more than a dozen gold coins on his waist, which should be able to exchange a lot of money. There is no need to worry about living expenses. Can last a while. Wait, the dagger and gold coins belong to the pirate world. Could it be that you can take things to other worlds? Tangan's eyes lit up, and if that's the case, then there are more things that can be manipulated. Regardless of another thought, Tangan didn't think this cheat finger was so generous. Can it be done? Try it later. The Empire of Eldia lives in 3 huge walls, the outermost wall of Maria, then the wall of Rose, and finally the wall of Hina. If you want to sell daggers and gold coins for a good price, you have to go to Hina's wall, because Hina's wall has the most nobles and rich merchants. Vol 2 Chapter 2, Luxury Diamond Dog Leg Knife. The Wall of Rosette is the second of the 3 walls of human beings. The Troost district in the south is where Tangan is currently located. You mean 5 years have passed since the Wall of Maria was destroyed? In a luxury shop significantly higher than other buildings, Tangan looked at the shop owner who was appraising the red sapphire dagger. He just got a lot of information from the boss. The outermost wall of Maria was destroyed 5 years ago, and it is now the world of brainless giants. All the Eldia are in the wall of Rose and Hina. No. Strictly speaking, there will be 3 months to 5 years. The boss is holding something similar to a magnifying glass, and he loves to study the dagger in his hand. Especially the 2 red sapphires, they are as big as eyeballs, and the entire dagger is made of gold. Whether it is the wall of Rosette or the wall of Hina, his Chamber of Commerce is ranked in the top 10, but he has never seen such a treasure. Tang An frowned and thought, if according to the plot, 3 months later, the supergiant will kick the wall of roses, and then the entire wall of roses will fall. Then, Alan, the son of destiny, awakened the power of giants to join the investigative corps, and then began to retake the wall of rosette. In other words, the armor giant Reiner, the super-large Berthold, the giantess Ani, and the giant Amir, including the son of destiny, are still training the corps. 3 months. Tang An knocked on the counter thoughtfully with one hand. How much do you want to sell this dagger? The boss has greed in his eyes, and he must get this dagger anyway. You arrange for me an independent residence with a yard, preferably a place with few people and close to the wall, and then give me some food on time every day, and wait until I join the garrison. It's about 3 months. Tang An didn't ask for money, but only for a place to live. And he intends to join the garrison. In this wall world, there are a total of 4 corps. The first is the training corps, which is composed of recruits who have not yet joined the official corps and instructors who are responsible for training new recruits. After graduation, recruits can choose to enter one of the investigation corps, the gendarmerie corps or the garrison corps. Is the recruit company. The second is the investigation corps, with the determination to challenge the giants outside the wall, with the highest mortality rate, which is the corps joined by the protagonist Alan. The third is the gendarmerie regiment, which manages the people by the side of the king. It has high power and no danger. It is a regiment that many people want to join. The fourth is the garrison corps, which is responsible for strengthening the city walls, defending various cities or patrolling agencies. Tang An is very interested in the 3-dimensional mobile devices in this world. Even if he learns to shave and moonwalk, this skill can save a lot of physical energy. And also in line with his next actions. So you want to join the garrison corps, I can introduce to you, but your dagger. Enough. Tang An took out a gold coin. No problem. The boss looked at the gold coin with a magnifying glass. The pattern on it has never been seen before. It is completely different from the gold coins on the market, and the material is very different. Yitter, take this gentleman to residence 36 by the wall. The transaction between the two parties was very pleasant. The boss didn't feel bad about it, and he didn't try to find out where Tang An got these things. Tang An was already ready to do it. It seems that some novel plots are not something that you can meet when you meet. Please follow me. The clerk who was cleaning in the shop, heard the boss's greeting and took Tang An out of the shop. After walking for almost half an hour, Tang An followed the man named Yater to the wall, and finally came to a 2-story house with a courtyard. Is a little shabby, even with weeds, obviously wasted a lot of time. There is a river similar to a moat not far away. Maybe because it is too close to the gate of the city wall, few people live in this area, and most of them are the people at the bottom of life living here. After all, closer to the gate of the city wall means that when the giant breaks through the gate, it will fall into the mouth of the giant first. This area should be a slum. Tang An might have a look. The gate of the city wall is on the left. It is nearly 1,000 meters away from here, not too far nor too close. If Tang An remembers correctly, the gate of the city wall will be kicked by the supergiant in 3 months. Within 3 months, it should be possible to practice Shave and Uebu successfully. As long as Shave and Uebu practice successfully, then his safety will be greatly improved. Given his current situation, he may not be able to kill Captain Levier, so he has to be cautious. This is a very important supporting role, and it is also his hunting target. At 6 o'clock in the morning, 12 o'clock noon, 6 o'clock in the evening, we will send people to deliver food. Tang An nodded after receiving the key that Yadel handed over. After waiting for the other party to leave, Tang An chooses a room on the 2nd floor. The position of the window just can see the gate of the city wall. The room has obviously been cleaned, and there is no shortage of furniture. Start practicing. Time is a bit tight, Tang An probably settled down and came to the shabby yard to start daily practice. Just 1 month passed. This month, Tang An eats, drinks, and lazar are all in the small building, and 3 meals a day are delivered. But the food in this world is not very tasty, most of them are in the sweet potato dough, which caused Tang An to spend 2 gold coins to buy some meat. After all, he is practicing intensively every day, and eating meat can quickly restore his strength. Slower than expected. Drenched in sweat, Tang An practiced shave in the yard topless. It has been a month since he still hasn't practiced successfully. But it is not without gain, at least Tang An can pedal 9 times now, and sometimes he is lucky enough to pedal 9.5 times. As long as he crosses that half, he will succeed in his cultivation. But there has been no breakthrough in the past few days. I didn't practice successfully even after shaving, and Yuebu naturally didn't make any progress. Is inhuman. Now I can do 1,000 push UPS, sit UPS, and so on. Has 6 abdominal muscles. At the same time, there were 5 cancer attacks in this month, and each time it was more painful. Stretched out, his body was full of sweat. Foxy jumped into the river not far away and swam around. This month he also practiced shave in the river, and the effect was very significant. Tonight should be the first natural month to throw dice. Tang An is looking forward to it, but he is worried. After all, I might get useless things at any time, and I'm almost lucky and I don't know what to lose. After all, I got an abnormal spicy laxative last natural month. Although it worked in the end, Tang An really has no bottom. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. After finishing the dinner, Tang An continued to practice until 12 o'clock. Let's start. Moonstar is rare. Tang An finished his practice, dragged his tired body to lie on the bed, opened the light curtain and looked at the dice rewarded by Nature Moon. The dice spins and jumps, and finally freezes at 4 o'clock, the plane turns across, and the familiar light disappears. 2 Nepalese sabers of 1 meter diamond drill. Description: made of diamonds, hard and sharp, charming in color, women's favorite. The second weapon. Looking at the dog-leg knife that is as transparent as a diamond in his hand, it is 1 meter long and not light in weight. It's really luxurious. If Tang An's common sense is normal, the diamond should be the original diamond, which means that the 2 Nepalese sabers are made of diamonds. The blade has a wider belly, and the blade is bent forward, like a dog leg. Reflects crystal light under the light. If it is sunlight, it will be colorful. And diamonds are notoriously hard, so it's easy to see that the cutting edge blows and breaks the hair. Including the Type 92 pistol, this is the second weapon Tang An has drawn. But the former is a hot weapon, and the latter is a cold weapon, and it is too extravagant. These 2 Nepalese sabers are still 1 meter long, not counting the thickness and width. If they were put in the previous life, they would start at 100 million. In addition, this weapon came in a little timely manner, even if it is 1, the key is 2. Tang An looked at the cheat finger thoughtfully, and he couldn't help but not think too much. The blood of Ymir, the world of attacking giants, no matter how you look at it, it is too coincidental. Especially this Ymir bloodline. There is no real problem with this cheat finger. Vol 2 Chapter 3, successfully mastered the shave. Boom, boom boom. The ground was splashed with dust and there was a constant sound of breaking through the air. Tang An kept pedaling with his right foot, but 9.5 times was already the limit. After the pain in his right foot, Tang An switched to his left foot and practiced shave all morning. Almost. Sweat is all over his pale face. Tang An has his upper body naked, with well-defined six-pack abs and strong muscles. Compared with the moment when he had just crossed, it is now a world of difference. 1 month has passed since I got the diamond dogleg knife last month. It has been 2 months since I came to the world of attack. If you add more than half a month of Shanghai Thieves' World, Tang An has not yet successfully practiced shave. Tang An was a little anxious. At first, he thought he would succeed in 1 month, but now it has been 2 months, and he still can't break through the last half of his high-intensity practice every day. Damn it! Just like being enchanted, Tang An now has only one voice in his head: shave, 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 shave. Without warning, Tang An suddenly disappeared in place. With a bang, Tang An didn't know when he appeared on the fence. His whole person was stuck in a large font, and then he slowly drew on the ground and the whole person was stupefied. A fist-sized stone fell from his head, hitting Tang An's head. Hiss! Took a breath, Tang An rolled his head back and forth on the ground, holding his face and chest for a while, and holding his head for a while. The whole face is twitching, it hurts. Relieved for a while, Tang An stood up, although his body aches terribly, but he is excited. It was. Looked up at the large-shaped shallow hole on the wall, it could be seen that it was a human figure. After watching the big font, Tang An looked at the position of the previous training, less than 5 meters. It succeeded, it succeeded. Tang An showed ecstasy, clenched his hands and couldn't wait to step on his feet again, but the accident did not happen. Is still 9.5 times without any change. Tang An didn't believe it and tried a dozen times in a row, but it didn't trigger after half an hour. What's the matter? It was obviously successful just now. The excitement gradually disappeared, and Tang An's feet have begun to swell and twitch, even red and swollen. In this case, you must rest, otherwise your legs will fall apart if you are not careful. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Tang An began to recall how he felt just now. Rhythm, coherence. There is a feeling of inexplicability. He always feels that there is a layer of mist in front of him, leaving him in the mist. The more you get to this time, the less you can rush, the victory is already in sight. Take a deep breath, Tang An knows that he can't eat hot tofu in a hurry, and now his feet need to rest, so he can't sit so dry. Turned over and stood upside down, Tang An's 10 fingers propped on the ground, and began to exercise up and down. Then he exchanged his left and right hands back and forth. Although his body was exercising, Tang An's thoughts had long been floating. Looking at the humanoid trace on the wall, Tang An was more excited than ever. Is no different from fat. There is no difference between love, and there are hormones in my head. As long as he learns to shave, he is inherently undefeated in this world, which will make his follow-up plan 100% successful. 2 hours later, Tang An felt that his legs no longer hurt so much and began to practice again. But time and time again, it didn't succeed until dusk, which made him a little impetuous. If it weren't for a protest from his stomach, he might still be stubborn. Opened the light curtain, the life countdown background board was still and full of horror. 1 month and 5 days were shocking. I can throw the second natural moon dice tonight, hoping to throw some good things. 12 midnight. The dice revolved and jumped, the model plane crossed 6 spaces, and the item appeared after the light disappeared. A box of trousers. Explanation: dry pull-up pants can keep babies sleeping all night, leak-proof, breathable, urine-absorbing and antibacterial, and have added a variety of functions such as a stretchable elastic waist and a 3-dimensional leak-proof barrier. Tang An took a deep breath. Still pulling pants, isn't it just diapers? Special, he doesn't wet the bed. Tang An is now very receptive, and he is more or less used to it. What he cares more about is shaving and uebu. He originally planned to go through the back door of the shop owner to train the core to learn 3-dimensional maneuvering devices, but now that it is at a critical juncture, this plan is directly shelved. Early the next morning, Tang An got up at the dawn of the genius. The weather is a bit cool and the humidity is heavy. Tang An moved his body naked and started to practice. I still stepped on 9.5 times, but it was still unable to break through for the 10th time. As if it was a dream yesterday. Tang An was sweating, and finally disappeared without warning after not knowing how many times he stepped on his foot. The next moment he fell 5 meters away, buried in the weeds like a green onion. Pulled out his head, Tang An looked ecstatic, this time he will not be dreaming. He succeeded again. But the chance of triggering is a little low, and he can't control his body after success. The blood was soaring, and Tang An was trembling all over. As if not exhausted, he continued to practice. Stepped on more than 50 times, and his feet started to swell and twitch again, and Tang Anxin was unwilling. I didn't want to have both feet crippled and stopped. Although his legs could not be practiced, his hands were fine, so Tang An still didn't waste time. Stands upside down, the fingers of both hands rise and fall back and forth. Now he is no longer what he used to be. Through high-intensity training, his physical fitness has been fully improved, and he has exceeded the limit of human beings. It succeeded once in the morning, and it succeeded once in the afternoon after the lunch was solved at noon. The probability of triggering is really too small. Tang An only succeeded twice until dusk. Continue to practice shaving until the next day. It may be a reward for the hard work. Today, I succeeded 7 times and I became familiar with it. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com can already grasp the direction. 18 times on the 3rd day. 30 times on the 4th day. Is very difficult, but he is improving every day, which makes Tang An work harder. Finally on the 6th day. Shave. The speed was extremely fast. Tang An appeared 5 meters away in the blink of an eye, but he couldn't control his balance, causing him to fall to the ground as soon as he appeared. Tang An reacted quickly, and after a few backflips with his hands on the ground, he landed steadily on the ground. From the first success to the present, 6 days have passed. In this world alone, he spent 2 months and 6 days, and finally he could use the shave as he wanted. But the balance is still a bit problematic, and the distance is only about 5 meters. But these are not things. Haha! Tang An couldn't help laughing wildly. He didn't know how much sweat he had shed in the past 2 months. Now success is in sight. The 7th day. The 8th day. Shave. In the dilapidated courtyard, a figure appeared out of thin air at a distance of 5 meters, then continued to disappear and continue to appear, as if teleporting. There is no doubt that the shave has been thoroughly practiced successfully. Lying on the ground, Tang An looked at the dim sky. His magnificent chest was constantly rising and falling, and the smell of sweat was exuding all over his body. The next step is Yuebu. Reaching out his hand as if he could grasp the whole world, Tang An's eyes were sharp. As long as Yuebu is successfully cultivated, no one in this world can stop him. And the basis of Yuebu is to shave. Shaving him is now as he pleases. 10 days, only 10 days, no. He only needs 5 days to successfully practice Yuebu. This is Tang An's confidence. Vol 2 Chapter 4, 2nd Levi. The training corps is composed of recruits who have not yet joined the official corps and instructors who are responsible for training recruits. The main training courses include 3-dimensional mobile device training, combat training, and actual combat tests. Today, Tang An spent 7 gold coins again, led by the shop owner to this area. If you want to join the garrison corps, you must pass the training corps. They will conduct various assessments or trainings for you. If your score is too bad, you will be asked to withdraw. If you pass their assessment, I have a way to get you to the garrison corps. Along the way, the shop owner looked at Tang An, whose hair had reached his shoulders. He felt that he hadn't seen him for a while, and this person seemed to be different. No problem. Tang An smiled. Although this guy is greedy for money, he didn't have the slightest procrastination to do things with money. He has more than 10 gold coins now, only 5 are left, and the rest are all in this guy's pocket. Not long after they were older, the two came to a camp. The shop owner talked with a guy in a uniform who was suspected of being an officer, stuffed something secretly, and pointed at Tang An. Tang An kept smiling. He has 17 days left. And counting the time, the supergiant will destroy the wall of Rosette in 10 days. At this time, Alan and others were still from the training corps, that is, the 104th period. Although they were still recruits, they were already helping the garrison to repair the fort on the wall and so on. As soon as the time is up, he will choose to join the Investigation Corps, Garrison Corps, and Gendarmerie Corps. Maybe I joined the Training Corps at this time, and I might see Ellen and others. I have arranged it, provided that you pass their assessment, otherwise. After waiting for almost 5 minutes, the shop owner came to Tang An. Understood. Then good luck. The shop owner waved his hand and left. Follow me. The instructor, who had previously talked with the shop owner, looked at Tang An and frowned slightly, with disdain in his eyes. He saw a lot of guys like this who walked through the back door, and he saw a lot in each issue. In the end, they were dismissed because they could not withstand the training. The above also opened one eye and closed one eye. For them, these backdoor money should not be used for nothing. Tang An followed this person and kept smiling all the time. He was only here to practice the three-dimensional mobile device, and by the way, determine the goal. Entering the camp is a large training ground. There are many recruits in yellow training uniforms. Tang An did not see the target in it. I think it should not be the 104 recruits. After all, the 104 recruits are about to graduate. Went through the training ground to a house, stepped on the wooden ladder to the second floor, and knocked on the door leading the way. Come in. Instructor Keith, he wants to join the training corps. What appeared in Tang An's eyes was a very serious man with a tall, bare head, a beard, and sunken eyes. Looks a little uncomfortable. He was the chief instructor of the 104th Training Corps and was the 12th chief of the Investigation Corps. When Tang An was looking at Keith, Keith was also looking at Tang An. Black hair that looks messy from head to shoulder, dark eyes, a scar on forehead, uniform body, about 1.69 meters, pale face, like malnutrition, and not very old. Is wearing a simple short sleeve and a pair of trousers. It feels very ordinary. Keith frowned slightly. This kind of person is not suitable to be a soldier, nor can he withstand the training of the training corps. The recruitment of the 105th and 106th training troops has been completed. I advise you to go back. This is not where you came from. Keith is a kind reminder. He had expected the result. After all, he had seen too much before this. How can I know if I don't try? Tang An smiled. Ignorance. Keith's face fell, a little scary. I heard that you are the chief instructor of the training corps. That should be very strong. If I defeat you, can I join the training corps? Tang An didn't have time to spend here, and went straight to the subject simply and rudely. He also wants to learn the three-dimensional mobile device in 10 days. Hiss. Tang An's boldness made the leader take a breath, and even shivered a little. No one in the entire training corps dared to provoke Keith instructors so much. No one has challenged me for a long time. Keith smiled terribly, and left his desk to stand in front of Tang An. His height of a few meters and 8 was enough for him to look down on Tang An. As he said, no one has challenged him for a long time. Even the thorns in the 104th period. Go to the training ground. No need. Tang An rejected Keith's proposal, and stretched out a finger to beat you with one move. Keith did not speak, but his face became more and more horrified. He decided to teach this arrogant guy a lesson. Without any warning, Keith blasted Tang An with a long punch, and there was a faint sound of breaking through the air, and his punches were extremely fast. In Tang An's eyes, Keith's attack was like slow motion, slightly tilting his head forward, and directly hitting Keith's abdomen with a punch. Hot blood spurted out of his mouth, Keith's faces mixed together, his body lost resistance in an instant, and he slowly knelt on the ground, and his eyes almost broke away from his eye sockets. If Tang An wants to kill Keith, Keith is now dead. The people who led the way were all stupid. This is the Keith instructor, the man with the strongest fighting skills in the entire training corps, but now he is kneeling on the ground holding his abdomen and vomiting blood constantly. More than 10 minutes later, Keith sat on the chair with a pale face, his eyes trance. Until now, his body has not completely recovered. If the opponent is not attacking the abdomen, it is estimated that the other vitals may have died. That strength and speed, he has only seen Levi's body. Now I should be eligible to join the training corps. Tang An seemed to have done a trivial thing, looking directly at Keith. Can? Keith was silent for a moment, as if he saw the second Levi. However, you have to investigate some of the other parties' identities beforehand. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. But Keith didn't know, the shop owner had already prepared for the problem of identity. Tang An's current identity is a member of the Wall of Maria, but Maria had fallen 5 years ago, and it would be troublesome to investigate a person in a short period of time. What's more, there are shop owners who are all in the bottom line. Which training session do you want to join? Issue 104. Keith frowned, still with pain on his face. The 104 students will graduate soon. Although your fighting ability is very strong, you still can't meet the requirements of the three-dimensional mobile device. Keith shook his head, he had confirmed Tang An's fighting ability just now. The opponent's speed, strength, and reaction ability are clearly superior to him. If this is still not visible, he will not be the chief instructor of the training corps. Give me 9 days, if you don't meet the requirements, you can arrange it at will. If it weren't for the consumption of shaving and moon steps too much, Tang An would not specifically train the corps to learn three-dimensional mobile devices. With shave and moon step, Tang An's ability to balance in the air is absolutely unique, so as long as he understands the basis of the three-dimensional mobile device, he will quickly master it. Maybe less than 9 days. Okay, I'll give you 9 days. Keith nodded and agreed. After all, geniuses always have privileges, and it happens to investigate the identity of the other party within these 9 days. If there is no problem, maybe it will be the second Levi. Dig a groove. Extremely deep deduction, 1 wave in 1,000 years, chasing 10,000 points. I lost it. Hey Nima jumped, thanks. Vol 2 Chapter 5, several important supporting role goals. 3 days later, train the new barracks. Several people were standing in Keith's office, all looking at Tang An, who was playing with a three-dimensional mobile device on the sand, outside the window. Is he the second Levi you said? Erwin looked at Tang An, who was already proficient in the use of three-dimensional mobile devices. Today he came here specially. At first, Keith told him that there was a recruit in the training corps, and if he exercised a little, he might be the second Levi. There is no doubt that Irvine was attracted. If there is one more Lowell in the investigation corps, then the strength of the human side will be greatly increased, and the subsequent investigations outside the wall can even reduce a lot of casualties. This is the role of a person, especially human beings like Levi are the strongest. Even if it is one, it is also human wealth, which cannot be ignored by Erwin. So he came. He just made me lose combat effectiveness with just one punch. Keith did not conceal his brief encounter with Tang An 3 days ago. We have tested that, except for the three-dimensional mobile device, the guy in the other projects is just like a monster. And this guy will be able to use the three-dimensional mobile device for the first time in only 3 days. Keith sighed, because the other party had surprised him too much in the past 3 days. This is a genius. Is the detailed investigation clear? Erwin looked at Tang An intently. Used to live in the Higanshina district in the southern part of the Wall of Mary. The family made a living by hunting and was accompanied by various beasts since childhood. In addition, he has a relationship with the XX Chamber of Commerce. Keith handed Erwin the information of this period of investigation. XX Chamber of Commerce. After reading the information, Erwin thought about it. I mean, there is no problem. Maria's wall was destroyed 5 years ago, and a lot of information is incomplete. Keith did not answer, but said this sentence sideways. The meaning of couldn't be clearer, and it needs to be guarded. I will meet. Liuel, who hadn't spoken all the time, walked out of the office with a cold face. Neither Erwin nor Keith stopped. At the moment, Tangan on the training ground is still studying the three-dimensional mobile device. In the past 3 days, he has been initially proficient in using it. If ordinary people use this at first, they will die at any time. But Tangan is not in this list. He can handle any accidents smoothly, because he can walk every month. No matter how badly you use shaving, you can easily resolve the danger. In addition, this three-dimensional mobile device is very cleverly designed. As long as the trigger of the handle is pressed, the corresponding transmitter on the waist will shoot out the holder. Will be fixed on a giant or a building, and then use gas to drive a fan, and the cable of the fixator will be rolled back to move the body at a high speed, allowing the body to use this three-dimensional high-speed motor power to fight. Is equivalent to this three-dimensional mobile device that allows people to fly at low altitudes, but to achieve flexibility, you need to look at the strength of the waist, legs, etc. In other words, the physical fitness must be far better than ordinary people, otherwise they will not be able to master the three-dimensional mobile device. I heard that you beat the old guy Keith with one punch. Tangan raised his head and looked at the short-sized man with short hair and pale skin. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but bend a slight arc. The strongest soldier of mankind. The man called the captain. Levi Ackerman. He expected this situation, but he didn't expect it to be so fast. It seems that Keith has investigated him clearly in the past 3 days and has also notified the investigating corps. What's up? Tangan continued to fiddle with the three-dimensional mobile device. Liuel didn't speak, and without warning, he swept Tangan's head with his foot. Both speed and strength far surpassed Keith's previous punch. If an ordinary person is hit by this kick, 100% of them will have a concussion and lose their combat effectiveness. Tangan's eyes flashed with cold light, and he stopped in front of him with one hand and took 2 steps backwards. So you are here for trouble. There was a splash of dust around, and Tangan began to remove the three-dimensional mobile device from his body, and then moved his body to look at Levier, who had no flaws in his body but could attack at any time. Laville didn't speak, just put on a fighting pose. Really, Captain Liuel? Unexpectedly, Captain Liuel actually appeared here. That's Captain Levier, who is fighting him. It seems to be a recruit. I saw him practicing a three-dimensional mobile device yesterday. Several heads came out not far away. It was obvious that they had received some news. You didn't say who would win. Koni is very excited. It must be Captain Liuel, that's the strongest man in the investigation corps. Rang has heard a lot about Captain Levi, and so far has killed the most giants. Is it really okay for us to sneak out like this? Shasha shivered, and she was scared when she thought of Keith's face. It's all here, just to see the strength of Captain Liuel. Alan clenched his fists. That was the investigative corps he had always wanted to join. The rest of the people did not speak, such as Mikasa, Alman, Reiner, Bertold, and other important supporting roles in the 104th period. They were going to be training, but they heard news that the commander of the investigative corps Erwin and the commander Levier were here. I just wanted to meet these 2 people, but I didn't expect to see this scene. In the field, Tangan clenched his fists in tandem with both hands, and took a step with his front foot to show off military combat skills. If you use Shave and Uebu, he can easily deal with each other. But Tangan only wants to try his fighting skills. After all, he has not practiced military fighting skills for so long before in actual combat. Fighting. In the office, Erwin frowned. The opponent's posture is a fighting skill www.readaloud.com, but isn't the information about hunting for a living? Why does a hunter use fighting skills? Levi's expression was already serious in the field. Tangan just made a gesture, and he knew that the opponent was not a fancier. The opponent's bottom plate is very stable, there is no trace of flaws in his body, just like a cheetah rushing to eat. Hey! The two rushed out at the same time, and Lywell hit Tang An with a straight fist, who blocked Lywell's throat with his left hand and his right hand. Lywell was very fast, his arm blocked Tang An's abdomen with one knee. Tang An dodged sideways, stood and rotated with his left foot, and slammed his right foot towards Levi with the sound of breaking through the air. Lowell's muscles were tense, his fists were crossed in front of his chest, and he flew out with a strong force. Flying dust splashed, and after sliding for about 5 meters, Wei Abul stood up and his hands twitched a little. The calm face is full of solemnity, and the opponent's reaction ability, skill, speed, and strength are beyond imagination. He is not an opponent by strength alone. Levier clearly sees the pros and cons with a few tricks. Tang An didn't take the opportunity to attack, but continued to pose in a fighting posture. He wanted to use Lowell to prove that he had swayed the power he didn't know how much Sweat had in exchange for it. Actually, kicked Captain Lowell into the air. Alan, hiding in the dark, looked at the court with their mouths open, their faces were shocked and unbelievable. I am not wrong, right? Xia Sha was stunned. That's Captain Lowell. Where did this monster come from? Good fighting ability. Raynor frowned, with an ominous premonition for some reason. Vol 2 Chapter 6, is it too sloppy? All right. When Tang An and Lowell were about to continue fighting, Erwin and Keith came over. Tang An lifted his fighting posture and looked at this man with yellow hair and a firm face. The 13th generation head of the Investigation Corps has an accurate judgment on the overall situation and a long-term strategy. He is a qualified leader. Personality charm is one of the best characters in the entire anime. It can be said that it has made outstanding contributions to humans investigating the world outside the wall. Are you interested in joining the Investigation Corps? Irvine rarely smiled, looking at Tang An. He seemed to think of the first meeting with Lowell. Although there are doubts about the identity of the person in front of him, the strength of the other party is beyond doubt, and it is easier to observe under the nose. Irvin, isn't it too sloppy? Keith couldn't help but speak. How? Erwin raised his hand to stop Keith, his eyes kept on Tang An. He knew what Keith was worried about. My ideal place is the garrison. Tang An smiled, and Li Wei's face was cold for many years, completely at two extremes. If your strength does not join the Investigation Corps, it will be a loss to humanity. Irvine was silent for a moment before speaking. I heard that the Investigative Corps are all elites. You are. Before Tang An could finish talking about Irvine, he interrupted. Tang An didn't answer, but stared at Erwin, and his smile reappeared after more than 10 seconds, then please take care of me. Tang An changed his mind. Although he didn't know what the man was making, his next actions might be smoother if he joined the Investigation Corps. Anyway, Sha and Yuebu have already learned, whether it is the Garrison Corps, the Gendarmerie Corps, or the Investigation Corps, it doesn't matter. This. Keith couldn't understand it anymore. I will report his exceptional promotion. Erwin is very decisive. Okay then. Keith was helpless. Although he didn't know Erwin's plan, he knew that Erwin would not make this decision inexplicably. I will investigate the Corps report in 7 days. After all, I am not very proficient in 3-dimensional mobile devices. Can. Erwin nodded, and then left with Keith and Lowell. When returning to the Investigation Corps, Irvine and Lowell were alone. When Tang An joins the Investigation Corps, keep an eye on him. Understood. Levi's words are like gold, with a cold light in his eyes. According to the original plan, an investigation will be conducted on the north side of the Wall of Maria tomorrow. Good. At this time, on the training corps field, Tang An was still practicing the 3-dimensional mobile device. The appearance of Irvine and Lowell just made him waste a little time. Have you heard the conversation between Captain Erwin and that person? Alan, peeping from the corner, pricked their ears vigorously. It's too far, I can't hear you clearly. Koni shook his head. He was invited to the investigation corps. Rainer was expressionless, his eyes fixed on Tang An, who was using a three-dimensional mobile device in the house. What? Is this an exceptional improvement? In what period is this person a training soldier? We haven't seen this issue 105, or issue 106. I must enter the investigation corps. We will graduate in a few days. Alan's face was firm, and he waited 5 years for this day. Go back first. If we are found out sneaking out, we will definitely be trained. All of them changed their faces and quickly disappeared into the alley. The next day, the entire training corps field was full of students, including the 104 students who are about to graduate, the protagonist Alan. Although they are about to graduate, they still have to complete their daily training tasks. Keith is notoriously harsh. But now many people are looking not far away, including Keith. Everyone looked at it with horror. Who is this person? I haven't seen it. My God, how can this kind of training be supported? I counted and I have done 1,000 push UPS. There was a lot of discussion in the crowd, and all the trainees looked at Tang An, who was sweating daily training. Now Tang An's daily basic training, such as push UPS, sit UPS, handstands, every item is 1,000. Then is to practice the three-dimensional mobile device. Whatever you look at, train me. Keith coughed, his eyes screamed at all the students harshly. When eating at noon, Tang An also followed this group of students. The others are groups, only Tang An occupies a table. But most of the students looked at Tang An. So far, they have also heard some news, knowing that Tang An has been promoted by the head of the investigation corps Irvine. In a few days, you can directly join the investigation corps. I also heard that I had fought against Li Wei, the commander of the army. Where is Ellen? It's cooking. There. Alan, that idiot. Coney looked at Alan sitting opposite Tang An with food, all helpless. This guy still couldn't hold back. My name is Ellen, hello. Sitting across from Tang An, Alan introduced himself. Yesterday, Tang An kicked Filaway and left a deep impression on him. Tang An. Tang An smiled. Alan breathed a sigh of relief, he thought it was difficult for Tang An to touch. I saw your battle with Captain Lowell yesterday. You are too strong. How did you do it? Alan's eyes were burning, and he wanted to become as strong as Captain Levi. Do 1,000 push UPS and sit UPS a day like me. Tang An ate slowly. 1,000. Alan twitched, he couldn't do 500 of them, not to mention not only push UPS, but also sit UPS and so on. Alan. Mikasa, Ermin, Kone, Shasha, and Rainer also walked over behind him. Hello, I'm Coney. Coney put down his dinner plate and introduced himself first. I'm Shasha. Lena. Let. Ermin, she is Mikasa. Tang An. Tang An is full of spring breeze, and the protagonist and supporting role of the entire animation are here. Rainer, the giant of armor, Bethold, the super giant, and Alan of the attack and ancestor giant. It is a pity that the giant of Edomir and the giantess Ani are not there. Well, have you been invited to investigate the corps by Captain Irwin? Elman couldn't help asking. Everyone was staring at Tang An intently, except for the foodie Xiaxia, who kept stuffing their mouths with food. Yes. Tang An nodded. It turned out to be true. Coney and Jean exclaimed. Although they heard some news, the person involved admitted that there were still a lot of shocks. How can you be so strong? Just now Tang An said, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com does 1000 push UPS and sit UPS every day. Before Tang An could answer, Alan couldn't wait to speak. What? 1000? Those hands are all scrapped. Monster, I'm sorry, I didn't mean you monster. It's okay. Tang An didn't care too much. He seemed to have a gentle temper and was easy to get along with. Slowly everyone became active, but most of them were Alan's inquiries about Tangan. Rainer and Berthold have very few words. At the same time, the Investigation Corps conducted an investigation on the Wall of Maria. Now this area has been occupied by brainless giants, and now humanity only has the Wall of Ross and the Wall of Hina at the center. Vol 2 Chapter 7, It's not easy for people who travel through now. This is the syringe you want. The shop owner pushed 2 palm-length wooden boxes to Tangan, which contained 2 medical syringes. Thanks, but my gold coins are gone, and all the family properties are given to you. Opened the box and looked at the syringe inside, Tangan put it away. I heard that Erwin, the head of the Investigation Corps, invited you to join the Investigation Corps. The boss shook his head. The 2 syringes were not of high value. He was even more surprised that Tangan wanted to join the Investigation Corps. Hospitality is hard, but to me, there is not much difference between the Stationed Corps and the Investigative Corps. Tangan shrugged. If the time is not wrong, the Wall of Rosette will be kicked to pieces by the giant today. Time flies quickly. He has been in this world for 3 months, spent 2 months and 20 days mastering the shaved and moon steps, and then spent another 10 days to learn the 3-dimensional mobile device. The countdown to his life officially entered 7 days. And at 12 o'clock tonight, the dice of the 3rd natural month will be rewarded. By the way, when we are still a little affectionate, I advise you to go to Hina's wall now. Putting 2 syringes into his arms, Tangan tidied up the 3-dimensional mobile device around his waist, and after thinking about it, he should remind this guy. Maybe I will use the other party next. What's the meaning? The boss was taken aback. I have reminded you, believe it or not, it's up to you. Tangan shrugged, waved, and left. Now most of the Investigative Corps has gone to investigate the Wall of Maria, so Tangan didn't bother to report. If there is enough time, he intends to go back and get a good night's sleep, and he may be a little busy next. Looking at Tangan's disappearing back, the boss frowned in thought. Yiddle, pack up and go to Hina's wall. To make the Chamber of Commerce one of the top 10 in the Eldia Empire, the boss's vision is obviously not comparable to ordinary people. Boss. Yitter was dumbfounded. Go and prepare. The boss pinched his chin, just as he went to Hina's wall to deal with some things. Yes. On the other side, Tangan returned to his residence by the wall, and the shop owner rented him again for half a month for free. Dressed in stretch boxer shorts and took a bath in the river, Tangan went back to the room and lay on the bed, and sorted out the next plot. Today, the supergiant will kick the Wall of Rosette down. Tangan doesn't know when it will be. Then Alan was eaten by an old giant with a beard to save Elman, and then turned into an attacking giant. After killing a few more giants, he was blocked by a captain of the garrison regiment and almost killed with artillery. Finally, under the order of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the Garrison Corps, Elman gave a suggestion for Alan to block the outer door of Roselle's wall with a boulder. Then the investigators of the Corps, Irvine and Levi, returned, and then began to try Alan. After being beaten by Levi, Alan belonged to the Investigation Corps. Several supporting actors in Phase 104 began to join the Investigation Corps. With Alan, the Investigative Corps started 57 investigations outside the wall. At this time, Irvine suspected that there were traitors among them who could turn into wise giants, and made a plan to draw out the giantess in an attempt to capture each other alive in the giant tree forest. After a while of falling in love and killing, the giantess was almost captured alive, but unfortunately in the end she broke free and almost killed Alan. If it hadn't been for Levi's great power and Mikasa's attack, Alan would have been taken away. After returning to the Wall of Roses, Ermin determined that Arnie was a giantess, and then fell in love and killed each other. This time Alan was still beaten to death, but finally defeated Arnie with the help of Mikasa. It's a pity that in the end, Arnie sealed himself up with hardening because of hesitation. Is similar to a kind of crystal hardening. This is the content of the first season. Then in the second season, the beast giant used the spinal cord to turn those people in Keone's hometown into brainless giants. In order to protect the real royal bloodline, Krista exposed the identity of the giant of Hebei, and then Rainer was schizophrenic on the wall. He said that he is the identity of the giant of armor, and Berthold is the identity of the giant. The two sides fell in love and killed each other again. As a result, Alan rushed to the street again and was taken away by Rainer. Behind it was Elvin, who took the people back to recapture Alan. Everyone continued to fall in love and kill each other. Mikasa took the opportunity to confess, and then Hannes, who was a relative of Alan, was killed by the giant-eating giant. After a roar, he awakened the power of the coordinates of the ancestor giant. This is the content of the second season. The third season is about the politics in the wall, and Elman eats Berthold and inherits the super giant, and learns a part of the truth about the world. Then there was no then. What happened later in the Marais Empire should be. Tangan has not read the comics, so it is not very clear. But it doesn't matter. Because in Tang An's view, the second season and the third season are unnecessary. He will eat all the wise giants in the first season for a grand finale. The Traverser is that wayward. But Tangan did not take it lightly. Instead, I read the continuous task in the trash cheat sheet several times. Hunting the Sons of Destiny, Destiny villains, crossovers, reincarnations, and rebirths. Rewards for throwing dice +4. Important characters or villains will be rewarded for throwing dice depending on the situation, and random bonuses will be added to the lucky value. In the pirate world, he initially estimated that Ainul was a traveler. The reincarnation and the rebirth have not had time to confirm. There may or may not be. In other words, there may also be traversers, reincarnations, or rebirths among the attacking giants, all of which are threatening. The cheat finger might be stronger than his trash cheat. The first thing he made sure was not the opponent, but to find a way not to be killed by the opponent. Unless in a foolproof case. This is not Tang An Chang's ambition to destroy his own power and prestige. Who knows what the golden fingers of these traversers, reincarnations, and rebirths are? In case it is the kind of golden finger that is invincible at the start www.readwound.com, then I have to play with wool. Nowadays, there are an endless stream of weird cheats, who are taller and more advanced than others. Tangan really has no confidence in his trash cheats. It's easier to understand for reincarnations. It's nothing more than some of the main god's space. The golden finger is to perform the main god's task, and then get the things in the exchange point in exchange for powerful power. Tangan also paid attention recently, but no suspicious person was found. According to the general novel routine, whether it is a traverser or a reincarnation, the mission will be related to the Son of Destiny in the local world, but he has not found anything abnormal around Alan these days. Although did not appear, Tangan still wouldn't take it lightly. There are too many traversers these days, which makes it difficult for everyone to mix, unless there is a high-end gold finger. Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Tangan decided on the next goal. The giantess is easier to succeed, and will be seriously injured by Levi in the giant tree forest. If it weren't for becoming a brainless giant without consciousness, Tangan would have been eyeing armored giants, super giants, or attack and ancestor giants. When he becomes a brainless giant, it means that his life is in danger at any time. Any investigating soldier who uses a three-dimensional mobile device will kill him. So in order to be foolproof, first eat the female giant and become a wise giant before eating other wise giants. Tangan will not underestimate people in this world. After determining the target, Tangan looked at the things he had gotten from 17 rolls of the dice. Then I watched the online licensing advertisement 10 times, and then watched the Arima movie again. Vol 2 Chapter 8, My name is Zhou Wei and I am a reincarnation. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Alan and Coney, led by the squad leader of the elite group of the garrison, were taking measures to stabilize the wall or check the fort. Everyone's expressions are very relaxed. After all, these are all easy things. The most important thing is that they are about to graduate, then they can choose to join the Investigation Corps or Garrison Corps and the Gendarmerie Corps. It's just that the Gendarmerie must join the top 10 in terms of overall performance. Alan's goal has always been the Investigation Corps. Coney, do you have a problem there? After checking his own area, Alan looked at Connie in the distance. I have a problem here. Give me 3 minutes to fix it. Koni raised his head and waved a sweat. The temperature today is a bit high. But on the wall of more than 50 meters, there are violent winds from time to time, and only then is there a hint of coolness. Then I will go and see elsewhere. Good. Just as Alan acted, a golden lightning fell from the sky. Along with a powerful storm and steam, a huge head appeared behind Alan. The supergiant appeared. The blood red on the body surface is all muscles, there is no external skin, a lot of steam is sprayed all over, and the temperature is super high. Whether it's Alan or Coney, or everyone else, they are all thrown out. The three-dimensional mobile device was fixed on the wall, and Alan looked at the supergiant, his complexion suddenly became horrified. The fixer sprayed onto the shoulders of the giant, and Alan flew into the sky, staring at those huge eyes, and forcibly resisting the super high temperature steam. His expression was fierce. I haven't seen you in 5 years. Alan roared, wishing to slash him. But the supergiant did not pay attention to Alan, but raised his right foot high and kicked towards the outer door of the city wall with unparalleled strength. At that moment, it seemed as if the sky broke and the earth broke. The huge roar awakened the entire area around the Wall of Rose. Countless rubble fell like a meteor shower, decayed wherever it went. In countless human fears, the houses are like paper. I don't know how many people have been smashed into flesh, blood, and internal organs splashing around. The hurricane that swept across from the gate at the same time directly shifted a radius of 500 meters. The huge air currents constantly shuttled across the gate, like a demon whispering. When? The big bell on the central building was ringing, and the entire southern area of Rose's wall was in chaos. The giant broke the wall. Run! 5 years, has it appeared again? Help! Child, my child! What? Purgatory in the world is nothing more than that, with stumps and broken arms splashing around, and humans are like an ant being crushed to death at will. Has it appeared? Standing on the roof of his house, Tang-an was equipped with a three-dimensional mobile device on his waist. The strong wind coming from the gate was so strong that it almost made him unable to stabilize his body. At this moment, I saw the huge ugly head full of blood-red muscles outside the wall, and the whole body was erupting super high temperature steam all the time. As expected of the protagonist. Even if it was thousands of meters away, Tang-an could see Alan flying over the giant's head. Even if the opponent's volume-crushing style is better, Alan does not mean that he is afraid, but also wants to cut off the back of the giant's neck. But it is destined to be useless. Sure enough, with a large amount of steam injection, the supergiant disappeared out of thin air. Alan, who regained his sight, pounced for a moment. Disappeared. Alan fell on the wall, looking at the pit with only 2 huge footprints outside the wall, and the others were empty. Ellen, have you killed the giant? Koni has some burns on his body, and he is a little startled looking at Alan. No, it disappeared like 5 years ago. With a grim face, Alan held the handle of the knife tightly with both hands. All the installations on the wall are destroyed. Other soldiers from the garrison ran over, all with fear on their faces. The appearance of the giant reminded them of 5 years ago. Couldn't Rose's wall be kept? This is the southern region. What about the 3 regions, north, east, west? Go back first. Several people used a three-dimensional mobile device to jump off the city wall and quickly flew towards the inner wall. They must report. All members gather. In the inner wall at this moment, the garrison team leader Kizai quickly summoned all the garrison regiments to prepare to resist, because brainless giants have already begun to enter the wall through the gate. Captain, there are not enough people. Aren't the 104 students here? Let them immediately equip them with a three-dimensional mobile device. Everyone must guard this wall. You must not let the giants looting again. Yes. Quick, quick. Ready to fight. Yes. Tang An was still standing on the top of his house, watching the giants constantly entering through the gate. There were 3 meters high, 5 meters, 10 meters, or even 12 meters, and the residuals were uneven. All giants are fat and thin, and even have hair, which is very deformed. As you can see from that instinctive action, it's stupid. This is the first time I have seen a real brainless giant. A 7-meter-high obese giant with a belly like a pregnancy in October. At the same time, his lower body is smooth without any organs that men and women should have. The eyes are big, the mouth and teeth are big, and the most important thing is baldness. Looks like a deformed old man. A solid object was shot on the shoulder of the fat giant. Tang An took the initiative to fly to the back of the opponent's head. He pulled out a pair of knives and slashed at the back of his neck. A huge piece of flesh flew away, and the fat giant fell. No difficulty. But the situation will always be out of expectation, and a blood basin will bite. Is a 5-meter-high giant, jumping directly in an attempt to eat Tang An. A foul smell came over, and the front teeth were similar to the keyboard. If it was someone else, it might have been swallowed. The air exploded, and Tang An disappeared like a teleport, appearing on the left side of the giant, stepping on the moon step and directly cutting off the back of the neck. Flew to a building again, looking at the giants around him eating people. Tang An squinted slightly. The spinal fluid is drawn first. Looking at the fat giant and the 5-meter giant who were killed by himself, the corpse of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com was full of steam, and the flesh and blood was constantly melting, looking extremely disgusting. Just when Tang An was about to take spinal fluid, a person appeared out of thin air 300 meters to the left. Tang An will never read it wrong, it appeared out of thin air. Could it be Zhou Wei? Male. 20 years old. Main God Space, number 1678 Samsara. Level, Leave 4. Remaining redemption points, 1000 points. Weapon, a sword for slaying the dragon. Skill, 9 Sun Magic Leave 4. Has cultivated Genkai for 40 years. It is easy to cleanse the marrow, self-regenerate internal force, increase attack defense, heal the sacred scripture, no disease, no poisonous. Lingbo Microstep Leave 3. Clouds and flowing water, light as a swallow, ethereal phantom. Jianlong 18 Palms Leave 3. The golden dragon is condensed in the palm. Worldview, more than 2000 years ago, in a tribe called Eldia, the ruler of King Fritz had a slave called Emer. Task 1, hunt 10 headless giants and reward 1000 redemption points. Task 2, rescue 10 soldiers from the Training Corps, Garrison Corps, or Investigation Corps, and reward 1000 exchange points. Task 3, join the Investigation Corps and reward 1000 exchange points. Task 4, protect the Son of Destiny from being hunted by the Dark Ones within 6 months, and reward 50,000 redemption points. Task 5, hunt the Dark Ones, reward 100,000 exchange points. Note, the Dark Ones are viruses left over from the heavens and worlds. They will hunt down the Sons of Destiny, Reincarnation, and Traversers. Vol 2 Chapter 9, isn't it the long-lost Zhonglong 18 Palms? My name is Zhou Wei, an ordinary otaku on the earth, because the keyboard was sprinkled with water and leaked electricity while watching One Piece. I did not expect to come to the legendary main space. I became a reincarnation, the number is 1678. The first reincarnation was in heaven and dragon slaying. I completed the task given by the Lord God and exchanged the reward points for the 9 Sun Magic Art. At the same time, I upgraded to Leave 4, and my internal power was endless and toxic. Also got the dragon slaying sword. The second reincarnation was in Tianlong Babu. I completed the task issued by the main and exchanged Lingbo microsteps. The third reincarnation was in the Legend of the Condor Heroes. I completed the mission of the Lord God and exchanged the 18 palms of the dragon. I thought that this reincarnation was still the world of martial arts, but I did not expect to come to the world of attacking giants. As an otaku, I am very impressed with this hegemony fan, and I have read comics. And Mikasa and Krista are my goddesses. I can finally see it. The women of heaven slaying the dragon, the 8 parts of the heavenly dragon, and the Legend of the Condor Heroes are not as cute as anime beauties. This time the main has released 5 missions very rarely. It's not difficult to hunt and kill 10 brainless giants. It is not difficult to save 10 soldiers. Joining the investigation corps is a bit troublesome, but changing the identity potion can eliminate the identity and language barriers, and then join the investigation corps. It's just that the identity potion is too expensive, and it actually requires 500 exchange points. Protect the Son of Destiny from being hunted by the Dark Ones. Viruses left in the world of the heavens? Will they hunt down the Sons of Destiny, the Reincarnation, and the Traversers? They? Isn't the dark person necessarily a human? Actually hunt down the Sons of Destiny, the Reincarnation, and the Traverser? How can I tell? Zhou Wei looked at the task issued by the Lord God in front of him, his expression a little dignified. He is sure to complete the first 3 tasks. But the 4th and 5th tasks are a little troublesome. The Dark One, he saw it for the first time. Even though the redemption points are rich in rewards, he doesn't know whether the opponent is a ghost or a human being. How to make sure? Wait, the Dark Ones will hunt down the Sons of Destiny, those who pass through, and those who reincarnate. The Lord God asked me to protect the Son of Destiny. As long as I stay with the Son of Destiny, whoever takes action against the Son of Destiny will likely be the Dark One. I only need protection for 6 months. Am I really a genius? Redeem identity potions. Looking at the 500 exchange points deducted on the panel, Zhou Wei's heart was dripping blood. A bottle of potion appeared out of thin air. Zhou Wei started to glow after drinking it, and it changed drastically in just 3 seconds. There is no difference between wearing and this world, and other identities are automatically generated. If someone investigates Zhou Wei's identity at this time, he will find that he is a member of the Wall of Mary, or that kind of identity with conclusive evidence. Boom! A 7-meter-high giant appeared in front of Zhou Wei and grabbed it directly with his big hand. But Zhou Wei didn't panic at all. The whole person flashed to the left and right was all phantoms. It only took 3 breaths to reach the back of the giant's neck. Kong Long has regrets. A 3-meter-long golden dragon appeared in his hand, and accompanied by the sound of the dragon's roar, Zhou Wei slapped the giant's back with a palm. The next moment the giant's entire back of the neck was flying, almost the upper half of his body was turned into pieces of flesh. The power of a palm is terrifying. Immediately after Zhou Wei's body was as light as a swallow, his whole person was indefinitely turned into a phantom, and accompanied by the sound of dragons, he easily solved the 10 giants. The clumsy body of the giant is just like playing with Zhou Wei's lingbo. It can be said that even if there are 1,000 giants at the scene, Zhou Wei can shuttle among them calmly and leisurely. Don't ask why, it's Lingbo Weiabu. Tang An, who had been hiding in the dark at the moment, first saw the other party drink a bottle of something, then glowed all over for 3 seconds, and then changed drastically. There is nothing wrong with, this is a transgressor with golden fingers, or a reincarnation. Tang An looked solemn, and he didn't expect to encounter these problems so soon. A lot of pressure. Immediately after Tang An opened his mouth slightly, he saw the opponent's body, which looked like a kind of martial arts, and a 3-meter-long golden dragon appeared in his palm, accompanied by the sound of the dragon's roar. This shouldn't be the long-lost Zheng Long 18 palms. What is the body of the other party? Left. The other side killed 10 giants and disappeared in the alley. Obviously doesn't want to be exposed. Tang An's heart sank. The appearance of this suspected traverser and reincarnation completely disrupted his plan. Next, he is likely to run into each other, and the most important thing is that the other party may know the plot. Judging from the continuous mission of the waste cheat, the opponent is definitely the enemy. And he doesn't know what the opponent's golden finger is, and what abilities it has. But judging from the previous situation, the other party seems to have mastered some kind of martial arts, or it may be some kind of superpower. If you want to kill the opponent, you must kill with one shot, otherwise he may be counter-killed. After all, he doesn't know the opponent's whole cards. Whether it is a traverser or a reincarnation, the next one will definitely be surrounded by the Son of Destiny, and they will definitely meet at that time, and the other party will most likely find their identity. I knew I would not agree to join Irvine to join the investigation corps. If it is a garrison, it can also reduce encounters with each other. I am too pushy. Tang An thought about it, but he was too pushy. If you don't fight Levier, but stay low-key in the training corps, even if you join the investigation corps, it will be kind of obscured and won't attract the other party's attention at all. It's better now, the entire training corps knows that he has fought with Levi, and he hasn't fallen into a disadvantage. For any traveler who is familiar with the plot, it is no different than taking off his clothes. There is a problem in this view. It seems that I will act in a low-key manner in the future. The last time I ate a bite to gain a wit, I didn't stab Luffy with a single knife, so in the future, Tang An will stab a few more times to kill people, and gradually develop a habit. UU reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Now I want to add another one, and be a low-key person. Have to think of a way. Or kill the opponent directly. What if the opponent has a whole card or is better than yourself? But if you don't do anything, sooner or later you will wear it. Both sides are traveling together, can they become friends? After all, I met my old friend in another country. As the saying goes, my eyes are full of tears when I see my fellow villagers. This idea was rejected by Tang An as soon as it appeared, so the continuous task is still in front of you. And the other party may also have cheats to release this task. Tang An's face was gloomy and rainy, thinking about it as if only soldiers came to stop him, and the water came to cover him. Extract the spinal cord first. Throwing aside all the thoughts in his mind, Tang An launched the fixer and appeared on a 7-meter giant, and as the back of his neck flew away, he stepped on the giant and fell to the ground. Took out the 2 needles that he had prepared in his arms, Tang An used a knife to cut the spine of the brainless giant, and then inserted the needles into them and began to draw spinal fluid. 3 giants appeared in the surroundings as soon as they were absorbed. They were 6 meters, 8 meters, and 10 meters. After reinstalling the syringe, Tang An just rotated and jumped back and forth to solve the problem. Are you from that corps? Just after Tang An got rid of the 3-headed giant, a figure appeared on the nearby building. Is a beautiful woman with long orange hair. Judging from the logo on her chest, she belongs to the garrison. Anka is shocked now, the other party has solved the 3-headed giant easily. Plus the one on the ground, it is 4. At the same time, there is a giant's body not far away, and there are no other soldiers around. Can it be said that this person killed it? Vol 2 Chapter 10, Meet the Reincarnation officially. Ermin. In the northern area, at this moment, the 104th student had already entered the battle, and a bald giant with a beard had already held Ermin in his mouth. At the critical moment, Alan appeared, supported the giant's upper jaw with one hand, and grabbed Ermin with the other and yanked it out, and then was eaten by the bald giant. Alan. Rolling on the house, Elman looked terrified at the scene of Alan's arm being bitten off by the giant and swallowing his belly. Alan, Alan. Elman's head was blank, and his eyes were completely blank. Ermin, are you okay? At this time, Coney and Jean appeared, grabbing Ermin and flew away directly. Arriving at a tall building, Mikasa, Xiaoshat and others are fighting. Now the entire area has been occupied, and there is a steady stream of giants coming in from the outer wall gate. Coney, have you seen Alan? Mikasa panted heavily, the blood of the giant on his body was melting and steaming. No. Koni shook his head. Alan was eaten by giants to save me. Sitting on the ground losing strength, Ermin looked at her hands, tears in her eyes with fear. What? Everyone around was stunned and suspected that they had heard it wrong. Especially Mikasa. What's the matter with Ermin? Mikasa almost lost control, holding Elmin with both hands and her face pale. Alan! Alan! Unable to keep thinking, Ermin collapsed. I do not believe. Mikasa was in a trance, and then disappeared into the house. She wanted to make sure herself. Mikasa! How could it become like this? Get out of here, there are 3 giants here. Damn it! Coney and the others left with the absent-minded Ermin, while Mikasa continued to shuttle through the alleys to kill a head of giants, and finally the gas of the 3-dimensional mobile device was exhausted. Slammed to the ground, Mikasa did not get up for a long time. At the same time, a 5-meter-high obese giant appeared in front of him. Is it over? Lying on the ground and watching the approaching giant, Mikasa had no fear in her eyes. The flying dragon is in the sky. Hold head high. A deafening dragon chant, a golden dragon descended from the sky, and accompanied by the flying flesh and blood, a figure stood on the giant's body and looked at Mikasa. I finally saw you, Mikasa. The handsome and capable smile is so bathed in the spring breeze. Mikasa looked dull and could no longer think. This person actually slapped the giant to death. What was that golden creature appeared from this person's hands? Hello, Mikasa. Joe jumped off the giant's body, came to Mikasa and stretched out his hand, graceful and polite. Mikasa reached out subconsciously and was pulled up by Joe. Hey, it was just right to rescue Mikasa before Alan. Seeing the real Mikasa in front of him, Joe was full of excitement and joy. Grace should be a very good start, I should be very handsome just now. A 12-meter-tall giant came from a distance and apparently found Joe and Mikasa. Giant! Mikasa looked shocked, her gas had been used up, and she and this mysterious man who appeared suddenly might be eaten by the giant. Even if Mikasa saw the power of this mysterious man a few seconds ago, but... Don't worry. I'm here. Joe held Sanli with one arm around his waist, and then used Lingbo's micro-steps, stepping on the wall to the roof like a phantom, as light as a swallow. You. Mikasa stood on the roof, looking at the ground and then at the handsome man beside him, feeling that Sankan had been subverted. How did they come up? She was pretty sure that the other party did not use a 3-dimensional mobile device. Coming. Joe pointed his finger to the right. Where there was a 15-meter-tall, black-haired, bipupil, no lips and double-row teeth, a pair of giants with long pointed ears that looked like elves appeared, and directly hit the 12-meter giant with a punch. The giant is attacking the giant. Seeing the 12-meter giant being knocked into the air by the black-haired giant, Mikasa was even more dazed. He will be your partner. There have been regulations in the main space that it is not allowed to reveal the existence of the main space to the local world, as well as the plot of the local world, and so on. So Joe couldn't explain, so he could only give a hint. Roar! The black-haired and blue-eyed giant roared, raised his big feet and ravaged the 12-meter giant bloodily, and walked towards the giant in other directions after being completely killed, with strong hostility. In the distance, Tangan and Anka were startled. Are you awakened? Looking at the black-haired and blue-eyed giant, Tangan knew that this was the attacking giant that Destiny's son Alan had turned into. With the 3-dimensional mobile device operating, Tangan flew towards the attacking giant. Anka hesitated and followed behind. The appearance of the attacking giant immediately attracted the attention of the audience. Coney, Shasha and other members of the garrison group scattered around the houses watching the black-haired Baitong giant attack the other giants. The giant is attacking the giant. Coney opened his mouth slightly, and a drop of cold sweat hung on his forehead. "What's the matter? I even ignored us." Letting his body tightened, the black-haired, blue-eyed giant just passed by them, and even directly ignored them and walked towards the giant not far away. Tang An. At this time, Tang An and Anka fell on the roof, and Coney said hello. "Everyone is okay?" Tang An looked at several people. "No, you see that giant is attacking other giants." Shasha found it incredible. "How come?" Anka looked shocked, and now the giant with black hair and blue eyes was killed by one enemy and three. Roar! The giants' battle was very violent and bloody. A head flew over everyone's head with a storm, and finally fell on the bell tower and was crumbling. Everyone had a cold back. At this moment, Elman had already recovered, staring at the giant with black hair and blue eyes intently, and the other side actually showed a fighting attitude. Ermin, Cone, Jean. In the distance, the ragged roof Joe hugged Mikasa as if jumping over on the ground, causing a series of consternations when he fell in front of everyone. What did they see just now? Mikasa and this man ran and jumped easily on the roof over a distance of 7 or 8 meters. This can be done without the use of a three-dimensional mobile device. Mikasa, you. He is. Coney felt that his head was not enough. First, the giant killed the giant, and then put on a fighting attitude. Now Mikasa was held by a strange man and ran and jumped on the roof at will. The house and the house are separated by 7 or 8 meters. This is something human can do. Thing? Hello everyone, this is Joe Wei. Joe Wei is completely familiar with himself, smiling and introducing himself. Oh. Koni. Let. Shasha. Several Coney reported their names subconsciously. Tang An squinted slightly, daring to feel that this guy had disappeared before to save Mikasa. Tang An. Tang An also reported his name, and those who didn't know thought that Tang An was from this world. Because he pretends to be alike, his face is not red, his heart beats, and he has no flaws. What if the other party doesn't know the plot? But when the other party went to rescue Mikasa, it was obvious that he knew the plot. Do you want to do it now? Tang An shifted his gaze to the battle between the attacking giant and other brainless giants. www.readaloud.com. No, it is not suitable for hands-on now. If you want to be foolproof, you still have to wait for the wisdom giant to be eaten, and even if there is an accident at that time, relying on the giant's power and the ability to regenerate and recover can also increase a lot of chances of winning. Tang An has no absolute certainty now. The most important thing is that after he reported his name, the other party did not respond. Maybe the other party regards himself as a passerby. As Tang An guessed, Joe Wei now regards Tang An as a passerby. After all, he didn't memorize every detail. The attacking giant kills so many people every time, who knows that Tang An is the troubled one, maybe it won't be long before he will receive his lunch. Vol 2 Chapter 11, you only have this one choice. Ended. That is. As the black-haired and blue-eyed giant defeated several brainless giants around him, he finally fell into the ruins and lost his ability to move. The high-temperature steam continued to escape. Everyone looked at the back of the neck, where a figure straightened up. Mikasa jumped out of the house for the first time and ran to the back of the giant with little steam. When it was determined that it was Alan, he hugged him, and his eyes were full of mist and happiness. It's Alan. How can it be? Alan has become a giant. Watching the temples are still connected to flesh and blood, and the blood stains spreading across the eye sockets and cheeks, this is Alan's right. Anyway, go to a safe place first. Coney led Mikasa and Alan towards the wall of the inner door. Tang An also followed, and at the same time let Joe Wei with him. The next plot is much simpler. The scene of Alan coming out of the giant's body was seen by many people, and then the garrison team leader Chiz led the garrison to directly surround Alan, Mikasa, and Ermin, and asked Alan if he was humans or still giants. Everyone just flew to the wall of the inner door and was surrounded as soon as they landed. Tang An has always paid attention to Zhou Wei, but he is very careful. Ellen, are you a human or a giant? Kizai and the surrounding garrison all looked terrified, looking at Alan like a demon. A bunch of waste. Zhou Wei, Mikasa, and Ermin surrounded Alan, looking at the artillery on the wall and the garrison corps with blades drawn around. Zhou Wei looked at Kizai, who was trembling with fear, and a trace of disdain flashed across his face. In his eyes, these guys are all rubbish. Are all wastes with less success than failure, and they are still dragging their feet at critical moments. If it weren't for the task, he really wanted to slap these guys to death. Tang An was also nearby, but he didn't act rashly. On the contrary, he distanced himself from Ellen. At the same time, he drew out the blade and looked scared. He was already in a state and began to perform. Tang An did this because he didn't want Zhou Wei to discover his identity so quickly. Fear and tremble with other people, this looks like a local. I am a human being. Alan has woken up, but the memory of becoming a giant has not been restored. Yes. Kizai lowered his head, his eyes sharpened sharply. Shoot. Boom. The artillery fire on the wall shot a grenade. Zhou Wei did not act, because he knew that Alan would become a giant skeleton to protect Mikasa and Elman. As the golden lightning fell, a huge storm was set off. A large amount of steam filled the surroundings and obscured all vision. Did you make it? Just as all the garrison corps were talking about it, Alan inside the steam turned into a giant skeleton to protect Elman, Mikasa, and Zhou Wei. Everyone is okay. Removed the flesh and blood from the back of the neck and jumped on the ground. Alan looked at the intact Mikasa and Ermin with a sigh of relief, and looked at Zhou Wei with a hint of gratitude. Even though he doesn't know this person, he just stood in front of him to defend him. He is very grateful. My name is Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei slapped the steam in front of him and smiled at Alan. My name is Ellen, thank you so much just now. It's okay. Those guys are just a bunch of cowards. They don't know that if humans master the power of giants, they can take back the wall of Rosette. Zhou Wei reminded him from the side, it was said to Ermin. Sure enough, Zhou Wei's reminder made Elman think of resolving the current danger. Ellen, Mikasa, and Zhou Wei, don't you come out yet, I'll talk to them. The three-dimensional mobile device was unlocked, and Ermin walked out of the steam area with his hands raised. Elman. Alan and Mikasa are a little worried. Don't do it. Walking out of the steam, Ermin raised his hands and coughed twice, indicating that he was harmless. At this time, everyone also saw the giant skeleton behind Ermin, which was covered with meat and was constantly melting. Prepare. Kizai still had a look of fear, and raised his hand to give orders for another shot. Wait, although I still don't know why Alan became a giant, we can use this giant's power to block the wall of Roselle. And Ellen killed a few giants earlier. Those giants were hostile to Ellen, which means that Ellen is on the same front as us, and our enemies are all other giants. Ermin simply went straight to the point and revealed two news to everyone. The giant that Ellen turned into is the same as they are enemies of other giants. We can use Ellen's power to block the outer door and retake the wall of Roselle. Many garrison regiments put down their blades and thought about Elman's proposal. Many of them have seen Alan become a giant, and they have also seen Alan fight other giants, as Elman said. Do you think I will believe it? Keys was so terrified that he couldn't think. We'll order immediately. But Zhou Wei suddenly made a move, and Ling Bo flicked a few phantoms, just 3 or 4 breaths appeared in front of Kizai, directly pinched his neck and forced Kizai to kneel on the ground. You can become a captain even with a waist like you. This scene happened so quickly that everyone did not react. You let go of Captain Keys. Many garrison regiments around were swallowing. How did the opponent appear across more than 10 meters, only to feel a series of phantoms in front of him, and then Captain Chitz was caught by the opponent's neck. Such a coward is worthy of being a captain? Now you think about what Elman said, such waste should be eaten by giants. Zhou Wei snorted coldly, looking at Kazai with disdain in his eyes. Tang An stood not far away. Others did not see Zhou Wei's movement, but he did. Although the opponent's speed is very fast, it is still a bit worse than his shaved. Stop it! A voice came from behind. Everyone parted a road. An old man with a beard and a bare head on his upper lip, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and a group of people appeared. Dodo Pixis is the highest person in charge of the territory on the southern side of the city wall, including the Troost district, and the highest commander-in-chief of the southern part of the garrison. Commander Pixis. All soldiers in the garrison corps put away their blades. You still have to be as usual. Pixis glanced at Kazai, apparently knowing the character of the other party. Which corps are you from? Pixis is very interested in Zhou Wei. The opponent did not wear a combat uniform, that is to say, it was just a civilian. But a civilian appeared here, still pinching Kazai's neck in front of so many people, which is interesting. I'm just a civilian. Released Kazai, Zhou Wei returned to Mikasa. Your proposal just now is very good. Pixis did not continue to ask, but looked at Ermin. Yes. AI Ermin is straight, with one hand on the heart with a serious face. You guys come with me. Pixis looked at Alan's four, then turned around and left. Commander. Many garrison regiments opened their mouths, and in the end they could only let Alan leave. A few minutes later, a few people stood on the wall of the inner gate, watching the broken outer gate wall, and a steady stream of giants walked in through it. Just try as you suggest. Pixis took a sip from the hip flask around his waist. But Ermin is not sure. Nothing but. Pixis interrupted Ermin with a wave of his hand, and then looked sharply at Alan. You have only one choice. Vol 2 Chapter 12, He Tang An live broadcasts upside down eating shit. Tang An stood on the huge wall, short hair blowing in the wind. Just now, Pixis ordered that all the garrison regiments or the 104th Regiment attracted the giant to the corner, so that Alan became a giant and took up the huge stone in the distance to block the broken outer door. Tang An was not surprised by this result, even if he was also called up. And Pixis seems to know that he was promoted to the investigation corps by Irvine. Maybe his information has been circulated among the senior management. Or got some information from the woman before, that is, the woman named Anka. So Tang An is now assigned to protect Alan, specifically to clean up the group of giants around Alan. Ermin, Mikasa, Koni are among them, as well as Zhou Wei, who Tang An cares most about. Now Zhou Wei has a completely new look, wearing a yellow battlesuit and a three-dimensional mobile device. Tang An is very sure that the other party will not use a three-dimensional mobile device. After all, he looked excited when he first got it. As a result, he was in a daze for more than 10 seconds, and this guy was able to use the three-dimensional mobile device proficiently. This Nima said that there is no gold finger. He Tang An live upside down and eat shit. Now Tang An's heart is very heavy. The opponent is suspected to be able to learn a certain skill in the shortest time. What does this mean? This means that the opponent is unfathomable, and I don't know how many hidden cards are hidden. Start to act. Just as Tang An was thinking, a flare rose from the horizon, and all the soldiers jumped off the wall and started to perform their tasks. Ellen. Koni, Mikasa, Ermin, Zhou Wei, Rang and others quickly flew towards the outer door wall, and Tang An followed. Made up his mind to hide his strength. I believe that with Zhou Wei, this action will be much easier than the original book. As Tang An guessed, Zhou Wei's strength shocked everyone. The giant was like a plaything in his hands, and he was easily killed. Tang An was quite satisfactory. He had only killed a giant for a long time, and he was very strenuous. Zhou Wei is so strong. Koni looked at Zhou Wei, who looked like chopped melons and vegetables, to clean up the more than a dozen giants around him. Their eyes were full of envy and longing. Ellen, it's now. Everyone has come to the boulder, as long as Alan becomes a giant and picks up the boulder to block the outer door. Understood. Alan opened his mouth and bit his index finger. With blood splashing, a golden lightning fell from the sky. With the roar and gust of wind, Alan turned into an attacking giant with black hair and blue eyes. However, Alan seemed unable to stay awake, so he shot Mikasa, and finally fell in front of the boulder with his head down, hot steam spreading all over his body. Was finally awakened by Ermin. With a roar of incompetence, Alan lifted the boulder and sprayed a lot of steam towards the outer door. The brainless giants who had stopped along the way were all killed by Zhou Wei, Mikasa, and others. Boom! The earth shook, and the huge boulder slammed into the outer door and blocked the entrance of the cave. Success! Succeeded! Coney and others looked alarmed. Transmit a signal. As the signal appeared high in the sky, whether it was the soldiers who attracted the brainless giants to the corner, or the soldiers in other areas, they were all surprised. Commander Pixis, we succeeded. The outer door is blocked. It succeeded, we succeeded. Everyone cheered. The outer door was blocked so that they could see hope. This means that they can also take back the Wall of Maria. At the gate at the moment, Alan was torn from the back of his neck by Mikasa and Ermin, all unable to maintain his composure. Did you make it? Alan is very weak, half squinting his eyes. Ellen, we made it. Elman looked at the blocked door behind him. At this moment, the 5 giants appeared, obviously breaking through the blockade of Zhou Wei, Coney, and others. Damn it! Mikasa and Ermin's expressions changed drastically. 2 figures appeared in an emergency, and one of them solved the 3-headed giant with lightning speed. It was Levi. The other 2 giants were also killed by Zhou Wei. Who can tell me what happened here? Leville stood on the giant's body, glanced at Zhou Wei, and then focused his gaze on Ellen, Mikasa, and Ermin. Investigation Corps came back at this time. With the Investigative Corps, all the giants in the wall of the Troost district in the south were solved in only half a day. The next step is to interrogate Alan and decide where Alan will go. Tang Ank was not interested in mixing his feet, and went straight back to his residence to take a shower and start daily practice. It's just that the residence is now almost in ruins, but there is one room that is intact. Now he is just a soldier in the training corps and has not joined the investigation corps, so the degree of freedom is not bad. If I remember correctly, it's time for all the students of the 104th Training Corps to choose to enter that corps. Mikasa and Ermin undoubtedly want to join the investigation corps. Then there will be 57 investigations outside the wall and the giantess Ani will appear. Is also the time to act. Hope it will go well. Feeling uncontrollable, Tang An thought of Zhou Wei. Because the most uncertain factor is this guy. Is the night, shining brightly outside the star space. Investigating the Corps headquarters, Irvine stood on the windowsill and looked at the starry sky, while Lowell was sitting on a chair while drinking a drink while looking at a document. What do you think of this, Zhou Wei? There are 2 documents on Irwin's desk. One part is Tang An, and one part is Zhou Wei. Tang An and the others have already understood, but this sudden appearance of Zhou Wei attracted Irvine's attention. Judging from the confession of Mikasa and others, this Zhou Wei possesses power that they don't know. Such as the one that can shoot a golden creature from the hand, or the one that can slap a giant to death. At the same time, there is a speed that surpasses the limit of human beings. But from the investigation data www.readaloud.com, the other party is a person from the Wall of Mary, whose ancestors have been from 5 generations. The evidence is conclusive and there is no suspicion. Irwin always feels a little out of place. Tang An is okay to say, but this Zhou Wei did give him a weird feeling. Are you doubting? Liuel put down the information and looked cold. Elvin first walked to the desk and looked at the 2 documents, and then he was silent for a while and then said, I will interrogate Alan tomorrow, and find a way to keep Alan in the investigative corps. Understood. This night, everyone is not very calm. and Alan was locked up in a basement prison. Unconsciously, the moon has climbed to the very center, just after 12 o'clock. Tang An lay on the bed and opened the light curtain to throw the dice. Because today is the third natural month. Didn't know what to throw. Said no expectation, that is all fake. But Tang An feels lost when he thinks of trash cheating tricks. Let's start. The dice began to spin and jump, and the model plane crossed 3 spaces. As the dazzling light disappeared, an object appeared in Tang An's eyes. A lighter. Explanation: the main components of the lighter are the ignition mechanism and the gas tank. When the ignition mechanism is in action, it emits sparks to the gas area to ignite the gas. It is mainly used for making fires, smoking, and also for cooking and other fires. Looking at the lighter in my hand that I can buy at a roadside stand for 1 yuan, it is only one word behind a plane. Is just a word and the mood is so different. This was an opportunity that I waited for a whole month, but was dismissed by a local stall. Vol 2 Chapter 13, this guy is definitely not a giant. The next day, Alan's trial was held in Hina's wall. After being severely beaten by Lowell, he formally joined the investigation corps. At the same time, because Alan joined, Irvine began to prepare 57 outside wall surveys. Mr. Tang An. Approaching noon, a carriage appeared at Tang An's residence. The shop owner entered the yard with a smile and looked at Tang An, who was naked and wearing only a pair of stretch boxer briefs, with a hypocritical expression. Tang An stood upside down, with the back of his right hand on his waist, just doing handstand training with one hand. The lined muscles were dripping with sweat, especially the six-pack abdominal muscles, so that Tang An's body was exuding all the time. With a male scent. How did you come? Tang An didn't stop, but still doing handstand training up and down. How did you do it? The shop owner has a big belly, looking at Tang An's training with envy and shock. Seeing Tang An not speaking, the shop owner coughed. Thank you for reminding me last time. If I hadn't gone to Hina's wall in advance, I might have been eaten by the giant. I just reminded you. Tang An switched to his right hand and continued to practice. How do you expect giants to break the wall? This shop owner is very curious. If he knows the news in advance every time, then he can transfer the goods in advance, which is all in vain. Did you get the news from the investigation corps? More or less. Tang An said casually. I heard that you were personally invited by the head of the investigation corps, Irvine, to join the investigation corps. You will definitely be in a high position in the future. I have always made friends. Remember to let me know if I have any news in the future. As for this house, I will give it to you. I will send someone to repair it later. The shop owner stated his previous purpose. Although he has a wide range of connections, he can tell from his eyes that Tang An must be no ordinary person in the future. There is absolutely nothing wrong with investing or making good deals now. No problem. Tang An didn't refuse either, after all, each took what he needed. Haha. The shop owner is very happy, he just likes people like Tang An, refreshing. Then I will ask someone to repair the house immediately. Up to you. Just as the shop owner was about to call someone, a uniformed investigator fell into the yard in the distance. You are Tang An. The person who came to look at Tang An at first glance. What's up? One-handed on the ground and turned a backflip, Tang An stood on the ground and looked at the investigator. Head Elvin asked you to go. Tang An frowned slightly and looked at the shop owner. You go first, the problem of the house is on my body. The shop owner patted his chest. Wait for 3 minutes. Tang An came to the river and swam around, then returned to the room to change his clothes, and then left with the investigators. At the same time, the shop owner also started asking people to repair the house. Almost half an hour later, Tang An followed the investigators to Irvine's office. When I walked in, there were still a lot of people. Elvin, Levi, Alan, Hanji, Mick, Oluo, Petra, and other elite investigators are all there, a total of 8 or 9 people. Report, Tangan has already brought it. Go down and rest. Erwin nodded to the investigator, who went straight out and closed the door. Yo! Alan! Tangan is completely familiar, sitting in a chair and greeted Alan, who was nervous. Alan was a little embarrassed. After all, Tangan didn't help him when he was blocked by Kazai before. Instead, he stood with others with a look of fear and pulled out the blade. Sorry yesterday. Tangan did not explain too much, turned his head and looked at Irvine, Lowell, and others. What can I do if you ask me to come? The time to kill Alan has not yet arrived, it is safer to take it step by step, and it won't run anyway. The time we agreed upon has arrived. Erwin folded his hands on his chin, as if to see Tangan through. I feel that the investigation corps is too dangerous, but I still think the garrison corps is more suitable for me. Tangan pretends to be hesitant. You and I are the same kind of people. Lowell was cold, he didn't think Tangan was afraid of danger. As Levi's words fell, Hanji, Mick, Oluo, and Petra's elite investigative corps began to move and guard the door, with their hands on their waists, and they could pull out the blade at any time. Hey! What does this mean? Tangan leaned on the back of the chair, knocking on the table and chair with one hand. He didn't want to understand at first, but after looking at Irvine, he understood. This guy would not think that he, like Alan, might be a giant of armor and a giant. Let me guess, do you suspect that I can become a giant like Alan, maybe a giant or a giant of armor, so I must be controlled under my nose? Tangan slowly raised Erlang's legs and looked at Erwin with some amusement. As expected, the latter's face changed. Hanji looked at Tangan enthusiastically, wishing Tangan was a giant. As for Mick, Oluo, Petra, including Alan, they all looked at Irvine in amazement. Before, Irvine only said to surround Tangan, but did not say why. Could this guy become a giant like Alan? Everyone's eyes hovered between Irvine and Tangan, and at the same time the muscles tightened and became vigilant. Irvine waved his hand to let Mick and the others cancel the action, then frowned and looked at Tangan. It seems you are not. Trust me now. This time it was Tangan's turn for an accident. Feel sorry. Elvin just said sorry. From all kinds of evidence and the conversation just now, Erwin has preliminarily determined that Tangan cannot be a giant. This is his judgment. Of course, there must be suspicions. But what do you seem to know? As Erwin spoke, everyone's eyes focused on Tangan again. After all, Tangan's words cannot stand up to speculation. From Ellen, I can probably guess that the super giants and giants of armor may have been made by humans. They may be in the garrison regiment. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com may be in the military police regiment or even in this office. Everyone present is suspected, including you. Tangan looked around at everyone, not even Irving and Lowell. Everyone must have thought about it this way. There was a moment of silence in the office, and everyone's face was uncertain. As Tangan said, as Alan becomes a giant, they all think that a super giant or a giant of armor may also become a human. The giants and super giants that Ellen became, and the giants of armor are indeed different from other giants, just like being wise. Mick hesitated and spoke. It is certain now that this guy is definitely not a giant. Liuel still pulled his face and pointed at Tangan. You don't doubt me, but I still have to doubt you. Maybe you, or you, even you may be a giant. Tangan curled his lips and pointed at Mick, Oluo, Petra, etc., and also Li Wei. You fart. You are the giant. Mike was so angry that they were actually suspected in turn. That might be the case, maybe the head of Irvine is. Tangan sneered with his hands on his shoulders, anyway he was firing a map cannon. Mike wanted to refute, but they were stopped by Irvine. Tangan is right. Everyone is suspicious, including me. Leader. Let's formally join the investigation corps today. Wait for Livier and Hanji to go to the new base, and this matter is kept confidential. Yes. Mike nodded. Tang An did not speak this time, obviously tacitly acquiescing. Vol 2 Chapter 14, I didn't eat your rice. In the afternoon, several horses ran in the outskirts. Level is the leader, as well as elite investigators such as Petra, Elder, and Gunda. Alan and Tang An are among them. During the 10 days of training the corps, Tang An not only learned three-dimensional mobile devices, but also horseback riding. Ran for almost an hour, and everyone came to the new stronghold. Is a weedy castle. Some places have been damaged and turned into ruins, but most of them are still intact. Looks deserted. Weeds are overgrown. There must be dust accumulated in it. Everyone looked at the castle in front of them, expecting to fail. I will leave the cleaning to you. The appearance of Zhou Wei put a lot of pressure on Tang An, so now he will practice as long as he is free. What are you going to do? Everyone looked at Tang An. This guy was a bit uncomfortable, annoying, and had a lot of shortcomings. It was a bit uncomfortable no matter how you looked at it. My daily practice has not been completed yet. Tang An waved his hand and left, making the rest of the people very dissatisfied. Erwin has given them a task, not only to watch Alan, but also to pay attention to Tang An. Lul. Several people looked at Lul. Don't worry about him. Lul frowned slightly, then walked into the castle. Then a group of people started cleaning. Tang An came to the small hill on the right side of the castle alone and began daily training. At present, the number of push UPS, sit UPS, pull UPS, and other more than 10 items are maintained at 2,000. Recently, Tang An plans to break through to 3,000. There is also a shave range of 5 meters. This range must be added to 6 meters, 7 meters, and so on. The moon step also needs to be practiced. As dusk approached, everyone had cleaned the inside and outside of the castle. As one of the only 2 women in the Investigation Corps Special Operations Ban Li Wilban, Petra is a beautiful woman with pale yellow shoulder-length hair, strong strength, and gentle personality. Compared with Hanji, a scientific madman with a little abnormal spirit, she has always been the object of subconscious protection. She was originally quiet and gentle, but she became interested in Tang An when she was cleaning the room on the right side of the castle today. Through the window, she can just see Tang An practicing on the hillside. She paid special attention to it and found that Tang An could actually do 300 push UPS in 1 minute, which means that the other party could do 5 push UPS in 1 second. What speed is this? There are also sit UPS, one-arm push UPS, handstand training, etc., all of which are beyond the reach of normal people. She had heard that the other party had fought with Levi, but she didn't know the specific result. So she was a little curious. Who is going to call that guy to eat? Elder is very dissatisfied. Let me go. Petra, who was closest to the door, got up and planned to call Tang An, but someone came in before he left the house. Tang An was sweaty and stinky, carrying an adult wild deer on his shoulders, and cast down everyone's horrified eyes on the ground. I just saw this guy wandering in the forest not far away, and he might have met me at first sight, so I just carried it back by the way. Is there anyone who knows how to cook? Tang An observed when he was practicing, there was a forest not far from the castle, but this forest was not a forest of giant trees, but a normal forest. Probably because there are few people in this area, there are still a lot of game in the forest. He was super intensified training. The food such as sweet potato dough alone is not enough to make up for the consumption. Meat is the food that can supplement the consumption most. It may be that he has experienced the world of One Piece, coupled with the excessive consumption of cultivation, etc., which caused Tang An's appetite to be extremely great. This wild deer, which is almost 3 meters close, can be solved by himself. Everyone looked at the wild deer on the ground, and subconsciously looked at the sweet potato dough in the bowl, they all stood up at the same time. I will prepare wood. I will prepare the seasoning. Oluo will clean up with me. I think barbecue is the best. The soup is good too. Then I. Alan is a little at a loss. Didn't he complain about Tang An when cleaning the house? Why is it like a okay person at this time? Alan doesn't understand. Then trouble everyone. Tang An turned around and left. Where are you going? I went to take a bath by the river, and I smelled of sweat all over. Tang An's voice came from a distance. After more than 30 minutes, everyone looked at the roasted whole deer on the table. The smell was tangy, the steam was hot, and all of them dripped saliva and showed a fierce glow. You can start now. Han Ji swallowed, took a knife and fork and cut off a deer leg and began to gnaw frantically. No one was polite. At the speed visible to the naked eye, only a pile of broken bones remained for the whole deer being roasted. Tang An had the most bones in front of him, almost half of them. I didn't expect you to eat so much. A few people looked at Tang An's belly subconsciously, but they watched Tang An eat half of the venison. 4 points full, it seems that one is not enough. Tang An was picking his teeth, his stomach didn't show the slightest improvement, and there was still a faint feeling of hunger. Are you really a giant? Elder couldn't help asking, because the appetite was really unacceptable. The only thing that can be explained is the giant. You say yes. Isn't it just a bigger appetite? I haven't eaten your rice again. Alan is also a giant. How can he be like you? Tang An stood up and stretched, and the words made the atmosphere somewhat depressed. I'll go find something to eat, who hasn't eaten enough? Tang An walked to the door and looked back at everyone. Han Ji held up his hands, and didn't feel that the atmosphere was a bit weird. Okay. With the sound of faraway footsteps, Elder flushed and slapped his face on the table. If you don't agree, you can challenge him tomorrow. Levier rarely speaks. Very good idea. Han Ji is afraid that the world will not be chaotic. By the way, Ellen, why do you eat so little? Everyone looked at Alan. I do not know either. Alan is stunned. Is it a sin to dare to eat less? I think this issue can be studied carefully. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Looks like the giant cannot eat or drink, so it just happened to have caught two ends of the life this time. Han Ji's eyes were full of excitement. The sun rises, and the whole world begins to wake up. Tang An went out and got another wild deer last night, and finally left a leg for Han Ji. It seems that Han Ji somehow discussed it with Alan last night. Is all research on giants? Yo! Early. Tang An stretched out at the door, just in time to see Petra coming out. Morning. Petra looked at Tang An a little weird, because she found that the man was also training at night, and did not fall asleep at about 2 o'clock. As a result, I woke up at 7 now. Is simply a training freak. Ellen, Captain Han Ji and Lai Will. Others also walked out of the castle one after another, but Alan's spirit looked very decadent, and the dark circles under his eyes were like wearing sunglasses. Commander, do you have any tasks today? Gonda looked at Luel. No. Laville answered coldly. There should be new members coming today. Petra lifted her forehead hair to the root of her ears. Mikasa, Ermin, and Rainer are coming. When Alan heard the news, his exhausted spirit was obviously much better. I think you should go to sleep first. Oluo looked at Alan's dark circles under his eyes. You guys talk slowly, I'm going to train first. Tang An waved his hand and prepared to leave. Wait a minute, I will fight you. Elder stood up with a serious face, apparently remembering what Levier said last night. Vol 2 Chapter 15, The Worst Thing Happened. You sure? Tang An stood still, turned and looked at Elder with a firm face, then looked at all of Laiwell and Han Ji. Okay. Okay. I didn't expect it to be so exciting early in the morning. Han Ji was very excited, and he couldn't hide his hot gaze even with his glasses. Even Alan is the same. Row. Tang-en shrugged indifferently. These guys obviously wanted to test his strength. Since that's the case, there is no need to hide it. Seeing Tang-en's promise, Elder stood up, and the two held each other. Elder put on a fighting posture. As for Tang-en just standing, he was full of flaws, as if he didn't care about it at all. This made Elder a little angry. Only Levi frowned slightly. He didn't think Tang-en was full of flaws, on the contrary, he could act like a poisonous snake at any time. Reminiscing about this guy's kick last time, Lowell's hands trembled faintly. What? Elder roared, rushing towards Tang-en like a black bear, and at the same time swept out with a cracking sound. As a member of Levi's elite class, Elder is naturally not an ordinary person, and all indicators are the top. Tang-en's complexion was calm. When his big feet were about to hit his face, he squatted down and dodged at the same time a sweeping leg came. Whether it was evasion or attack, the speed was much faster than Elder. Not good. It was too late for Elder to react. Boom. Planted heavily on the ground, Elder just got up and prepared to continue his attack, but a pity that a foot appeared in front of him. He lost, and he lost thoroughly. Accepted. Tang-en retracted his foot and reached out to Elder. The latter hesitated to reach out and was pulled up. So fast. Han-ji hasn't reacted yet. You are really strong. Alan's heart was ups and downs, plus the last battle with Captain Lowell, and this time, he was already quite sure that Tang-en was very strong. Everyone, I'm going to practice if it's okay, and I will bring food back at noon. Waved to everyone, Tang-en walked to the right side of the hillside, and it didn't take long for him to disappear. Elder, don't be sad, after all, the captain was kicked and flew by Tang-en. Han-ji was comforted for fear that the world would not be chaotic. SHHH. Han-ji. Alan tensed, Petra and others covered Han-ji's mouth. Didn't you see that Captain Lowell's face was dark? But in everyone's minds, Tang-en and Li Wire's fighting skills are better, including Li Wire himself also want to know. At noon, Tang-en carried a black bear and a wild boar, and directly stunned everyone. The two add up to more than 1,000 catties, but there is no weight on Tang-en's body. How did you do it? Han-ji circled Tang-en, squeezing Tang-en's muscles from time to time. It turns out to be flexible. Han-ji's eyes heated up and he was about to pull Tang-en's clothes, but Petra stopped him. It's more than 1,000 catties. The cause of death is being beaten to death. Elder squatted in front of the black bear, his eyelids jumped after checking the injury. Even a 600 to 700 catties black bear can be beaten to death. What about the duel this morning? Oh. I was just lucky. I happened to see this black bear and wild boar talking, so I picked one for a bargain. Tang Anyang raised his hand, with trifling expressions all over his face. I can't help but want to hit you. And I. Can you fight it? Tang An's expression was very awkward, which caused a lot of scolding. However, everyone moved quickly, preparing the wood, and peeling the bark. In short, today's noon is a very good noon. Belch. An hour later, Han-ji hiccuped and looked content. Others were lying on the chairs with greasy mouths. The tables were full of bones, most of them in front of Tang-en. Tang-en, where are you going? Petra looked at Tang-en. Of course it's training. Tang-en left a word and went out. He's crazy. Don't you have any other hobbies besides training? It feels like this guy is like Han-ji, with a bit of energy. Yab. A cold light shone under Han-ji's glasses. Those recruits should come over this afternoon. Oluhu turned the subject off. Mikasa, are they coming? Alan's stomach was a little bloated, and he just ate a lot of bear meat. The calculation time should be about the same, and Irvine and San Mao will be responsible over there. Lowell got up and left the hall to go upstairs, glanced at Tang An, who was training in the distance from the window, and then left. He is not only in charge of Alan, but also pays attention to Tang An. Time flies quickly. At about 5 o'clock in the afternoon, red clouds have begun to appear on the horizon, and a lot of dust and horseshoes fill the trail in the distance. They are here. Gunda, who was guarding the surroundings, looked at Irvine, San Mao and several recruits who were getting closer and closer. Come yet. Alan and the others also heard the sound of horses walking out of the castle. Alan. Mikasa, Ermin. Alan waved. Jean, Coney, you also joined the investigation corps. Meeting on both sides, Alan looked at Jean and Coney. After all, they had said more than once that they would join the gendarmerie. I regret it now. Make the complexion a bit bad. Liner, Shasha, Berthold. Krista, Emer. Yo, Ellen. Zhou Wei, have you joined the investigation corps? Yes. In the corner of the castle, Irvine glanced around and looked at Luel. Where is Tang An? Training over there. Did you take that guy into the investigation corps? Luel pointed to the hillside on the right side of the castle casually, his eyes kept on Zhou Wei in the crowd. He is very suspicious, I must put it under my nose. Irvine's face was condensed, and he continued to ask, did Tang An change during this period? No, he can't be a giant. Luel shook his head and said what was in his heart. You sure? Erwin frowned and thought. It's just my instinct. I see. Erwin nodded, no one knew what he was thinking. With the addition of new members such as Mikasa, the whole castle became lively all at once. When dinner was about to come, Tang An appeared on time, with a wild deer and wild boar on his shoulder. Tang An, you. Coney and the others looked at the wild deer and wild boar in the yard, and they all stunned. What are the recruits doing in a daze? Hurry to clean up, and have an extra meal tonight. What do recruits do? It is used to do miscellaneous tasks. There was no psychological pressure under Elder's command. Tang An hunted all this. I picked it up when they fought and lost both. Tang An said haha. So this is Some people really believe it. www.readaloud.com. This recruit is a bit stupid. Han Ji pushed his glasses. There are so many people, and the wild deer and wild boars dealt with them quickly, and they were brought to the table in a short time. Everyone gathered around the long table to settle a sumptuous dinner. The appearance of Zhou Wei made Tang An's heart sink. As for how this guy successfully joined the investigation corps, it goes without saying that it must have depended on gold fingers. In addition, Tang An found that the other party had noticed him. From time to time, I would use my peripheral vision to observe him. The worst happened. After finishing the dinner, Erwin began to talk about the plan for 57 off-wall surveys. The specific action time is the day after tomorrow, but the ultimate goal is not told to everyone. Vol 2 Chapter 16, The Giantess Appears, Tang An, die. One day passed in a flash. Rose's Wall, the southern Troost area has been gradually restored since it was blocked by Alan into a giant with a boulder. Today is the 57th survey outside the wall. The plan is to explore the road to the basement of Alan's house in Ganzana district, west of the Wall of Maria. This is the plan and purpose on the bright side. But the real plan and purpose is to draw out other intelligent giants, and catch them alive at the same time. This operation almost blocked the entire investigative corps with a large number of people. Dressed in the wings of freedom, Tang An rode a horse and followed the large army through the western outer gate to the outside of the wall, which is the area of the Wall of Mary. Set off. Erwin led by waved, and all the large troops began to divide into 3 groups, forming a triangle and proceeding towards the goal. I don't know what Elvin's idea was, but he brought Tang An and Zhou Wei on board. Naturally, there is still the center point, Alan. At the same time, Elder, Han Ji and others surrounded Alan, Tang An, and Zhou Wei. Tang An couldn't see anything on his face, but he used his peripheral vision to look at Zhou Wei from time to time. Except for the first time they met and reported a name, he and Zhou Wei didn't say anything afterwards, but Tang An knew that this guy was already paying attention to him. In this team, everyone has things hidden in their hearts. Such as Irvine, Levi, Hanji, and others. There is a giant on the right. Ran quickly, and suddenly raised a flare from the right side. It was a signal from a giant. Keep going. Erwin was unmoved, just took the lead and rushed straight to the forest of giant trees. Boom! Bang! There was also a flare up on the left side, and judging from the color of the flare, the giant is not one-headed and two-headed, and the situation is a bit urgent. At the same time in the southeast direction, Ermin and Liner were in groups, and there were no giants along the way. But when there was a huge roar behind him, a female giant almost 14 meters high, with blonde hair and blue eyes, and faster than a military horse appeared. It's so fast, strange. Ermin looked back, and didn't immediately think of being a giant of wisdom, thinking it was just a strange species. You keep going, I will solve it. An investigator slowed down, and the solid object of the three-dimensional mobile device shot at the female giant, and then flew to try to kill the female giant. Snapped. Just like swatting flies, the investigators were directly crushed to pieces as the blood mist and the pieces of meat filled the sky. 3 more investigators flew up, but they were all killed after being avoided by the giantess. Only at this moment did Ermin realize that something was wrong. It's not a strange species, it's wise, just like Alan. Ermin calmed down, the giantess probably rushed to Ellen. Where is Ellen now? Lino looked straight ahead, his face stiff and looked like fear. It should be on the southwest side. Ermin was a little panicked, and didn't doubt Rainer. Careful! Just then, Rainer roared, making Ermin subconsciously lie on the horseback and stretch a distance, successfully avoiding the giantess grabbing. Damn, this giant is too fast, Elman, keep going, I'll solve it. Rainer flew towards the giantess after speaking, but was caught by the giantess as soon as he arrived. Liner. Elman's eyes pierced and his heart stopped beating. Blood splashed, and in a burst of steam, Lena broke the giantess's hand and broke free, while the giantess stared at the steaming right hand in a daze. Go ahead. Liner, who was out of trouble, was covered in blood and steam. The giantess is gone. Ermin turned his head and looked stiff, because he found the giantess running in another direction. That direction is southwest. The forest of giant trees is a very special forest in the world of attacking giants. Because the trees inside are very tall and thick, there are many people who can hold a circle by holding hands. The forest of giant trees is in front of me. A forest began to appear in Tang An's sight. At the same time, the other troops on the left and right could also be seen. With Irvine's wave, the troops on both sides began to circle the giant tree forest, and only the pair of Levi rushed into the giant tree forest. It's not wrong, Irvine is also separated at this moment, leaving only Lowell to lead the team. Zhou Wei, Gilga, Buckeye, Thomas. You stay on guard. When rushing into the forest of giant trees, Levier suddenly issued an order. Yes. Gilga and the others all flew to the giant tree through a three-dimensional mobile device. Sergeant Lywell, I don't need it anymore. Zhou Wei did not act, but he had the task of protecting Alan, even if he knew that Alan would not be taken away by the giantess, but accidents would happen at any time. Zhou Wei didn't know if he was thinking too much, so he subconsciously looked at Tang An. He doesn't remember whether this guy is a plot character or not. Maybe he missed it when he watched the anime. But after inquiring these days, he found that this guy is suspicious. This is an order. Laville's eyes darkened, and his expression was a little scary. Zhou Wei hesitated and flew on a giant tree using a three-dimensional mobile device, but he did not look away for a long time until Lowell and others disappeared in the depths of the forest. Lowell, or I will also go on guard. Tang An just noticed that Levier, San Mao and Petra were all tensed. If Zhou Wei hadn't listened to orders just now, he would probably do it directly. It seems that Zhou Wei is also suspicious of the target, but he just doesn't know why he distracted at this time. You stay. Liuel didn't look back. No problem. Tang An lowered his head and squinted slightly. He really couldn't guess Lively's mind. It should be said that it was Irvine's mind. Although Irwin is now separated from them, the overall situation must be in his hands, and perhaps Levier is only acting according to the original plan. It's just that this plan may only be known to both Irvine and Luel. I can only say that Irwin is worthy of the head of the investigation corps. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is the absolute leader in strategy, judgment, and vision. Just as everyone was advancing fast, there was a sudden running sound behind them, and the giantess appeared. Have you finally appeared? Laville looked back at the giantess, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. After all, they don't know what giants they will lead to. The greatest possibility should be the giants of armor, right? Captain, the giant appears. Alan's eyes were full of hatred. I know, keep going. Liuel didn't look back, just kept looking forward. Everyone else has a serious face, as long as they are not fools, they can see that this giantess is wise. The opponent is too fast, we are going to be caught up. Elder's body was already tensed, and the sound of running behind got closer and closer. Sergeant Liuel, do it. You keep going, I will solve it. Tang An stood and drew out the blade, and then flew towards the giantess without waiting for Levi's people to stop him. Flew in front of the giantess, Tang An looked at each other with the blue pupils, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. I can't let you catch up with them. A solid object was shot on the shoulder of the giantess, Tang An revolved and quickly appeared on the back of her neck, and the two knives flashed with cold light and were about to be cut off. Snapped. A big hand suddenly hit. Tang An's face was full of fear, but his eyes were full of success and abuse. As soon as he came, he flew as fast as Tang An was shot and disappeared into the jungle. This scene happened so quickly, no one thought that Tang An would die so soon. Vol 2 Chapter 17, The silver-like wax gun head doesn't look good. Tang An. Alan is stupid, even Levi, Petra. This guy is not like this normally, is it a silver-like wax gun tip, so I don't want to use it. The reversal and the gap are too big. But only the giantess was puzzled, because she didn't have a touch. When she shot other people to death in the past, she had at least a sense of touch, but just now she was just like patted on the air, and she didn't feel anything. Damn it! Lol, the giantess is catching up again. As Tang An was killed in a second, everyone gathered their minds and ran to the depths of the giant tree forest, but the giantess ran too fast. Tang An's wax gun head didn't hold on for 30 seconds. Keep going. Levi's face was cold, his eyes kept staring ahead, he must lead the giantess to the ambush. Alan looked back at the giantess who was getting closer and closer, and couldn't help but put his hand to his mouth to transform. Ellen, what do you want to do? Although Petra looked terrified, her eyes were extremely bright. She stopped Alan. The others are also looking at Alan. I want to kill her. Looking at the giantess getting closer, Alan wanted to transform and kill the guy. Ellen, trust us. Petra smiled suddenly. Certainly. Alan didn't even think about it. Then leave it to us. It's close, I'll go hold it. Elder and Gunda flew away from the horse and rushed towards the giantess behind. But with the screams and blood fog, Elder and Gunda were slapped to death by the giantess, and the shrubs around them were stained red by the meat and internal organs. Elder, Gunda. Damn it! Several people pinched the reins, their eyes were red. Captain! Keep going! Just when the giantess approached and Oluo and others were about to take action, everyone came to the ambush. Launch! Hanji, who was already ready to sink, gave an order, and a large number of steel cables were shot from both sides, densely with the sound of breaking through the air. The giantess reacted quickly, protecting the back of her neck with her hands for the first time, and she was trapped in place for a while. "You keep going." Laville left the horse and flew towards Irvine, and at the same time told Petra, Oluo, and San Mao to take Alan to move on. "Receive." There was no pause for Petra. Successfully trapped. Flew to Irvine's side, Levier pulled out the blade and his eyes flashed with cold. "Where is Tangan?" "I was not excited when trapping the giantess Irwin, but Ellen, who had gone from a distance, withdrew their gazes and looked at Levi. I was killed." Laville looked at the giantess. "Yes." Irwin was startled, then calmed down. "It seems he is not." "It's really not." Lowell nodded, and then asked, "Do you want to solve it?" "The purpose of this time is to catch alive." Irvin shook his head. "Now is the best time to kill the opponent, but his purpose is to catch the opponent alive." "You said that there are males or females in this giant's body." "Hanji is like schizophrenia, his eyes are full of madness and sickness." Roar. Suddenly, the trapped giantess roared, her voice tearing her eardrums like a storm. "Is it the last cry? Knowing that I can't run away?" Laville snorted coldly. The regiment commander, Levier, a large number of giants appeared all around. Several investigators in the distance flew over, with fear on their faces. "What?" Everyone looked at the giantess who was still roaring subconsciously. No, those giants were called by the giantess. The earth roared constantly, more and more giants approached and began to attack the giantess. With a burst of food, a large amount of high-temperature steam spread from the giantess, covering almost the entire venue, and everyone's sight was blocked. "Call the giant to eat yourself." Hanji has a question on his face. "Don't you want us to catch you if you die?" The high-temperature steam continues to diffuse, and it is vaguely visible that the giantess was eaten by other giants. The scene is very bloody. Lowell, add oxygen to the three-dimensional mobile device, and chase Alan and the others. Irwin looked at the scene of steam continuously erupting below, looking a little ugly. "What do you mean?" Lowell and Hanji both looked at Irvine. "If this giantess is like Alan, then the body may have already left, which means that it may become a giant again. The more Irwin thinks about it, the more wrong it is. If it is as he guessed, then Alan is very dangerous now. It is not even ruled out that the giants of armor and the super giants will also appear. I will act now." Levi's face is also hard to look. At this time, in the depths of the giant tree, Alan was constantly moving away under the guardianship of San Mao and Petra, but suddenly a man in a cloak appeared in the nearby woods. "Who is it?" Golden lightning fell from the sky, a powerful hurricane swept around, and the giantess landed and quickly chased Alan. "Damn it!" San Mao pulled out the blade, and the three-dimensional mobile device turned to quickly kill the giantess. "Ellen, keep going." Petra also acted. But the power gap between the two sides was too great. San Mao, Petra and others were killed one after another. Alan had lost his thoughts, looking at the people who died in front of them. Their faces were grim and brutal and bit their index fingers. With the huge roar and golden lightning, Alan turned into an attacking giant and launched an attack on the giantess. The investigative corps in all directions at the same moment all subconsciously looked in this direction. At the edge of the giant tree forest, Zhou Wei turned his head and looked at the depths of the forest. There were many brainless giants under his feet trying to climb the giant tree. It appeared. The top of a giant tree www.readaloud.com Tangan stood on the highest branch, watching the spread of golden lightning in the distance. A gust of wind was blowing. Listening to the roar full of anger and hatred, I was sure it was Alan. Tangan is not dead, only to get away with the help of the giantess before. Disappeared in place, and was already on another tree canopy when Tangan appeared again. This height, coupled with dense foliage, makes it difficult to be spotted. Tangan did not use a three-dimensional mobile device, because there is a sound when using a three-dimensional mobile device. In contrast, using shaving and moon steps is faster or more secretive. Tang moved very fast, and without knowing it, he appeared in the place where the giantess and Alan became the attacking giant fighting. Hiding in the canopy of trees, looking down, the battle between the two giants has entered white hot, with high temperature steam constantly rising. Alan pressed the giantess to the ground, blasted the mud with a fist, and even cracks spread around. But the giantess turned her head to avoid it. At the same time, Alan's right wrist disappeared, and the steam was filled with rapid recovery. The regenerative resilience made Tang squinted. Wisdom giants are somewhat different from brainless giants. As long as the back of the neck is not cut off, the brainless giant can recover in 1 to 2 minutes even if its head or body is smashed into flesh. The more severe it is, the longer it will take to recover. Because the wise giants are transformed from human beings, they still rely on physical strength in the recovery, including the use of hardening and other abilities. Maybe this is the price. Brainless giants have no wisdom, so they can eat or drink, and their resilience lasts longer than smart giants. And the wisdom giants are limited in all aspects because of their wisdom. Vol 2 Chapter 18, Eat the Giantess. The colorful light continued to extend in the steam, and Alan's broken hands recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Rode on the giantess and opened his blood basin and roared, while the giantess was holding Alan's chin with both hands, and the blue pupils under her short golden hair revealed calmness. Even if she was suppressed by the opponent, she did not panic, on the contrary, she was very calm. Kill you! Kill you! Attacked on the back of the giant's neck, Alan's fierce teeth kept roaring, and as his hands quickly recovered, his eyes released a blue light. At this moment, the giantess was holding Alan's head with her feet, and she flicked directly out of her sleep, and kicked Alan's abdomen with one hand on the ground, and the latter flew out and hit a giant tree. A large amount of high-temperature steam diffused on his body and did not get up for a while. The giantess is wary and vigilant. The roar kept resounding across the sky, and Alan got up and put on a fighting attitude. The two sides were vigilant back and forth, and in the end Alan took the lead in launching the attack. Compared to the calmness of the giantess, Alan is too irritable. With a straight punch, the giantess turned her head to avoid it, and at the same time, her right hand hardened to form a crystal-like substance, and she directly hit Alan with a right uppercut. The latter's chin fell off directly, even rotating 360 degrees in the air and finally hitting the ground, splashing a series of rubble and mud. The surrounding environment has also become messy because of the battle between the two giants. Kill you! Kill you! Alan is constantly shouting, he wants to drive out all giants. Steam was rising all over his body, and the wound on his face was healing quickly. Alan climbed up again, rushing to the giantess and smashed it roughly on the knee after an incompetent rage. Compared with Alan's indomitable, the giantess seems much more flexible. Quickly evacuated and evaded Alan's attack. A giant tree surrounded by 5 people broke and collapsed, surprisingly powerful. However, because of the excessive force of this knee, Alan couldn't get up for a while, because his knee had been broken and needed time to repair. The giantess stood aside, as if hesitating, and then she made up her mind to take a step forward, swiftly rotating her right foot with the hardened light. Alan's body separated, and her head flew out like a cannonball and smashed into a giant tree. A pile of steaming minced meat. The giantess walked up to Ellen, opened her mouth and shredded the meat on the back of her neck, revealing Ellen's body. Tang on the tree canopy did not act rashly, he was still waiting. Because Mikasa and Levi will appear to rescue Alan next time, and Levi will also severely damage the giantess, it will be the best time for him to take action. Sure enough, the three-dimensional mobile device sounded in the distance, and Mikasa appeared first. When I saw the giantess eating Alan into her mouth, her entire face was distorted. Stop! Give Alan! Give Alan back to me! Seeing that the giantess is about to leave, Mikasa's eyes are full of bloodshot eyes. She has only one idea now: to kill the giantess and rescue Alan. Alan must not be dead. Mikasa, where's Alan? Lai Will also appeared, seeing Mikasa chasing the giant female with an unpredictable feeling. Among the female giants, Alan must not die. Mikasa stared at the giantess. Calm down first, the opponent's speed is slower than before. Liuel followed behind him unhurriedly, pulling out the blade with both hands. The whole world seemed to be quiet, and Luel stopped breathing tightly all over, always keeping a distance from the giantess. Suddenly, the giantess turned her head back and smashed her punch. It's now. Liuel's eyes flashed with cold light, and he rotated and swept across the giantess's arms, like a lightning bolt, before the giantess could respond, quickly descended from the sky and attacked the back of her neck. This is a sound slamming. The giantess stretched out her hand to stop the back of the neck. Levi swiftly moved to the giantess. Double knife blind eyes cut off the giantess's heel from top to bottom, completely deprived the giantess of vision and ability to move. Liuel flew in mid-air, with the blood of the giantess all over his body. From the attack to the present, a series of actions became like a sword of light at one go. I can kill her. Mikasa, watching the battle, saw the giant woman with her back leaning on the giant tree and pulling her head, and the nape door opened. Stop it! Seeing Mikasa's attempt to kill the giantess, Levi's face changed. The opponent is not a brainless giant, but a wise one. Boom! The blade shattered, and Mikasa stood on the back of the giantess's neck, where the hardened protection couldn't be cut. A shadow struck, and the giantess's right hand made a sound of breaking through the air. Crack! Luel appeared at the critical moment and pushed away Mikasa's fractured right foot, causing damage, but he still took the opportunity to cut off the giantess's cheeks and brought the unconscious Alan out from it. Alan! Mikasa now only has Alan in his mind. Leave first, he is still alive. The attack just now made Luel lose a lot of stamina, coupled with damage to his right foot, and the giants of armor and super giants may appear at any time. Retreat is the only way. And protecting Alan is the primary goal. Mikasa nodded and followed very obediently. Now she has regained her senses. But if Alan was not rescued, she would never leave. On the canopy of the tree, Tangan watched Luel and Mikasa leave, and looked down at the giantess who was constantly recovering from her injuries with a large amount of steam spreading under the tree. A bottle of potion appeared in her hand when she opened the light curtain. A bottle of Ymir's blood vessel. Explanation: drinking it will get half blood of the attacking giant Ymir, Eldia, no side effects. Tangan did not hesitate, opened the medicine directly and poured it into his mouth. Smells a bit fishy, just like drinking real blood. There was no rejection or side effects after drinking. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com, on the contrary, is extremely calm. Falling from the air, Tangan stood in front of the giantess. The latter's eyes had recovered, and Tangan's appearance made her a little surprised. Yo, Arnie! Tangan waved his hand and greeted him, and he could clearly see the latter's eyes change. Without warning, the giantess raised her right hand and patted Tangan. With the splashing gravel and mud, the giantess appeared in front of her eyes like a teleport and was floating in the air, her expression even more shocked. The opponent didn't use a three-dimensional mobile device, so how did he suddenly appear and stand in the air? The dazzling light suddenly appeared, and Tangan had a diamond dogleg knife in both hands, so colorful under the sun. A ray of light flashed, and the giantess's entire mouth was cut off from the back of her head, faster than Lai Will, so fast that Ani had no time to react and harden. The flesh and blood was severed by a sharp weapon. Arnie appeared on the back of the giantess's neck. With tremendous pain, his arms flew down and was chopped off by the waist. Tangan grabbed Ani's hair and dropped it on the ground, and took out the prepared syringe in his arms, which contained spinal fluid. Tangan knows that Ani has the ability to harden, just like the original book has frozen himself, so he specially cut off Ani's hands, and cut it off in order to be safe. Now Ani only has his upper body, with high-temperature steam rising all over his body. Even so, he hasn't died. On the contrary, he is slowly recovering with the passage of time. But the injury was too serious, and all of them were used to recover, and there was no ability to harden again. Ani was terrified. Looking at the man in front of him taking out the syringe, and the method just now, it was even more terrifying than Lively. Vol 2 Chapter 19, The gas tank is easy to use. There was blood dripping from her lips. Arnie could no longer speak completely, she was hurt too badly. Tangan is not too nonsense, and directly injects spinal fluid. With the appearance of golden lightning, an ugly giant extremely similar to Tangan, with short black hair and shaggy hair, appeared in front of Ani about 7 meters high. Don't! Watching the giant reach out and grab her, Arnie's eyes are full of fear and tears. She can no longer think about why the other party knows that injecting spinal fluid can turn into a giant. As long as the wisdom giant is eaten, she can inherit the power of the wisdom giant. The other party did not give her a chance to talk at all. Said 3 words from appearing to now, then he was cruel and hurt himself seriously, and then injected spinal fluid to become a giant and wanted to eat himself. Where did this man emerge from, and why is he so strong? Why do you know so many things? The giant Tangan has become now has no consciousness at all. Even with cheats. When he saw Ani in front of him, he instinctively grabbed Ani and stuffed it into his mouth. With a heart-piercing scream of fear, Ani was bitten and swallowed completely. The blazing high temperature spread around, and as the steam rose in abundance, a giant in the center fell to the ground. Tangan straightened up from the back of his neck. The cheeks under the corners of his eyes were filled with blood stains. The flesh and blood are connected together. Consciousness was slowly waking up. Tangan looked at the back of the head of the giant in front of him. He knew he had succeeded. Cut the connection with the giant. Tangan stood on the ground and moved a bit, shook hands, and felt that his power was strengthened a lot. Is this how I became a brainless giant? Looking at the 7-meter-high giant with black hair that is vaguely similar to himself, it is really ugly, but now the flesh and blood are melting, and soon only the skeleton is left. Am I being transformed into a giantess or something else? Tangan pinched his chin, a little uncertain. After all, the original book does not mention this. For example, Ellen's father, who has a beard after transforming into an attacking giant, has a physique similar to that of a giant beast. The attacking giant that Alan has turned into is a giant with black hair, blue eyes, no lips, and a pair of sharp ears that resemble the elven patriarch. Look at the lifespan first. Throwing aside these conjectures, Tangan couldn't wait to open the light curtain. Successfully hunted down Ani Leonard, the secondary villain of the attacking giant world, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your chance. Is a line of narration first. Yab. Tangan looks more and more wrong. Secondary supporting role? It seems that the supporting roles are also hierarchical, and now there is an important and a secondary. The important ones will be rewarded 3 times to throw the dice, and the lucky value will be +1, while the second ones will only be awarded once. This gap is a bit big. Tangan guessed that all important supporting roles or villains have a major relationship with the Son of Destiny, that is, watching the drama. Whoever has more roles is important, and whoever has fewer roles is secondary. Turn the light curtain to the end of life. The original background board changed, turned into a light red, and at the same time the countdown to life became 13 years. The same thing is advanced cancer. Hey! Tangan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the cancer has not been cured, 13 years are enough for him to think of other ways. Now Tangan is even more suspicious of whether he is cancer or not, and it always feels wrong. Tangan's lifespan is temporarily relieved. Look at what you can throw first. Tangan began to throw the dice opportunity he got to kill Ani. Point 5. The plane crossed 5 spaces, and as the dazzling light disappeared, an object appeared in front of Tangan. A high-quality gas tank with a height of 1,188 mm and 50 kg. Note, it is a gas storage cylinder with a wall thickness of about 2.5 mm and an internal pressure of 0.5 to 1.2 megapascals. The safe use period is 15 years. It needs to be inspected regularly every 4 years. It contains gas. Risk of explosion. Tang An's face turned dark. This golden finger really has everything, even the gas tank has been made out. What's the use of giving him this now? Do you want him to light a gas tank? It looks like I drew a lighter last time. Turn off the light curtain, Tang An is ready to test the power of giants. But I can't stay in this place. It's a pity that he just turned into a brainless giant and broke the three-dimensional mobile device. Helpless. Tang An stepped on the moon step and jumped on the giant tree one after another, and quickly flew to the depths. As for how to become a giant, Tang An naturally knows that he only needs to have a clear purpose and bleed and be injured. Stopped after about 10 minutes, Tang An stood on a giant branch, raised his right thumb and stroked his index finger. With the appearance of wounds and blood, golden lightning began to surround Tang An. Now Tang An has only one purpose, to become a giant. Along with a huge roar, a storm swept all around, and a giant woman fell from the sky in the center. Yab's sight has improved. He raised his hands and is very slender. He has short blonde hair and his body is about 14 meters high. These two lumps on the chest have a bit of weight, but the two most important points are missing. Isn't this the same as the giantess that Arnie turned into? Grass. Tang An felt weird at the moment, holding the two lumps of meat in his hands, and looking sideways at his butt. It was quite upset. There is nothing in the crotch. It was very smooth to become a giantess for the first time, with a clear consciousness, and a coordinated body when moving around. It was a little awkward, especially the two lumps of flesh. Tang An played martial arts again, then did a few push ups, sit ups and so on. The body is adapting quickly. The power has increased a lot. Tang An kicked the giant tree next to him, and the ladder fell. Crack wipe. Tang An directly tore off his left hand. With the appearance of pain and a large amount of steam, the colorful rays of light stretched out, and his arm was rapidly regenerating and recovering. It takes a lot of physical strength to repair the injury. Looking at the continuously recovering arm www.readaloud.com, Tang An was moved by the regenerative ability. In some respects, is he immortal as long as he has enough physical strength or the vital point of the neck is not attacked. This ability to regenerate and recover reminds Tang An of One Piece's Phoenix Marco. The two are very similar. But compared to the Phoenix, the giant's regeneration ability is obviously a few levels lower. Try hardening. Tang An felt a force in his body. He tried to drive it, but failed. It seems that if you want to use hardening, it will take some time to sharpen it. Can I use shaving and moon steps? Tang An tried again, and found that the huge body was not as flexible as a normal body after all. But what is certain is that as Tang An continues to master it, what a normal body shape can do by then can also be achieved by maintaining a giant body. Try to get something from the trash sheet. With a thought, 2 dogleg knives appeared in his hands. This means that regardless of whether it is a normal body or a giant body, you can take things out of the waste gold fingers at will. This is another good news. It would be nice if the dogleg knife was longer. A 1-meter dogleg knife is just fine for a normal body, but it looks a bit shorter compared to a giant body. If it is a little longer, Tang An can be used as a weapon. When the time comes, the gods will block and kill the gods and Buddhas. But something is better than nothing. In addition, gas tanks can also be used as weapons. The 1.188-meter high gas tank I just drew is much higher than the domestic gas tank. It should feel good when used to hit people. Tang An shook the gas tank in his hand and found that it was quite smooth. Vol 2 Chapter 20, The Giant of the Beast appears. Now Tang An does not plan to go back, on the contrary, he will continue to stay in the forest of giant trees. He has only one purpose, which is to proficiently use the power of giants as soon as possible. Another thing is to wait for the rabbit. According to the following plot, Ermin will first discover that Ani is the giantess, and then Erwin and others will start to capture Ani. In the end, Alan and Ani fell in love and killed each other, and Ani finally sealed himself with a hardening substance. But Arnie has now taken the power of a giant by himself, so what happens next is unpredictable. After all, the investigation corps suffered heavy losses, and Erwin and others will be tried. The original work escaped a catastrophe because of catching Ani. As for this time I am asking for more blessings. Followed by the content of the second season, the Giant of Beasts appeared and ordered some unsullied giants to attack the Coney, Reiner, Krista, Emer and others on the ruins of Utgar Castle. Then Emer became the Giant of Hebei and dragged the brainless giant. After Alan and the others made an emergency rescue, everyone reported their identities on the wall, Reiner and Berthold, and successfully captured Alan, and then came the forest of giant trees babbled for a while. Erwin led the investigative corps to rescue Alan again, and fell in love and killed Alan to awaken the power of the coordinates of the ancestor giant. So Tangen only needs to wait here for a while. When Reiner and Berthold will come with the seriously injured Alan and Emer, then he only needs to eat these 4 people by hand, and he will get it. The abilities of super giants, giants of armor, giants of jaws, attack giants, and ancestor giants. Finally, go to Mare to capture the Warhammer giant, the beast giant, and the cart giant. It looks like the giant of car power appears to follow the giant of beast. Don't know if there are any surprises in the addition of the 9 giants. This is Tang An's plan. As for how to overrun this period, it's very simple. Because brainless giants have no interest in other creatures except humans, there are many wild animals in the giant tree forest. There is no shortage of food anyway. Tang An can also take advantage of this time to master the power of the giantess. At this moment in the Wall of Rose, the investigators of Irvine have returned, because the heavy losses caused dissatisfaction with the politicians of the Wall of Hina. But Erwin didn't care. That night, as Ermin guessed that Arnie was the giantess, and made a series of plans. Maybe destined to be empty. The next day. What? Arnie is missing. Ermin looked at Ani's roommate, but the other party told him that Ani had not come back all day and night. Next to Mikasa and Ellen are similar noodles. They wanted to lead Ani to the ground. As a result, Ani was not there, and the plan went bankrupt before it even started. Why are you not here? Where is the problem? The 3 of them were on the way back, but Ermin still couldn't understand. If you don't catch the giantess, Head Irvine will be made things difficult for by politicians. Mikasa also frowned. Damn it! Although Alan was angry, he was relieved for some reason. Because he subconsciously doesn't want to admit that Arnie is a giantess. When he came to the ambush of the investigative corps, Ermin told everyone that Arnie was absent, and everyone was silent. The commander has been taken away by the gendarmerie. What should we do? We can only wait for the result. Hanji pushed his glasses. Maybe the next investigation corps will be very difficult. As for the removal of the investigative corps organization, it is impossible, but the deduction of funds or power is affirmative. As everyone waited anxiously, Irvine returned the next day. Irvin didn't say anything, but everyone got some news from Lowell. Irwin signed a military order with those politicians and regained the Wall of Maria within 3 months. If he fails, he will go to prison. And the investigation corps will also be implicated. At the same time, when time went back to last night, the Giant of Beasts appeared in the ruins of Utgar Castle and drove the brainless giants to launch an attack on Coney, Reiner, Krista and others. Everyone is at the highest point of the castle, and the ground is full of brainless giants. Is at least 30 steps. How to do? Why can giants move now? Koni is holding his head. It is night now. The elites of the garrison regiment also looked terrified, and the brainless giants turned out to be active at night. Which giant do you look at? With the help of moonlight, everyone looked at the whole body behind the brainless giant, covered with hair, with his arms almost touching the knees, and the height of 17 meters above the giant gibbon-like giant. Is now walking towards the wall step by step. Is it a strange species? Go towards the wall. Unlike the other people's looks, Rainer and Berthold looked at each other, and they could see the accident in each other's eyes. Obviously they didn't know that they would see the giant beast here. Damn, what should I do now? The oxygen in the three-dimensional mobile device is gone. Koni looked at the brainless giant below, trying to climb up. Except that the three-dimensional mobile devices of the 3 garrison regiments had oxygen, the rest of the people were gone. I can't hold on here anymore. Looking at the crumbling castle tower, Krista also panicked. Koni, where is your previous knife? Ymir retracted his gaze from Krista, felt the shaky single building, and spoke to Koni inexplicably. What do you want a knife for? Koni took out his own knife, just like a decimeter. Used to kill the enemy. Caught the knife, Ymir smiled. What? Everyone is at a loss. Krista, the purpose of my life so far is to protect you. Ymir, what are you talking about? Krista looked confused. You reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I will protect you. With the last smile, Ymir jumped down from the lonely building. The knife pierced the palm of his hand. Along with the golden lightning fell, a giant about 7 meters tall, with long hands and short legs, with a mouth full of fangs appeared. Ymir. Koni widened his eyes, watching Ymir turned into a giant with fangs and constantly biting the brainless giant. His eyes were full of disbelief. How is it possible that Ymir has become a giant? Krista also looked incredible. And Rainer and Berthold also changed their faces, but they became somber and scary. She is protecting us. Krista was at a loss as he looked at the fang giant who was lingering. There are too many giants. Koni still looked desperate. Even if Ymir became a giant, there were too many brainless giants, not to mention the beast giants on the wall over there were suspected of being wise. Hey, where is that beast giant? Koni looked at the wall and found that the beast giant had disappeared sometime. It's already starting to light up. Kni and others' hearts are still cold. The giants that Ymir has turned into are almost unable to support them, and they are going to die here. If you want to live, grab my hair. Ymir climbed up the detached building and looked at Krista. Ymir, you. Ymir started to speak and it surprised Koni. Don't talk nonsense, grab my hair. As everyone grabbed Ymir's hair, the latter began to collapse the single building, and then smashed it on the brainless giants. The dust made up for a while, and the entire area was covered. Vol 2 Chapter 21, when the time comes, he will have one pot. Ymir. Krista kept coughing, watching Ymir regained his adult form not far away, but his left hand and left foot disappeared, and he was covered in blood and steam. She was hurt too badly. This is not the most troublesome, because a headless giant is getting up from the ruins, and their danger has not been relieved. Damn, what should I do now? Koni looked terrified. They lost the three-dimensional mobile device. Facing the brainless giant is a dead end. Rainer and Berthold looked ugly, hesitating watching the giants approaching each other. Just then the sound of the three-dimensional mobile device appeared, and the necks of the two brainless giants were cut off. Mikasa. Looking at Mikasa in the sky, Koenig was full of excitement for the rest of his life. Everyone is okay. With the appearance of Mikasa, Alan, Ermin, Shasha, and others also appeared. Alan. With the appearance of Alan and others, heads of giants fell to the ground, and the crisis was lifted. More than 10 minutes later, everyone sat on the carriage and rushed to the Wall of Roses. Alan and Rainer sat behind a carriage, with Ymir in a coma in the middle. You said Ymir can become a giant. Everyone looked at Ymir who was in a coma, and Krista was taking care of it. Yes, if it weren't for Emer's transformation, we might have died. Coney looked serious. Yes. Elman glanced at Rainer and Berthold subconsciously, then lowered his head and blinked. At this time, Han Ji is leading the remaining investigative corps to set up the fort at the Wall of Rosette. Irvin and Lywell are not there, including Zhou Wei. Now Zhou Wei is an important target of Irvine and Lowell's suspicion, so he must keep it under his nose at all times. Zhou Wei is also very strange that he just stayed so honestly. Coming. On the Wall of Ross, Han Ji looked into the distance. Several carriages were approaching quickly. It was Alan and Coney. It seems all right. Waiting for everyone to go up to the wall, Han Ji glanced secretly at Rainer and Berthold, and then looked at Coney as usual. It's all up to Emer this time. Yep. Coney's words make Han Ji not quite understand. Emer can also become a giant. Koni probably described the giant that Emer had become. Really? Han Ji surrounded Emer, as if he saw a treasure, his eyes were full of research desire. Captain Han Ji, Emer was protecting us before. Krista subconsciously guarded Emer. Don't get excited. Han Ji played haha and changed the subject, go back to the wall first. A lot of things have happened to the investigation corps recently. What happened? Coney and others followed Han Ji, while Emer was carried, and Krista kept walking next to him. Mikasa and Elman slowed down, watching Ellen, Rainer, and Berthold from the corner of the conversation. At this moment, Rainer's spirit was a little confused, and he began to say inexplicable things. Ellen, I am the giant of armor. This guy is a giant. 5 years ago, we destroyed the wall of Maria. Now it is determined that Emer is the giant of Hebei. As long as you follow us, then we will next. There is no need to destroy Roselle's wall. This proposal is not bad. Rainer said it very seriously. His right hand was bitten by a giant for saving Coney in the ruins of Utgard Castle, and he is now hanging with a bandage. Hey? Rainer, what are you talking about? Alan's face was a little stiff, with an inexplicable look. Even if you are the giant of armor, I won't just go with you like this. Yes. Lena was holding his forehead, his thoughts confused. Liner, let's do it. As long as you bring Emer and Alan back, our task will be completed. Berthold has pain in his eyes. Yet. It's time to go back to my hometown. I only now remember that I am a soldier. The bandage was removed, and the high-temperature steam spread all over the right arm. Liner. Alan's expression froze. He didn't believe Elman's analysis, and there was still a trace of luck in his heart. He hoped that Erman's analysis was wrong. He hopes that Rainer and Berthold are not giants of armor and giants. Ellen. Golden lightning appeared around Rainer and Berthold, huge winds and waves were constantly sweeping. Mikasa was faster, holding the blade in both hands and cutting at the necks of Rainer and Berthold without hesitation. Damn! In an emergency, Rainer and Berthold resisted with their hands, and the blood sprayed like a fountain. Liner, can you do it? Berthold looked terrified, he just felt a fatal crisis. Pap! More and more golden lightning, as the terrifying wind and whistling swept through. Mikasa, Erman, Han Ji and others in the distance were all lifted out. In that steaming steam, the giant of armor and the super giant appeared. Emer. Krista grabbed the solid object on the wall and watched Emer be eaten by the giant. Liner, Berthold. Was caught in the hands of the giant armor. Alan almost collapsed. Erman's guess is correct, Rainer is the giant of armor, and Berthold is the giant. These two men destroyed the wall of Maria 5 years ago, causing his mother to be buried in a huge population. You traitors! Alan's eyes are full of hatred, his face is already hideous like a ghost, and he bit his index finger and transforms into an attacking giant. At this time, in the forest of giant trees, Tangan turned into a giantess and was cultivating. He wanted to master the hardening as soon as possible. When there was a huge roar from the side of the day, he knew that the prey was about to come automatically. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Relieving the giant's power and returning to his normal body shape, Tang An's body was diffused with steam, and he flew to the canopy on a moon step, looking at the direction of the roar. But because of the distance, I can only see the fleeting golden flashes of the sky and the roar of beasts. He needs to make sure that Reiner and Berthold will take Alan and Emer into the giant tree forest from which direction. By that time, he will have a good time. Waiting for this period of time, I can just recover my strength. From getting the giantess to the present, Tang An has been proficient in this huge body through training. In addition to hardening, shaving, and moon steps, the body coordination ability can be as flexible as a normal body. Tang An was waiting here, while Elvin, Luel, and others were in action, taking all the investigative core to Alan's direction. Under the wall, the attacking giant has already fought with the giant of armor, and at the same time the super giant on the wall is spraying high-temperature steam to resist the attacks of Ermin, Koni, Hanji, and others. Liner. As if losing his mind, Alan roared on the back of the giant's neck, hitting Lena's cheek with a right uppercut. Boom! The reason why the giant of armor is called the giant of armor is because the giant of armor is in a hardened state all over the body, like wearing an armor, the blade can't penetrate at all, and it also has indestructible attack power. But there is also a weakness, that is, the armor on the back of the knee will fall off when moving quickly, which makes it easier to move. At the same time, the eyes are also a weakness. Is about 15 meters tall like the attacking giant, has white hair, is very strong, and looks very similar to Reiner. Vol 2 Chapter 22, Eat the Giant of Hebei. Lena blocked it with one hand, and at the same time made a fist with his left hand and gave Alan an uppercut. The huge force made Alan fly upside down on the spot, and his entire jaw was crooked after hitting the ground and splashing mud. Head to head, Alan is no opponent at all. Crack! Mikasa appeared behind the giant of armor, trying to cut off the back of the neck with a blade, but with a burst of sparks, both blades broke off. Damn it, too hard. Returned to the wall, Mikasa looked at the broken blade with an ugly expression. Mikasa! Elman flew down from the wall, watching the scene where Alan was unilaterally picked up by Lena, and he was also very anxious. Ermin, that guy is too hard. Mikasa drew a new blade. Normal attacks can't break the defense at all. Elman frowned and thought, now they can't help Ellen, they can only rely on Ellen. But the giant of armor has no flaws in his body, and he must use other methods to defeat the opponent. Elman thought highly, and when Ellen flew 360 degrees in the air, a cold sweat appeared on Elman's side. Must find a way. Head-to-head is definitely not an opponent. Head-to-head, yes, head-to-head. Elman thought of a way. Ellen! As Elman shouted, Alan, who got up again, approached the wall while being wary of Reiner. Elman fell on Alan's shoulder and whispered his thoughts. Use jujutsu to suppress it close, don't go head-to-head with him. Alan nodded and began to change his strategy. Elman! At this time, Reiner in the back of the giant armor saw Ermin frowning slightly. No matter what you do, Alan is not my opponent. Putting on a fighting trend, Reiner is confident in himself. The two giants are facing each other, and this time it was Reiner who launched the attack first. There was a right uppercut with a cracking sound, but Alan's reaction was quick, and he tilted his head to avoid and took a step forward while holding Lena's throat with his right hand. The whole earth trembled, and cracks spread to the surroundings. Dense dust and steam splashed up. Alan clamped Lena's waist with his feet, and locked his throat with his hands. As he continued to increase his strength, the armor on the giant's body began to crack. Damn it! Liner's face was heavy, and the other party confined him like Spee's plaster. In terms of the softness of his body, he was definitely not as good as the attacking giant. Struggled hard, but as soon as he came through, the opponent clamped his neck with his feet, and at the same time grabbed his right hand and continued to fold it. Crack, crack. The armor was constantly breaking, as if it would break at any time. I can do it, I can beat him. Alan roared, he found the other's weakness. Roar. Was crushed to the ground, Lena roared and struggled forward and crawled forward. Liner, it's useless, you lost this time. With both feet clamped the opponent's throat, Alan wanted to break Lena's arm alive. Something's wrong. Elman looked at Lena, who was struggling forward, and looked up at the giant with only the upper body on the wall. Not good, go back. At this time, the body of the giant is gradually leaning, and Rainer and Alan are just below. Bertold. Rainer roared. Boom. The supergiant fell from the upper body, hitting Liner and Alan with one pass. The Earth's crust was lifted in a radius of 100 meters, and the huge cracks spread shockingly, and the center was covered by hot heat and steam. Ellen. Ai Erman, Mikasa, Hanji, and others are desperate. Boom. Bang. Rainer suddenly emerged from the steam and ran away quickly, with Bertold and unconscious Alan and Emer on his shoulders. Faced with such a blow to the supergiant, the giant of armor did not show a prototype, and Alan went into a coma directly. The defenses of both sides are not at the same level. Ellen. Mikasa wants to chase it out. Mikasa, don't be impulsive yet. Elman looked at the giant armor that was going away and stopped Mikasa. Because the terrain here is wide and flat, the three-dimensional mobile device is useless at all. Emer. Krista is in the same mood as Mikasa, because she still has a lot of things to say to Emer. 10 minutes later, Irvine led the investigation corps and arrived. Where is Ellen? The two sides gathered. Irvine frowned and looked at Hanji and Erman. Erman's analysis is correct. The giant of armor is Rainer, and the giant is Bertold. 10 minutes ago, Ellen was taken away. And Emer can also transform into a giant. Hanji simply wanted to explain the ins and outs. Rainer and Bertold must have consumed a lot of energy just now, and they will definitely be temporarily repaired in the forest of giant trees. Elman said his guess. All the members attacked and regained Alan. Erwin made a decisive decision and directly issued the combat target. On the other side, Rainer is still running towards the forest of giant trees. Emer and Alan have recovered, but they are still recovering from their injuries. Liner, Bertold, I will definitely let you die in pain. Alan, who had woken up with a grim face, looked at Rainer and Bertold, full of resentment and hatred, and wished to slash the two. Bertold was silent. As for Rainer still keeps the giant of armor, so he can't respond to Ellen. Yab. Just as he approached the forest of giant trees, Lino looked at the back of his neck with a stunned look. Because he saw the giantess standing outside the giant tree forest, as if waiting for them. Ani. Bertold was also surprised, with joy in his eyes. Alan also understands at this moment, no wonder Arnie is missing. After the last failure, he never returned to the Wall of Roses, and he has always been in the forest of giant trees. The two sides are getting closer and closer. 5 steps, 3 steps, 1 step. There is no sign. A gas tank appeared in the hands of the giantess. www.readaloud.com. It was a tank facing Rainer. This scene happened so fast that the joy on Bertold's face was too late to change. Boom! With a heavy attack, the gas tank blasted on the giant's chin from bottom to top. The latter flew out of the ground, and Bertold, Alan, and Emer on his shoulders were also lifted out. Ns. A tattered gully spread under the feet. The giant of armor lay in the mud with a broken jaw, turning over and getting up and shaking his head constantly. Cough, cough. Ymir flew out the closest distance to the giantess. At this moment, he fell on the ground and coughed constantly. Suddenly the light dimmed and a big foot appeared in front of him. Ah! Ani! Ymir looked terrified, because she was caught by the giantess and threw it into her mouth. The other party wants to eat her. Ani. Rainer, Berthold, and Alan in the distance were all dumbfounded. What? With a scream and spray of blood, Emer was swallowed after chewing several times among the female giants. You Mer. Alan couldn't believe what was happening before him. Ani, what are you doing? Berthold is now very scared. Their task is to bring back the power of the other giants, but Ani actually ate the giant of E. The giantess did not pay attention to the three people's wailing, but raised her hands to observe. After eating Emer, Tangan could feel the bite force increasing, and at the same time sharp skeletal nails grew on his hands. The giant of Hebei has many characteristics, such as fast speed, flexible movement, mouth, hands, and other parts will be covered with sharp minions. It can be said that the attack power is very strong. Vol 2 Chapter 23, Three-Way Melee. Eat Emer, Tangan looked at Ellen again. Ani, what are you doing? Berthold yelled, this is not the Arnie he knows. Tangan was unmoved, and strode towards Alan. I will kill you all one day, and I want you to suffer all the pain and torture. Alan stood up, leaving his left hand only on his wrist, and the whole palm was still steaming to recover, but the recovery was very slow. He didn't have a trace of fear, only hatred. Boom! At the critical moment, Lena ran over and knocked Tangan out in one fell swoop. Ani, what the are you doing? Rainer roared, and his entire jaw had recovered. And Berthold took this opportunity to grab Alan and fly to the giant tree in the distance, looking at the faces of the two giants facing each other with doubts. Ha ha! Alan laughed somehow, he could see that these guys were fighting. The gas tank appeared in his hand again out of thin air, the attack just did not deform, the quality was leveraged. Whether it's Rainer, Berthold, or Alan, they are all dumbfounded. Because they didn't know how the thing in Tangan's hand appeared. Ani, what do you want to do? Seeing the giantess rushing up quickly, Rainer put on a fighting attitude. Boom! The eardrum was torn apart with the sound of piercing. Tangan swept the gas tank with him. Liner quickly lowered his head, but at this time Tangan turned and kicked Liner on the chest, and the latter flew out again. How is it possible, this force? Mud and sand splashed, and the 20-meter land centered on Rainer collapsed. Rainer's eyes were unbelievable. As a comrade in arms, he knew the power of Ani. But now Ani's power has soared twice as much as before. Coupled with the weapon that appeared out of thin air, all signs indicate that it is very likely that Ani is not in the body of the giantess. If it's not Ani, who the is it? You are not Arnie. Lena got up and started to speak. It's just that the voice is hoarse and mad, like the sound of a knife blade constantly scratching on rusty steel. To be honest, Tangan, who was in the body of the giantess, was a little surprised to see Lena speaking. In the original work, only the giant of Hebei and the giant of beasts among the 9 giants can speak, and the other giants have never spoken. Maybe said, but deliberately did not say. Tangan knew when he was in charge of the power of the giantess that the giantess could also talk. It's just a bit unpleasant, with husky in the sharp, and some are not male or female. Now that the giants of armor speak, it is very likely that the 9 giants can speak, but the original book has not yet shown it. Facing Rainer's question, the giantess answered with a gas tank. Boom! Liner dodged sideways and slammed Tangan's left cheek with a punch, but Tangan's reaction ability was beyond his expectation. Not only did he dodging, he jumped high and hit him in the chin with his knee. A mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth, and the high-temperature steam seldom rose, and Rainer kept backing up a few steps. The huge power is like a house smashed in. Rainer flew out and moved horizontally on the ground, the armor on his hands was constantly shattering and falling off. At the same time, on the horizon to the right of Rainer, black dots quickly appeared. Is the investigative corps led by Erwin? What happened? At first they were so far away that they thought they were wrong, but now getting closer, they actually saw the giantess fighting with the giant of armor. Not good. Seeing the investigative corps appeared, Berthold was anxious and shouted at the armored giant, "Rainer, the investigative corps is here, we must retreat." "Damn it! Get up from the ground, the steam on Lena's body is getting more and more, the situation is not very good." Regardless of the giantess, she rushed towards Berthold, and must leave here now. With the sound of the earth rushing, Berthold led Alan to the shoulder of the giant of armor, and quickly shifted his direction and ran along the periphery of the forest of giant trees. It is absolutely impossible to enter the giant tree forest at this time, because the giant tree forest is too advantageous for combat with three-dimensional mobile devices. Only on the plane is it beneficial to them. The gas tank in Tang An's hand disappeared, and he glanced at the investigative corps that was approaching him, turned and chased the giant of armor. "We have only one purpose, to rescue Alan," Elvin roared, and then turned to follow the giantess. Although I don't know why the giantess was fighting with the giant of armor just now, it is certain that both are human enemies. Yes. For a while, a spectacle appeared on the entire plain. The giant of the first echelon armor protects Berthold and Alan. The second-tier giantess quickly chased. The third echelon is a densely packed investigation corps. But the investigation corps slowly split into two. The investigative corps headed by Erwin went directly into the forest of giant trees. The remaining investigators chasing the giantess and the giant armor are led by Levi, as well as Mikasa, Ermin, Koni, and others. According to normal circumstances, Li Wei should be raising his leg. After all, he accidentally broke his leg last time to save Mikasa. How long did it take to recover from the beginning? Actually, the reason Li Wei appeared here was all because of one person, and that was Zhou Wei. Just because this guy used the exchange point to exchange a bottle of restorative. With the sound of the three-dimensional mobile device, 5 solid objects were shot on the shoulders of the giantess, and then 5 investigative corps soared up, apparently trying to eliminate the giantess. Tang An stretched out his right hand to cover the back of his neck, with a hint of irritation in his blue pupils. He hasn't mastered the hardening right now. If these guys are allowed to attack, he might really overturn the ship. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. My goal is the giant of armor and the giant. If I bother me again, I will kill you. The giantess turned her head abruptly, speaking with a hint of hostility. As the giantess spoke, the shrill and hoarse voice was like a bolt from the blue, and all the investigators behind him were dull. She can talk. Shasha's hair was blown up. Oh my god! I can no longer think. Are you Arnie? Hold the rein in the hand, shake tightly. Liuul and Mikasa have a gloomy face. As long as Zhou Wei frowned, he didn't know what he was thinking. No. Ermin's eyes are full of questions and horror, and now the giantess feels completely different to him than last time. Obviously, Luol and Mikasa also felt it. Hey! Do you think that being a giant is invincible? An investigator who flew behind the giantess, the 2 swords were shining in the sun, and they actually did it directly. With such a hands-on, the other 4 people also started. Tang An was murderous, covering the back of his neck with his left hand, and a diamond dogleg knife suddenly appeared in his right hand. A light flashed, and the 5 investigators were killed as if they had been chopped vegetables. At the same time, Tang An stopped and turned to face all the investigating soldiers. They were all ferocious in that Baitong. There was also a diamond dogleg knife in his left hand, and Tang An held 2 knives like a giant mountain in front of everyone. Not good. A chill rose behind all the investigators, and their eyes were full of horror. They could feel that the giantess was irritated. Especially how did the weapon in the hand appear? Vol 2 Chapter 24, Liuul. Like a flash of light, Tang An did not hesitate at all, as if a tiger rushed towards the investigative camp like a flock of sheep. The curved dogleg knife held in both hands was so beautiful under the sun. Disperse, disperse. Ermin was cold all over. If the giantess had no weapons, then the presence of Captain Weir, Mikasa, and Zhou Wei was completely worthwhile. It can be said that the giantess will undoubtedly lose in the face of this kind of camp, but now the giantess has weapons in her hands. Ermin didn't think it was a decoration. Damn it! Even Levi's expression is unprecedentedly heavy. The feeling of facing the giantess now is completely different from before, at least now that Levi feels the danger, it is still the kind of creepy danger. Puff, puff. The real tiger enters the flock. Tangan is like chopping melons and vegetables, no matter whether it is human or flattering, it is completely cut off. The lethality of a casual sweep is like a bomb. The others keep going. Liuul and Mikasa make a shot, and the two of them are looking for opportunities one by one. Captain Zhang, Coney, and others trembling all over, they passed the giantess from both sides. Zhou Wei did not do anything, even if he had already determined that this giantess might be the Dark One. After all, the emergence of the Nepal army knife out of thin air is a naked evidence. The whole plot has moved into an uncontrollable situation. The top priority now is to protect the Son of Destiny. Tangan didn't chase, but stood and looked at Liuul and Mikasa with knives in both hands, neither of them acted rashly. Damn it! Laville's face was gloomy, even though the giantess's neck was now wide open, he didn't dare to attack at will like last time. The hands holding the handle of the knife are already wet with cold sweat. Mikasa, who was opposite, did not dare to act rashly, she could smell the fatal danger. Tangan moved, and the dogleg knife in his left hand slashed towards Mikasa, very fast. Almost at the same time, Levi moved, as if a sword light flashed across, and quickly appeared at the left foot of the giantess, trying to cut off the heel to make the giantess lose the ability to move. But Tangan early be prepared. I jumped up. Laville rushed to the air, watching the bouncing giantess's pupils shrink. At this time, Mikasa also attacked, evading Tangan's attack and quickly appeared on the back of the neck. Tangan stepped on Liuul with his right foot, and at the same time, his right hand slashed towards the solid object of Mikasa's three-dimensional mobile device. As the solid object broke off, Mikasa's body instantly lost control. On the ground, Levier was able to avoid big feet. The solid object shot behind the giantess, and then rose up around her right leg. For a while, the giantess's right leg spurted blood quickly like a fountain, and she knelt down on one knee. Mikasa was chopped off a solid object, and at the same time, Tangan leaned back with his left hand, even if it was able to escape in the end, it rubbed against it. He sprayed blood on the ground and made it difficult to get up. Liuul was covered in blood and appeared behind him all the way up. This angle just escaped the attack of the giantess, and he took the initiative. A new blade appeared in his hand, and Liuul aimed at the back of the neck this time. Tangan's left-hand dogleg knife disappeared, trying to protect the back of his neck. As a result, I didn't expect that Liuul was slamming, and he fell quickly and aimed at his left foot. Hot blood was sprayed continuously. Tangan could detect that his left leg had lost its function, and that huge body was lying directly on the ground. Liuul flew in the air and did not continue to attack, even if the giantess could no longer stand and lie down. Did you make it? Mikasa, lying in the distance, only felt that her whole body frame was scattered, and her mouth could not stop vomiting blood. The internal organs were just like shifting. The most important thing was that her right foot was bent. In the air, Liuul is still looking for an opportunity. Is very alert. But suddenly, hot steam appeared on the back of the giantess's neck, and a figure in the white mist stood up from it. Sure enough, dealing with giants like you is a burden. With short black hair fluttering in the steam, blood stains all over his cheeks under his eyes, Tangan's six-pack abdominal muscles are strong and powerful. Tangan. Liuul landed on the ground, staring at Tangan steadily. Mikasa in the distance also opened his mouth wide. No one thought that Tangan was a giantess. So Elman's guess is wrong, the giantess is not Arnie, but you. No. Liuel frowned and quickly refuted the last sentence. Because Tang An was shot to death by a giantess when he was in the forest of giant trees last time. The two are not the same person. How can you be a giantess? Liuel's thoughts are a little confused. It's very simple, because I killed Arnie and took the power of the giantess. Jumped off the back of the giantess's neck, and the dogleg knife appeared again in Tang An's hand. Now I need to determine one thing, whether you are the enemy or not. Liuel's face was frosty, and his eyes were full of cold light. It wasn't before, but it is now. Then you go to die. It seemed that Tang An would have said this a long time ago, and Liuel made the move as soon as Tang An spoke. The situation is now clear, and Tang An is the enemy. It can be seen from the killing of so many investigators just now. If the investigators were not killed, maybe everything could be restored or even talked, but the nature of the killing would be different. Tang An held the dogleg knife unmoved, and watched Levier flying over like a sharp sword very calmly. The distance is getting closer and closer, 10 meters, 8 meters, 6 meters, and it has entered the range of 5 meters. Almost in the blink of an eye, Levi's blade appeared on Tang An's neck, only a decimeter away. Hey! Time seemed to stop at this moment, and Levi's cold-lighted eyes gradually enlarged, and Tang An disappeared in front of his eyes. www.readaloud.com appeared behind him like a teleport, followed by a pain from the heart. Spreading to the whole body, a shining dogleg knife appeared in front of him through the heart from behind. Tang An took 2 steps backwards, and pulled out the dogleg knife with blood dripping on it. Liuel's face freezes, and after walking 2 steps forward, he falls to the ground. The blood immediately stains the ground. Lol. Mikasa in the distance was in a daze, unable to believe what she saw before her. That man was defeated after just a face-to-face encounter. How can it be? That is Captain Luel. Tang An stood in front of Luel and raised the dogleg knife again. Because Luel is not dead yet. There are several special families in the world of attacking giants, who have stronger physique or abilities than ordinary people. And Luel is one of them. Only because his surname is Ackerman, Levi Ackerman. Ding! Levi still had spare power to attack, and the blade that had never left his hand slashed towards Tang An's feet. This was also the final blow. The sound of steel collision, followed by a spark, Tang An blocked it with a dogleg knife, and at the same time the left-hand knife flashed, and a blood stain appeared on Levi's neck. More and more blood, Levi's head and body separated. At the same time, the focus in his eyes disappeared slightly. Resolve lie well, Tang An appeared in front of Mikasa with a few flashes spanning more than 20 meters. Mikasa tried to resist, but as a blood stain appeared on his neck, it was all over. Throwing off the blood on the dogleg knife, Tang An looked at the few brainless giants walking in the distance, stepping up into the air on a moonwalk, and quickly flying towards the forest of giant trees. Vol 2 Chapter 25, War BGM 1 Song. Successfully hunted down the important supporting actor Mikasa Ackerman in the world of attacking giants. Depending on the situation, rewards the number of dice. Congratulations on your 3 chances and the lucky value +1. Successfully hunted the attacking giant world's secondary supporting actor Levi Ackerman, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on getting a chance. Standing on a giant branch, Tang An opened the light curtain. Looked at the above explanation and frowned. Killing Mikasa got 3 chances and a lucky value of +1, but Liuel had only 1 chance? Tang An really wanted to ask how the important supporting role and the secondary supporting role of Crap Goldfinger were calculated, and Captain Liuel turned out to be the secondary supporting role? Is it calculated based on the number of scenes? But Liuel has a lot of scenes? Forget it, anyway, it's not a day or 2 to be dissatisfied with this cheat finger, and I don't necessarily say anything when I ask about it. Let's throw the dice. The dice revolved around the world, the model plane crossed 3 spaces, and the dazzling light disappeared. Tang An did not use lucky points. A pair of special effects gold armor. Description: the whole body is made of gold special effects. After wearing it, it will automatically enhance the host's wise and martial arts, domineering and handsome, heroic, sword and sword shadow, majestic and other temperament. Note: the golden armor is only a special effect projection, it does not have the ability of physical defense, cold resistance, heat resistance, etc., it can be changed with one click. Looking at the golden armor on the light curtain, Tang An's blood boiled slightly. Armor is just like a BMW woman, who is naturally attractive to men. Dress up. The dazzling golden light lit up, and the golden helmet, right ear pendant, arm guard, chest protector, goggles, and combat boots automatically surrounded Tang An as if there was life, and began to assemble. Tang An dressed well and looked around. It fits well, but unfortunately there is no mirror. There is no weight, no touch, no sense of solidity, it's really just special effects, only visuals. Walking a few steps on the trunk of the giant branch, the sound of the armor colliding with the golden leather could not stop the urge to rush to the battlefield. At the same time, Tang An's temperament has been completely renewed. He is wise, domineering, handsome, talented, kingly demeanor, and majestic. It's so fancy, but unfortunately it doesn't work. Tang An is still satisfied. If this armor is not a special effect, it is even better. It looks like Tang An is wearing a majestic armor, but in reality this armor is just a special effect projection, it's virtual. As for the physical armor, it doesn't have any of the characteristics, it's just a look. Is pretty good for pretending to be bluffing. Especially to increase the temperament. Snapped his fingers, and the golden armor began to fall off and disappear back into the light curtain. Tang An can be changed or removed at any time. Although the first item was a bit unsatisfactory, it was generally good. This is a good sign. Tang An started to throw the dice for the second time, but still did not use the lucky value. The model plane crossed 5 spaces, the light disappeared and an object appeared in front of the eyes. One portable all-in-one smart speaker. Description: it can be implanted in the body and carried around, and can be used as a microphone or loudspeaker. Any sound can be transmitted in 100% original flavor anywhere, without side effects. Negative ratings. No explanation. Tang An's face is a little ugly. What's the use of giving him a stereo without music? The only use of is to amplify the sound as a microphone. There are 2 more opportunities. Tang An started to throw the dice for the 3rd time. The model plane crossed the 2-step space. This time Tang An used the lucky value. The first BGM of war, victory. Explanation: behind a successful man is a BGM that sets off his temperament. Victory's magnificent momentum and passion, even if you close your eyes, you can see all kinds of grand war scenes in your mind. Can make countless people excited and urged to take up weapons and rush to the battlefield. Its melody is high, tragic, shocking, and passionate. Note: within 5 minutes and 20 seconds of playing this BGM, one's own strength will double, and the cooling time will be 10 days. Seeing this item, Tang An was silent for a few seconds first, then his face gradually became weird. Victory, this pure war music, Tang An has naturally heard it in his previous life. As the waist gold finger introduced, this pure music has a magnificent momentum, and the melody is high, tragic, shocking, and passionate. Tang An paid the most attention to the last sentence. Within 5 minutes and 20 seconds of playing this war BGM, one's own strength will double. In other words, under this war BGM, his strength will be doubled. Even if it is only a short 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and has a cooling time of 10 days, if it is used well, it can undoubtedly determine life and death. From Tang An's point of view, the preciousness of this war BGM is as precious as Shave and Uebu. Especially the precious 5 minutes and 20 seconds. Lucky value did not disappoint him. In addition, the front foot only drew on the stereo, and a war BGM came on the back foot. I don't know if it was really lucky. Gold armor, sound, and war BGM, no matter how you look at it, they all look like a complete set. There is one last chance. The dice jumped up and down, and finally fixed on the number 6. This is a very lucky number. The model plane crossed 6 spaces. When the dazzling light disappeared, Tang An's originally happy face froze, and then became more and more blue. Constipation for 30 days. Defecation is laborious within 30 days, the feces are hardened, the amount is small, and it cannot be treated. Draft Ma. Tang An broke his power instantly. Directly turned off the light curtain, and took a deep breath with a cold face. On the other side, the giant of armor ran quickly on the plane with Berthold and Alan, while Elman, Zhou Wei and others were hanging from a distance behind him. At this moment, Ermin is still thinking about the giantess just now. Judging from all the signs, the giantess is definitely not Arnie. www.readaloud.com. Now he is very worried about the captain and Mikasa, especially the giantess who can conjure weapons out of thin air. This is still unexplainable. Coney, Jean and others on horseback beside are also full of anxiety. Weird. Berthold stood on the shoulders of the giant of armor, looking at Elman and the others behind him. The other party could catch up with them, but he was still hanging from a distance, as if waiting for something. In addition, Levier and Mikasa are not there, so they should be dealing with the giantess. Now Berthold also wonders if the giantess is Arnie. You can't run away. Alan's hands are still recovering, and he makes no secret of the hatred on his face. Boom, boom, backslash. Suddenly the earth rushed, and an intensive running sound appeared in the eyes of the giant of Kai. Not good. Berthold turned his head and looked at the large number of brainless giants galloping in front of him. At the forefront were the disappeared Irvine and other investigative corps. Damn, do you specifically attract brainless giants to stop us? Ascended to look at them, they had been hit by 2 sides. Berthold. The giant of armor spoke, and his left hand simultaneously covered Berthold, Alan, and the back of his neck. He wants to sprint with all his strength and must not stop here, otherwise they will have no chance of winning in the face of the attack by the brainless giants and the investigative corps. The whole army assaulted. Seeing the giant of armor faster and faster, Erwin drew out the blade and rushed towards the giant of armor without dodge or avoid. Various brainless giants greedily opened their huge mouths behind him, and the 2 sides collided. At this moment, the giant of armor is like a locomotive, the oncoming headless giant is either knocked into flight or smashed. Vol 2 Chapter 26, Eat the Giant, the Dark One. But Irvine attracted too many brainless giants, and slowly the speed of the giant armor began to slow down. At the same time, all the investigative corps also fought against the brainless giants. Where is Levi? In the melee, Erwin looked at Ermin and others. Captain Luel and Mikasa stopped the giantess from behind. Elman answered loudly. Yes. Elvin glanced back, then frowned and looked at the giant of armor who was dragged by the brainless giant in the distance. The 3-dimensional mobile device sprayed, Coney, Jean, Shasha and others flew towards the giant of the armor. Now the giant of the armor is covering the back of the neck with one hand, and the other is bitten by 2 brainless giants, and the legs are also 7 or 8 meters away from the foreheads. The tall giant hugged. Because of the armor all over, it is difficult for these brainless giants to speak up. But many ants kill the elephants. The giant of armor wants to get out of trouble unless he gives up protecting Berthold and pulls out his left hand. Berthold, how long will you hide? Coney, let a few stand on the shoulders of the giant of armor. Through the gap between the 5 fingers of the giant of armor, you can see Berthold inside. Berthold, Reiner, did you just leave like this? Even Elman flew up. Why are you trying to catch up? Berthold yelled. He did not dare to look at each other with Ermin. Return Alan to us. Impossible, the reason why we came to this island is to regain the power of giants. So this is why you kicked the wall of Maria 5 years ago. Ermin and Coney had a few savage eyes. Woo woo woo. Alan is struggling behind Berthold, even if his hands and mouth are tied. Ellen, as long as you leave with us, everything is over. Berthold tries to persuade Alan to give up. Return Alan to us. Koni kept slashing the 5 fingers of the giant armor with their blades, but it was difficult to leave marks on them. The Dark One has appeared, I must protect you. Zhou Wei appeared using a 3-dimensional mobile device and said something that Elmin and others could not understand. Zhou Wei, what did you say? You guys get out of the way first, and wait until I rescue Alan. Zhou Wei doesn't plan to wait anymore. Can you rescue Alan? Whether it's Coney or Berthold, both sides are shocked. Shocked Bailey. Zhou Wei did not answer. Instead, he mentioned the Kaiyu Yang True Qi that had lasted for 40 years until the first Yang, and used the powerful shock Bailey in the 18 palms of Zhonglong. Boom! A 3-meter golden dragon appeared in Zhou Wei's hands, and at the same time a dragon roar sounded. With the terrifying force slapped on the giant's 5 fingers, it was forcibly broken with a click, and the huge gust of wind sent Coney and the others away. Ns. Even the entire body of the giant armor fell to the ground due to this huge force, and the Lena on the back of the neck was also impacted, causing the concussion consciousness to be a little trance. The hot steam continued to arbitrarily. Zhou Wei found the right time to lift Alan, and his figure wandered vaguely among the surrounding brainless giants and appeared behind him. Alan was rescued. Ermin and others in the air are all in disbelief. This Koni, Jean directly was silly, even a blade could not cut the armor of the giant of armor, but Zhou Wei smashed it to pieces. Berthold. Lino lay on the ground and was bitten by the brainless giant, and roared fiercely. Because of Zhou Wei's shock, Berthold was lying on the ground with broken bones and almost unconscious. Accompanied by Rainer's roar, golden lightning began to appear on his body after a sudden awakening. Not good. Retreat. Berthold is about to become a giant. Elmin roared, if Berthold turns into a giant, a 50-meter radius will set off a steam shock wave and destroy everything. Retreat. Erwin was also giving orders, and all the investigating corps fled in horror for a while. Alan has been rescued, they should retreat. More and more brainless giants have come from all directions, and they will be wiped out if they stay. Boom! The golden lightning from the sky and the earth fell, and a heat wave shocked the surface. The brainless giants around were lifted off one after another, and a large amount of high-temperature steam diffused to form a large-scale explosion. The oversized giant with a height of almost 60 meters in the center stood up, his size was frightening. The huge palm grasped the ground, and slammed it at the retreating investigative corps. For a while, countless dirt and gravel were like meteor showers, covering a large area with the sound of breaking through the sky. The attack of the giant is coming. Be careful to avoid. Erwin's eyes were split. What? The whole land was in tatters, and the investigators around were smashed into pieces, and the blood and internal organs splashed randomly. Just as the audience fell into purgatory on Earth, a figure on the horizon quickly disappeared one after another, and finally appeared at the feet of the supergiant through the steam storm. At this time, Rainer just relied on the supergiant's feet to recover. When Tangan appeared out of thin air, his eyes were full of horror. Tangan ignored Rainer, and a huge roar was heard at his feet, which shot up to the back of the giant's neck like a cannonball. Berthold, be careful! Lena roared. He didn't understand how the opponent appeared and how he flew in the air. He was pretty sure that there was no 3-dimensional mobile device around the opponent's waist. The diamond dogleg knife appeared in his hand, and as the back of the giant's neck was cut off, Berthold was exposed. Liner's reminder is too late. Accompanied by screams and blood, Berthold was cut directly in the waist, and Tangan lifted his upper body to the ground. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. When only 20 meters from the ground, Tang An held the blood spilled in his left hand, and as the golden lightning filled the sky, Tang An became a giantess. And immediately caught Berthold again, and put it in his mouth in one fell swoop. Do not want. Berthold's eyes were full of fear, and with the last scream, he was completely crushed and disappeared into the giantess's mouth. Berthold! Lena roared, and could only watch Berthold being eaten. Boom! Mud and sand splashed, Tang An ran out in the steam, and the corpse of the giant beside him was falling towards the ground. What happened? Ermin and others, who had completely escaped, just turned around to see the giantess appearing out of thin air and eating Berthold. And the body of the super giant is planting towards the ground. The giantess is not their partner. Despite the distance, Kohn vaguely saw Berthold being eaten by the giantess. Who is the giantess? Friend or foe? Everyone is thinking, the incident is getting more and more troublesome. It is impossible for them to return now, because more and more brainless giants appear from the horizon, and the investigation corps is too damaged this time. Zhou Wei's face is extremely ugly, he has completely determined that the giantess is the Dark One. Although I don't know what means the other party used to inherit the power of Ani's giantess, it is certain that both Alan and him have been targeted by the other party. But he didn't know who the other party was, whether it was a human or a ghost. There was a suspicious target before, but it was a pity that it was killed by the giantess last time. Vol 2 Chapter 27, Inherit the Power of the Four Giants. It turns out that you ate Ani. How would you know the way to inherit the power of giants? The corpses of the super giants are constantly melting, and the surrounding temperature melts even the ground. At the same time, a large amount of high-temperature steam continues to spread, so that more and more brainless giants outside do not act. Rainer's current situation is very bad. From the time he transforms into the giant of the armor, he has no time to breathe. Tang An did not speak, keeping the body of the giantess. A dog-leg knife appeared in both hands. Who? With the sound of a sharp blade piercing the air, Tang An stepped forward with a knife, and went straight to Lena's neck. Liner crouched at a critical moment, and at the same time came a sweeping leg, but Tang An knew it directly jumped up and slashed again. At the critical moment, Rainer raised his huge right hand, which was not only covered in armor but also covered with crystal-like substance. Obviously Rainer can also use hardening. This skill is not only used by giant females, attack giants, and beast giants. Or the 9 giants of wisdom all have this ability. For a time, the diamond dogleg knife collided with the hardened armor, like a knife and a shield. With the dazzling sparks and blood gushing, the dogleg knife broke through the defense and slashed into Lena's arm. Almost cut off the whole wrist. Damn it! Liner was furious and kicked Tang An with his right foot vigorously. The powerful force shattered the surface, but the flexibility of the giantess was not comparable to that of the giant of armor. Tang An quickly dodged sideways, the dog-leg knife in his left hand slashed at Lena's neck again. Helpless, Rainer can only lie down on the ground in an embarrassing manner, but just like that, the right foot of the giantess is oncoming. Crack! The abdomen armor was cracked, and Lena's 15-meter-high wide body flew directly out. Because of excessive force, Tang An's right foot broke off from the calf, leaving only patches of blood connected, and large patches of blood had formed on the ground. With the entanglement of the colorful 5-color silk thread spreading, it is rapidly regenerating and recovering. For more than 30 seconds, Tang An stomped his well-grown right foot, and walked towards Lena, who was wobbly standing up. At this time, Rainer was spreading steam all over his body, and his injuries recovered very slowly, obviously not having enough energy to consume. Swept again, and Rainer dodged in embarrassment. Tang An directly kicked back, and Rainer flew out again. Once, twice. Slowly, Lena could no longer get up from the ground. An armored arm flew down, Tang An stepped on Lena's chest with one foot, the dog-leg knife directly penetrated the head and nailed to the ground, and then everything was horizontal, the giant's head was split in half, full of wailing and a lot of steam. The blood is constantly splashing, and the surrounding broken ground is stained with blood. Tang An was pulled out abruptly, and Lena roared with fear. Looking at the mouth of the blood basin that was getting closer, the teeth shone cold like the tip of a knife. This guy is going to eat him. No, no. Bloody minced meat splashed around, and Rainer disappeared among the female giants. As Liner was eaten, a large amount of steam surrounded the giantess, and Tang An ripped the flesh and blood on the back of the neck and crawled out. Standing on the shoulders of the giantess, looking at the brainless giants coming up all around, Tang An stepped up into the air on a moonwalk and quickly flew towards the forest of giant trees. 20 minutes later, Tang An was sitting on a giant branch, his chest undulating and panting. Most of the physical strength has been consumed. It's not that the transformation into a giantess and the giant of armor consumed so much, but that Tang An has been flying in the air with moon step for more than 20 minutes. This is the biggest consumption. But these expenses are worth it. This time he won the power of the giant armor and the super giant in one fell swoop. Opened the light curtain, there was already news of the hunting of the villain. Successfully hunted the important villain of the attacking giant world, Rainer Brown, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on your 3 chances. Successfully hunted down the attacking giant world's minor villain Berthold Hoover, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on getting a chance. After reading the news, Tang An frowned. Since you are an important villain, you should have a lucky value of +1. Don't you look down on the important villain? Why are there important supporting characters? There is no important villain? What about Ymir, the giant of Hebei? Isn't it even a minor supporting role or villain? Tang An's condemnation is as always nonsense. Nonsense. Goldfinger eggs are not eggs. Now Tang An can probably guess the gap between the important supporting role, the villain, and the secondary supporting role, the villain. Generally speaking, it is an important supporting role and villain. There are many scenes, and it has a very intuitive relationship with the Son of Destiny. For example, Arnie and Berthold are both villains, but the critics who criticize the cheat sheet are the secondary villains, but Rainer is the important villain. It is estimated that there will be many more roles for Rainer, but now it seems that there is no chance. Ymir is the most excessive, even a minor supporting role? This is too much. He didn't know exactly how to calculate it, it was just a guess. In addition, this lucky value is very important. Judging from the past 23 experiences, things that are drawn with lucky points are generally practical and important, such as random crossing, shaved, fairy beans, and war BGM. But if you don't have a lucky value, you usually get very ordinary things, and there are penalties. So the number of dice throws is not so much, but luck. On the contrary, throwing more dice is still a hassle, because you are very likely to draw a penalty like mid-stage cancer to late-stage cancer. Of course, there are also times of good luck, such as Uebu, diamond dogleg knife. Let's start. Tang An started throwing dice for the first time, and the model airplane spanned 3 spaces. 1 black toothpaste. Explanation: pure natural mint and unique natural fragrance formula. Tang An only saw the black toothpaste and continued to throw the dice for the second time. He was afraid that he would get high blood pressure after reading it. This time the plane crossed a space. A pair of light yellow flip-flops. Explanation: flip-flops representing fashion, freedom, liveliness, and happiness are still the favorite of young people. They can be automatically repaired and changed with 1 click. Looking at the flip-flops on the light curtain was a little comfort. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. The most important thing is the automatic repair and 1-click reinstallation. Not only can be repaired automatically, but also can be replaced at any time, just like the golden armor. But this flip-flop is a real thing. Tang An's last life was full of flip-flops except for winter. Took off the damaged boots he was wearing now, and as his heart moved, a pair of light yellow flip-flops were worn on his feet, the size was just right. Use a dogleg knife to make 2 breaks. Even if it is damaged, it can be repaired out of thin air. This feature is very good. Stepping on the flip-flops with 1 foot, Tangan began to throw the dice for the 3rd time. The point is 6. 1 piece of green beach pants. Explanation: come on. Feel the touch of the sea, that is the taste of freedom. It can be automatically repaired and changed with 1 button. Tangan's eyes darkened. Beach pants do not matter, but the color is a little brighter. It's so green and faint. Men generally don't like this color. The 4th time the dice starts to spin and jump. The point is 2. A white t-shirt. Explanation: short sleeves, printed with a globe pattern on the chest, feel good, fit snugly, highlight the figure, flexible, it can be automatically repaired and changed with 1 button. Tangan looked at the compassionate shirt in his hand. 4 opportunities were wasted like this. Black toothpaste, flip-flops, beach pants, t-shirts, when to go to the beach on holiday. The key is that these things are very common, and there are no game attributes such as defense +1 and speed +1, so the automatic repair and 1-click changeover are still a bit harder. Tangan calmed down, more or less mentally prepared. Turning off the light curtain, Tangan began to study the power of giants. Vol 2 Chapter 28, We have a common enemy. Now he has 4 giant powers: the giantess, the giant of jaw, the giant of armor, and the giant. Each giant has its own unique ability. For example, the female giant, 14 meters high, with blonde hair and blue eyes, has an ultra-fast movement speed that exceeds that of a military horse. It can attract other giants to follow and call them. It is flexible and highly mobile, and can use a small range of howling power. The giant of the jaw, 7 meters high, covered with exoskeleton on the face and hands, long hands and short legs, flexible movements, full mouth and sharp teeth, amazing biting force. The giant of armor, 15 meters high, has indestructible attack power and iron wall-like defense power. It usually maintains the state of full body armor. Normal blades cannot penetrate. Only when moving quickly will the armor on the back of the knee be taken off. Supergiant, 60 meters tall, huge in size, but slower than normal giants. The body surface is not covered with skin. It can release ultra-high temperature steam from the body to form a wide range of shock waves. Each of the 4 giants has its own strengths and weaknesses. Tangan has wondered more than once if he eats all the 9 giants, will he return to his ancestor and become the original ancestor giant? Actually, there is a possibility. But today, the consumption is too large, so I'll take a nap. Lying on a 1-meter-wide branch, Tangan quickly closed his eyes. Sleep is the fastest way to restore energy. Time passed quickly, and it was night before I knew it. Wall of Rose, investigating the castle of the Corps headquarters. Almost all important members who are still alive are here. Erwin sat in the first place, his face extremely gloomy. Is there no news about Levi and Mikasa? No, it's probably already. Before Alan finished speaking, an investigator stood up abruptly, looking out of control and wanted to leave. Alan, calm down. Elman stood up and pulled Alan, with fatigue in his voice. Mikasa will not die. Alan's eyes were full of self-blame, he didn't dare to think in any direction. I know. Elman said that he had no confidence, even if he knew that Captain Levier and Mikasa were very strong, but the giantess was too weird. Even if the 2 are still alive, it's not good enough. I don't believe it either. How could Captain Lowell and Mikasa be so strong? They would die. Jean, Cone, Shasha, and Krista didn't believe it. I believe in Lowell. Alan, please calm down. Elvin said, looking at everyone in the conference room with a heavy face. Analyze the current information first, Elman. Everyone is sitting in danger, but their faces are very ugly. And Elman stood up and analyzed it without hesitation. From the intelligence that Alan said, we can conclude that the giantess was indeed Arnie before, but I don't know why Arnie fought with Rainer and Berthold, and ate Emer and wanted to eat. Drop Alan. Besides, the giantess can conjure weapons out of thin air, and is hostile to us. So I guess Arnie may be dead, and the current giantess should be another person, but I don't know how he captured the giantess. And when we retreat, Berthold may have been eaten by the giantess, Rainer may have been eaten, or escaped. In addition, the giants of beasts that Coney and others encountered in the ruins of Utgard Castle are also wise. Elman spoke for about 10 minutes, and said everything he thought and guessed. That is to say, whether it is Rainer, this giantess, or even the newly appearing giant of the beast, their purpose is Alan, right? Hanji pushed his glasses and looked at Alan. Right. Ermin nodded first, and then continued, it can be roughly divided into 4 camps. First, Rainer and Berthold, then the female giant, second, the beast giant, and finally us. Rainer and the giantess were originally companions, but now they are killing each other, their purpose is Ellen. As for the giant of the beast, he is not sure, but he should have been eyeing Ellen. It seems that we have a lot of enemies, Alan, you are a sweet potato. Hanji smiled a little sorrowfully. I will kill them all one day. Alan made no secret of the hatred in his eyes. Since their targets are Alan, then we take the initiative. Elman clenched his fists, already had a plan in his mind. Ermin, any thoughts? Irvin seldom speaks while sitting on the main seat, but instead is everywhere for Elman to express. Now we still know too little information. We only need to go to the basement of Alan's house to know everything. Do you want Alan to be the bait? Yes, since their target is Ellen, as long as Ellen appears outside the wall of Maria, they may do it. Elman looked at Alan and told her plan. Is no different from the 57 off-wall surveys planned by Irvine last time. They all used Alan as bait. This proposal is very good, but the specific action time is yet to be determined. Irvine agreed to Ermin's plan because they had only one way to go. And one more thing. AI Ermin looked at Zhou Wei. Zhou Wei, when you saved Alan before, what do you mean by the Dark One, and why you want to protect Alan, and your ability? Yes, at that time, a golden creature appeared in Zhou Wei's palm, and he directly smashed the arm of the giant's hand. It was an armor that even cut the blade continuously. Connie and Jean nodded, they were both on the shoulders of giant armor. I can only say that the Dark One is a demon. Whether it is Alan or I are the target of the other party, my task is to protect Alan and kill the other party. You can trust me about this. www.readaloud.com. We have a common enemy and we can cooperate completely. And I can tell you for sure, the giantess is the Dark One. Zhou Wei can't say too much, after all, there are regulations in the main space, but the task is not in this list. Everyone in the conference room frowned, and Ermin recalled the bit by bit since the first meeting with Zhou Wei. As Zhou Wei said, he is not an enemy, this is certain. If it were the enemy, Zhou Wei's power would have been able to do it a long time ago, and he had rescued Alan from Rainer during the day. It's just that this guy is gracious around Mikasa and Krista. Are you from outside the wall? Elman stared at Zhou Wei intently, as did the others. Because of Rainer and Berthold, everyone knows that there are other humans out there, but they don't know the specifics. If Zhou Wei comes from outside the wall, then they can get a lot of information. I can't say. Zhou Wei shook his head, he didn't dare to violate the rules of the main space. Why can't I say it? Some investigators had a sullen face, and even put their hands on the handle of the knife. I am not your enemy. My task is to protect Alan and kill the Dark One. Zhou Wei's face also sank, and he could clearly see the small movements of some people. I believe in Zhou Wei. Seeing the atmosphere rattled, Ermin's tone was serious. This is the end of this matter, everyone go and rest. Elman stays. Elvin spoke, his face very calm. As everyone left the meeting room, only Erwin and Ermin were left. Words from the writer behind. Is night, the starry sky is high with the Milky Way, the colorful colors are as bright as ribbons. On the rootless earth, only the gentle moonlight is pouring, and there are brainless giants in all directions or in the hillsides, ravines, and grass. But the brainless giants in the night stopped moving. Boom! The golden lightning illuminates the entire sky like a thunderbolt on a sunny day, shining radiantly in the forest of giant trees. A 7-meter-high giant with a face and hands covered with exoskeleton and a mouth full of fangs fell from the sky and hit the ground, splashing a piece of dust with gravel. This is the giant of Hebei. Sharp nails and sharp teeth. Tang placed his body on the back of the giant of Hebei, watching him become the giant of Hebei with his hands and teeth like the tip of a knife, and he could easily scratch or smash rocks. Watching the surrounding giant tree, Tang suddenly jumped up, his hands easily grabbed into the tree and moved like a swing in the air, flexible and changeable at an extremely fast speed. After adapting to more than 10 minutes, Tang stood up from the back of the giant's neck, looked at the corpse with high-temperature steam spreading all over his body, and jumped onto the trunk of the giant branch. This feeling is pretty good. Transformed into a giant of Hebei and jumped up and down for 10 minutes, his physical strength was not consumed much. Next is the giant. Jumped down from the giant tree, and with the blood on his right hand splashed all over the sky, as if the roar of a missile explosion sounded through the sky, and then golden lightning connected the world, a steam mushroom cloud towered, and a 60-meter-high supergiant appeared. The line of sight is really raised a lot. Through the eyes of the giant, Tang seemed to be looking down on the whole earth. Stepped out in one step, the earth collapsed like an earthquake, cracks and tears wherever it went, and the surrounding crust was floating and uplifting. Seen from a distance, it looks like a volcano, surrounded by billowing smoke and fire, as if coming from hell. The giant hand full of high-temperature steam, covering the sky and covering the curtain like a black cloud, just like a 10th typhoon, the ground rolls up and the giant tree rises. Boom! A large amount of steam is like hot boiling water, shooting fire with a giant as the center, no matter whether it is in the sky or the ground, no one is spared. It's like bombing with a thermal weapon, wherever it goes, no grass grows. 200 meters in radius form a red land, with only the sparks of sparks and the ultra-high temperature that swallows life. The physical exertion is very fast. Although the size is huge and the strength is tyrannical, the speed is too slow, releasing heat from the body at one time can form a large-scale steam explosion. The supergiant also adapted to it for 10 minutes. Tang stood up from the back of his neck and learned the advantages and disadvantages of the supergiant. Looking at the spot where the surrounding sparks had been destroyed little by little, Tang jumped directly off the shoulders of the supergiant. His physical strength is enough to support him to transform into a giant of armor. Golden lightning fell from the sky again, and with the mud splashing around, the giant armor covered in armor walked out. It's really like wearing armor. Tang is active with a 15-meter-high body of the giant of armor. His speed is a little slower than that of the giantess and the giant of E, but his strength is much stronger and he has defenses. In general, the giant armor is the most suitable for combat. About 20 minutes later, Tang stood up from the back of the giant armor, her body temperature was very high, and steam surrounded. The giant of armor is very good in attack and defense, but the armor of important joints, such as knees, elbows, etc., must be taken off when doing certain difficult movements. Becoming a giantess, a giant of Hebei, a giant of armor one after another, Tang has a bottom in his heart. He can transform into the above 4 giants at will. If he is a giantess, he can use the teeth or sharp nails of the giant of Hebei. There are also the characteristics of the armor of the giant armor or the supergiant jetting a lot of steam. If you want to become another giant, you have to get out of the giantess body and transform again. To become a giant of armor, you can also use the howl of the giantess, the teeth and nails of the giant of Hebei, the steam of the giant, and so on. Is equivalent to all being connected. In the future, Tang An will be able to transform selectively according to the environment or the enemy. The giant of the beast, the giant of the car, the giant of the warmer, the giant of the attack, the giant of the ancestor cannot be let go. Tang An has a hunch that if he eats all the 9 giants, he will have mastered 9 abilities, which is much more reliable than the waste gold finger. But don't worry about this matter, let's see if we can master the hard chemistry, and then skillfully use the power of the 4 giants. Tang An intends to settle down, not only for daily practice, but also for shaving and moonwalking. If you can still use shaving and moon steps while keeping the giant body, then Tang An has thought about this idea more than once, and he believes that the possibility of success is great. And all he has to pay is sweat, exhaustion, persistence, and will. But Tang An is not short of these things. Time flies quickly, and 2 months passed without knowing it. The investigation corps has been huddled in the wall for the past 2 months. The reason for this is that the investigation corps suffered heavy losses due to the action 2 months ago. These 2 months are completely waiting for the 105 and 106 trainees. The investigation corps needs fresh blood to join in. After all, there is a shortage of manpower. The other 2 months have just allowed Alan to master the power of giants and the ability to harden. Only when Alan masters the hardening power can the investigative corps implement the plan to recapture the Wall of Maria and go to the basement of Alan's house to capture the truth about the world. And in these 2 months, whether everyone admits it or not, Levi and Mikasa are dead. Even if Alan deceives himself and does not believe it, the facts are right before his eyes. If Levi and Mikasa were still alive, it would be impossible for them to have no news for 2 months. The investigative corps also sent people to look outside the wall, and all they could get were the broken 3-dimensional mobile devices of Levi and Mikasa. And also brought back a news that the direction of the giant tree forest is a golden lightning storm formed by the transformation of a giant. Their enemies did not leave this land, but looked at them outside the wall. It was like a haze over all the investigative corps. Everyone was panicked and almost collapsed. They are like pigs and sheep locked in cages, they will be slaughtered at any time. www.readaloud.com, and all they can rely on is Alan. Alan didn't disappoint, either, training frantically for the past 2 months. He vowed to kill all the giants, to kill the giantess to avenge Mikasa, and to make Reiner die in pain. 1997, 1998, 2000. In the forest of giant trees, Tang An is wearing black stretch boxer briefs with his legs clamped between the branches. He holds his head in his hands and uses the strength of his waist to pull upwards. The sweat on his body drips down like rain through the strong muscles on the ground, and several hovering underneath. Brainless giant. All raised their heads and opened their huge mouths to wait for Tang An's automatic entrance, or else they would circle or climb around the giant tree. Who? After finishing 2000, Tang An turned over and stood on the branch, shaking his hair and sweating. In the past 2 months, he did not waste time either. Basic training, shaving, moon step, and giant's power cycle training every day until exhausted. There has been a significant increase in physical fitness and various physical abilities. But last month he was very uncomfortable, because the feeling of constipation really made him want to stop, the kind of pain that he clearly wanted to pull but couldn't pull it out, and he wanted to poke it hard with a pipe. 2 items were also drawn in these 2 natural months. A manual razor and a toothpick. Don't mention it. Let me ask if the writer's words will affect everyone's reading experience. If you are an old reader, you should know that the last one of the farmer, Silver Fox of One Pirate, is about 1000 chapters. After each chapter, the writer will update some paragraphs. If it affects the reading experience, then I won't update it. Let's talk about it. Vol 2 Chapter 30, Young Women with Blurred Eyes. 3 hours later, on the back plain of the forest of giant trees, there were more than 50 brainless giants of different heights, running after the figure in the sky. In mid-air, Tang An stepped on the moon step and looked at the giant below, and when he was about to snap his fingers, at the same time his thumbnail pierced his index finger, and a wound of almost 1 centimeter appeared, followed by golden lightning roaring into the sky. Tang An became a giant of armor and fell from the sky like a god. There was a burst of cracks on the ground around the whole land, forming a spider web that continued to spread, and the soil, sand, and stone spread arbitrarily. Bring it on! Using the howling power of the giantess, Tang An took a step forward with his right foot, and the whole body galloped towards the 50-odd brainless giant like a locomotive. That's right, Tang An regards these brainless giants as training partners. Although all of them are mentally handicapped, they are better than the number. If it hadn't been for a month to go to the bottom, Tang An would really not dare to do so. There are so many ants that can kill elephants, and only the giants of armor and the super giants can deal with them. If the giantess and giant E face so many brainless giants, if they are dragged down, they will undoubtedly die. Harden. Like 1,000 horses galloping, Tang An used hardening to wrap up half of the giant's body, so that it looked like a crystal with fluorescence. These 2 months are not white, Tang An has clearly mastered the hardening. Puff, puff. The stumps in their arms flew, and the brainless giants in the front were knocked to pieces, blood and internal organs spilled over the ground, and disgusting. Tang An is like a tiger entering a flock. Instead of using a dog-leg knife or a gas tank, he wrestles with these brainless giants with bare hands. Military combat skills are used to the fullest: left uppercut, uppercut, knee, sweeping legs. Tang An is bathed in blood and stumped arms, unscrupulously killing like a devil. Hammer from the left to the right, and from the right to the left, the murderous spirit is high and the is blocking the killing. But a 15-meter giant suddenly hugged Tang An. Even if his stomach was punched through by Tang An, he still held it tightly, and some brainless giants also rushed up. Even if these giants can't break the defense, they are enough to force Tang An to the ground with brute force. At least more than 10 blood basins bite everywhere in Tang An's body, but they can't be bitten through. Tang An's body is stiff as iron. Unless his energy is exhausted, these brainless giants will not be able to bite by lying down. Reached out and grabbed the head of a 10-meter giant. As soon as he tried to force it, the latter burst like a watermelon. Blood and brain were sprayed on the surrounding giants. Then, as the method was used, he grabbed a giant's neck and swept across the army, and the surrounding high-temperature steam continued to rise. Some dead brainless giants, their bodies are all melting. For nearly an hour, after Tang An had dealt with all the giants, his body was diffused with a lot of steam, watching the distant horizon and many giants approaching. This is not the first time that Tang An has trained with these brainless giants. It has happened almost every day in the past 2 months. Just never faced so many brainless giants at once. But the giants who have transformed the most are the giants of armor. As for the giantess and the giant of E, they only occasionally transform, and there are also super giants. Looked up at the sky, it was almost time for dinner. There are still many training projects in the future, and time is still very tight. Only when the foundation comes, the power of the giant will come up. Tang An will not give up everything. Evening is coming, the sky is winding sunset, and the night is coming. North of Hina's Wall, Alford District. Suddenly the earth roared, cracks tearing the ground, a bloated giant several times larger than a supergiant, as if a big mountain was creeping. After leaving Akongchong Avenue, he crawled towards the north gate of Hina's Wall. How can it be so big? Kone's eyes were full of shock. This size far surpassed a supergiant. This is still crawling. If you stand up, it will be a cloud cover level. Where are Ellen and Krista? It has been rescued. Who became this giant? It's Krista's father. He captured Alan and wanted Krista to become a giant, eat Alan, and regain the ancestor giant. The Reyes family is the real royal family. This is not the time to talk about this. If you don't stop it, then the wall of Hina will. With the size of this giant, if you don't stop it, then Hina's wall can't stop it at all. The incident should start 3 days ago. 3 days ago, Ellen and Krista were taken away by the royal family rod rays inside the real wall. The purpose was to turn the daughter Krista into a giant and eat Alan to regain the power of the ancestor giant. Because only the blood of the royal family can exert the true power of the ancestor giant. Such as manipulating other giants, erasing memories, bloodline modification, etc., is the strongest of all the 9 giants. As long as you have the power of the ancestor giant, you can control all brainless giants, even the giants in the Wall of Maria, the Wall of Rose, and the Wall of Hina launch earth sounds to flatten the entire world. It's a pity that Krista broke the spinal fluid in the end and chose to save Alan instead of eating Alan. In anxious Rhodes licked the spinal fluid on the ground, and then turned into this one which is bigger than the giant now. Giants. And Ellen made physical contact with the blood of the royal family of Rod and Krista, and gradually awakened the ability to attack the giant. Knowing that his father Grisha came from the Malay Empire on the other side of the sea, how did he kill the Reyes family and seize the ancestor giant, and how he inherited the attacking giant and the ancestor giant? UU reading www.uukonshu.com. The next thing is that everyone solves the giant, and then overthrows the false king in the wall. Krista becomes the real queen. The investigative corps plans to recapture the Wall of Maria and go to the basement of Ellen's house to learn the story of the truth of the world. Flashed past, another month passed. Since the investigative corps killed giants larger than the giant a month ago, and Krista became the real queen, the investigative corps is finally ready to take back the Wall of Maria and head to the basement of Ellen's house. Before departure, every investigator's face was heavy, and his soul was like being wrapped in a haze. It was an unstoppable fear and fear. Set off. As the gate of Rosette's wall rose, Irvine waved his hand, leading a large number of investigators and set off. This operation is not only to recapture the Wall of Maria, but also to reach the basement of Alan's house to get the truth of the world. At the same time, he must also guard against the Dark One that Zhou Wei said, as well as the possible surviving Lina, and even the beast giant. Everyone regards death as home and is ready to give their hearts to mankind. And at this time, the Wall of Maria, on the wall where the super giant kicked the outer door 5 years ago, is more than 4 meters tall, small in size, with black hair, a long mouth like a horse, and a variety of models on its back. Giant with large weapons and equipment. This is the car power giant among the 9 giants. Has super endurance that other giants do not have. It is a 4-legged walking giant with fast action, capable of transporting materials and clearing trenches. It can carry various large-scale weapons and equipment on its back. Is a giant of logistics type. S current host is Peak, a young woman with long black hair, blurred eyes, resourceful and charming. Vol 2 Chapter 31, Giant of the Beast, I'm panicked. At this moment, he is looking at the direction of Rose's wall with a man with short blonde hair and a beard, wearing glasses. Is the incumbent of the beast giant, Jike Yeager. And there is another identity, that is Alan's half-brother. It's weird. Jike is naked to the upper body, with abnormally strong 8-pack abs. The lower body is a pair of military trousers, wearing military boots with a belt. Pushed his glasses with his left hand and looked at the direction of Rose's wall, frowning and looking a little impatient. According to the time, Rainer and Berthold should have contacted him a long time ago. How long has it been? There is no news at all. Will there be any accidents? Pike stood up from the back of the giant car's neck, black hair rippling in the breeze, and his temperament blurred very well. It should be. Jike rubbed his forehead, a little silly. Ani disappeared, Rainer and Berthold, and Marcel were eaten again and took away the power of the giant of E. It seems that I underestimated the humans in the wall. The primary goal now is to find Rainer and Berthold. The giant of Hebei has been lost, and there must be no accidents with the giants of armor, the giants, and the giant women. Pete got into the back of the giant's neck again, and then the giant said, "Hi. What are you looking for?" Without warning, a sound appeared on the left. Both Jik and Peek were shocked, and they looked at the source of the sound quickly, and their pupils were enlarged. When did this person appear? Jik takes a few steps backwards, his muscles are tight and he can transform at any time. And the weapon on the back of Chelly Giant also aimed at Tangan. At this time, Tangan is wearing light yellow flip-flops, a pair of green beach pants on the lower body, and a white t-shirt on the upper body. This dress looks like a beach holiday. Tangan appears here because he will stand on the wall from time to time and look at the wall of Rosette this month. According to the original work, Ellen and the others will block the wall gate below their feet to regain the wall of Maria, so he wanders around from time to time. As a result, I saw Jik and Peek climbing up the wall swayingly not long ago. Who are you? Neither Jik nor Peek were calm, because this person appeared too weird. Intuition is warning them of danger. Stop! Tangan only took 2 steps, and Jik cut his arm. Don't be so nervous, you should be the current giant of the beast. Then you are the giant of the car, you seem to be a very beautiful woman, I just saw it. Tangan put his hands in his pockets, and the smiling humans and animals are harmless. Peek, kill him. Jik's face was stern, and he didn't want to know Tangan. Boom! Jik talked about falling Peek and controlled the car force giant to shoot. Flashed 3 times in a row, Tangan suddenly appeared in front of the giant car force over a distance of 18 meters, and the hairs of Jik and Peek were exploded. How did this man appear? He appeared in front of him over 10 meters in the blink of an eye. What a joke! Hot blood spattered, Tangan appeared again on the back of the car power giant's neck, 2 dogleg knives shining brightly appeared in his hands, accompanied by a huge piece of flesh flying up. Peek was directly exposed. Boom! Golden lightning fell from the sky, and Jik directly transformed into a giant of beasts. Is covered with body hair, roaring like a gibbon. What? Peek didn't even have time to react, he only felt a sharp pain coming from his waist, and then he was brutally pulled his long hair away from the back of the giant's neck, and the intestines and various internal organs in the abdomen were falling continuously. Flying in the air with moon steps, Tangan grabbed Peek's long hair with one hand, and looked at the roaring beast giant on the wall below, still with the harmless expression on his face. It's a pity, it's so beautiful. Putting Peek's face in front of him, Tangan made a sound. After all, this woman is indeed very beautiful, if possible he would not mind spending a good night with each other. You! Peek was speechless. His eyes were full of fear and horror, he couldn't stop bleeding in his mouth and nose, and his body below the waist had been chopped off. Even so, she didn't die, on the contrary, the steam spreading over her body was recovering. As long as she is given time, she can fully grow her lower body again. But she has no chance at this time. Snapped! Tangan snapped his fingers, his thumb pierced his index finger and blood overflowed. With the golden lightning, his body quickly grew flesh and blood until he became a giant of armor. Impossible! Looking at the giant of armor that fell from the sky, the giant of beast raised one hand in front of him to resist the storm, his eyes were full of disbelief and anger. The giant of armor was not Reiner, but was taken by this unknown guy. Help me! Peek looked horrified, because the giant of armor threw her into his mouth. Roar! The beast giant roared, and the arm longer than the leg quickly hardened like a cannonball and blasted towards Tangan. He wants to rescue Peek. Tangan didn't evade, and his right hand was also hardened and punched out. In an instant, the terrifying storm spread around the two people, and even the walls under their feet could not bear the cracks. Various stones and cement were stripped and smashed in all directions. Tangan took a step backwards, and the beast giant stepped backwards 5 steps and almost fell off the wall. How come? Looking at his broken right hand, which was continuously spreading steam, the giant beast had anger and fear in his eyes. He unexpectedly retreated in the collision. What? Pike's last scream sounded, tears and blood poured over his face, watching the giant beast crying. He snapped a bite, and the scream stopped abruptly. Peek! The beast giant roared, looking at Tang with cruel eyes. But the next moment is unexpected. www.readaloud.com. The giant beast jumped off the wall, and then his hands hardened and sank into the wall like a gibbon and kept falling. He was running away. I want to run. How could Tang let it go, and also jumped off the wall, holding the wall with his hands hardened, and continued to fall. With the splashing mud on the ground, Tang An's feet were sunk deep in the ground and his upper body unbent and bent down, watching that he has escaped 20 meters away. Giant of the beast. Chased out like a cannonball. In terms of physique, the giant of the beast is about 17 meters, and the giant of the armor is only 15 meters, but now it is the giant of the armor and then the giant of the beast. This looks a bit contrasting. Damn it! The giant of beast looked back and found that the opponent was faster than he had imagined, faster than the speed at which Rainer inherited the giant of armor. With his right hand hardened and grasping the ground, the giant beast grasped some dirt and gravel, and turned it back with a flick, trying to stop Tang with his throwing ability. Harden! Facing the meteor swarms coming at extremely fast speed, Tang began to climb hard and hardened, and finally turned into a giant of crystal armor. Reflects the bright light under the shining light. How could it be possible? The whole body is hardened. The giant beast's scalp was cold, and his eyes were full of fear. Escape! Must escape! The whole body is hardened, even he hasn't done it, but this person can. Rumble! Tang rushed forward, ramming like a big truck like a Mercedes, and there was a sense of sight of the mountain and the ground cracking when he was running. Is full of violent aesthetics. Some of the flying stones were smashed with a punch, just to make him pause, and then he continued to step through the ground to chase the giant beast. Vol 2 Chapter 32, the plot has changed. Time goes back a few minutes ago, when the giant beast transformed into a moment. On a large plain, you can vaguely see the wall of Maria's outer gate. The investigative corps headed by Erwin quickly approached on horseback. There are giants. While riding their horses, everyone looked up in the direction of Maria's wall. The dazzling golden lightning was caused by the transformation of a giant. Who would it be? Coney's face is heavy. Linner. The first thing I guess is Rainer. It's also very likely the giantess. Even the beast giant. This direction is the outer gate of Maria's wall. It seems that they have been waiting for us a long time ago. Elman looked ugly. Their action was to block the outer door to regain the wall of Maria, and then head to the basement of Ellen's house. Ken, look at that direction, the enemy has been waiting. Just to my liking. Although there is still hatred in Alan's eyes, there are mixed feelings in the depths, and there are countless emotions of powerlessness, despair, regret, and expectation. Those memories in his mind and the death of Mikasa made him grow a lot. Everything he has on his back makes it hard for him to breathe. But even so, he has to do it. Just as everyone was getting closer and closer to the wall, a second golden lightning appeared. At the same time, everyone gradually saw the situation on the wall. It's a beast giant. And the giant of armor. It's Rainer, he really isn't dead. The situation is not right, Rainer is actually attacking the giant of beasts. They jump to the other side of the wall. Speed up, although I don't know why they are fighting, but it is good for us. Yes. Riding on the army horse, Zhou Wei looked at the giant beast and giant armor with a gloomy expression. He knows the plot. If Rainer was still the giant of armor, then he would never fight the giant of beasts. There is only one possibility in this situation, that is, Rainer has been eaten, and the power of the giant of armor has also been taken away. Who will be the Dark One? Ellen, follow the plan and block the outer door of Maria's wall first. Elman looked at Ellen next to him with a solemn expression. Alan said nothing, just nodded. When others used the three-dimensional mobile device to fly to the wall, they thoroughly saw the specific situation. On the plain far away, the giant of armor catches up with the giant of beast, and the two are fighting each other. Is this the giant's corpse? Elman looked at the car power giant who was melting and smoking on the wall not far away. Now only the skeleton and the weapon device on the back are left, as well as a human lower body, but now it has been melted by the high temperature and only remains a long leg. It can be seen that it is a woman's leg, and it must be slender and perfect before it melts. This should be a giant of wisdom. The body was cut off by someone, only the lower body, not the upper body. Koni, let the others calm their faces. They are used to such terrible pictures. Since becoming the investigative corps, his companions have died, and he has long been numb. Erwin, Alan, and Zhou Wei only glanced at the body of the Chelly giant, and then kept their eyes on the giant armor and beast giants fighting on the plain. Boom! The giant of the beast stiffened his hands and crossed them to stop the oncoming attack. It only took a moment for his hands to stiffen and fly, and the huge body flew directly. Sweeping the giant of flying beasts with one foot, Tang An didn't fall into the trap for the first time, but raised his head and looked at the distant wall. He did not expect the investigation corps to appear at this time. If Zhou Wei is not on the wall, he will definitely kill the giant beast now, but now Tang An needs to evaluate it. He is very cautious. He can ignore all the investigative corps, including Alan, the son of destiny, but he can never ignore Zhou Wei. Because he doesn't know what hole cards this wall has. So simply, Tang An gave up on the giant beast and ran away. This is to retreat. The beast giant, who was originally a little frightened, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw Tang An abandon him and leave. Turned his head and glanced at the wall, hesitated and left. I left because of us. Han Ji pushed his glasses and watched the giant armor and the giant beast retreat in two directions. Head, do you want to chase? No, the purpose of our trip is to recapture the Wall of Maria and the truth of the world. The departure of those two giants is just right for us. Erwin had deep eyes, and there was still a trace of regret and solemnity in his heart. He didn't expect that giant armor would be so decisive, and he left directly. Are you afraid of snipes and clams competing for the fisherman's profit? Intuitively tells Erwin that this enemy is very tricky. On the other side, Tang An could already see the forest of the giant tree. Looking back in the direction of the giant beast, it was long gone. Entering the forest of giant trees, Tang An came out directly from the back of his neck, and as the giant body of the armor hit the ground, the whole person stepped on the moon step and quickly rounded and chased the giant beast. He is not a giant who really gave up on the beast. Ellen, let's start. After half an hour, after really sure that the giant of armor and the giant of beasts would not appear, Erwin and others looked at Ellen. Good. Alan jumped directly off the wall, bit his right hand in the air, and fell to the ground with golden lightning to become an attacking giant. He needs to use hardening to block the outer door. Only in this way can he prevent the brainless giants from entering the Wall of Mary, so that they can clean up the giants inside the Wall of Mary and retake the Wall of Mary. The hardened crystal kept climbing, and finally the body of the attacking giant hardened, and many hardened tentacles extended to block the entire outer door www.readaloud.com, and it succeeded. The investigators looked inside and outside the wall, and when it was determined that the entire outer door was blocked, they all cried and cheered. Leave a team of guards, and the others go to the basement of Alan's house. Even though his face was calm, Erwin was a little excited in his heart, because the truth of the world he had been looking for was right in front of him. In the original book, Erwin would die in a battle with the giant of beasts. But because of Tang An, the plot has changed. Level and Mikasa died early, but Erwin hasn't. Damn, who the is that guy? Rushed towards her face with the salty and wet sea breeze, and the sound of the waves could be faintly heard in her ears. The giant beast climbed a hillside and finally came to the beach. He is going to return to the Malay Empire. Paul Adia has lost control. The giants of armor and the giants of car power have been captured by the mysterious Eldia. Even the giants of Hebei, Giant women. The plan to recapture the ancestor giant has completely failed, and he also lost his wife and broke down the soldiers, losing several giants one after another. Now Mirai has only one warrior giant and his own giant of beasts. And the attacking giant and the ancestor giant are in that guy's hands. He has no control over the direction of things. Puff, puff. The sound of tearing the air came from behind. At first, the beast giant thought he had heard it wrong and thought it was the sea breeze, but as the stomping sound approached, the beast giant turned and looked at the air coming from a distance. Tang An's eyes shrank directly into needles. It was all horror. The other party was alone and didn't have any equipment, but he bounced in the air. Vol 2 Chapter 33, Meet the Ancestor Ymir. Running very fast. Repeatedly stepping on the air in mid-air, Tang An's body ups and downs, coldly watching the outline of the giant beast's mouth is full of sorrow. At this moment, the giant beast couldn't help being horrified, and even his soul was eroded by the cold. He is scared. Fear in my heart. How can human beings fly without tools? Jike is going crazy. What's the situation with this guy? It's like level ground in the air. Hey! Tang An did not speak, and a dogleg knife appeared in both hands. He doesn't even bother to become a giant of armor. He still maintains a human body if he is superior. He can use shaved and moon steps at will. Damn! Suppressed the fear in his heart, Jike hardened his right hand and attacked Tang An first. Too slow. Tang An's eyes are like electricity, and when his fist arrives, he uses the shave to span a distance of 6 meters. He just 2 breaths against the beast's arm and appears in front of the beast giant. What? Jike screamed, he lost his sight. The powerful palm wind hit, the giant beast tried to repel Tang An like a fly, but then Tang An appeared under his feet for 3 consecutive shaves. The sharp weapon easily slips off the giant's hamstrings of the beast, and the latter can't even harden it. Boom! Boom boom. The huge body fell on the ground and splashed a series of gravel and sand. The beast giant turned over and hid the back of his neck cleverly. Flying in mid-air, Tang An was stained with the blood of the beast giant, and a lot of steam was rising. It's smart. Watching the giant beast facing up to the sky and covering the back of his neck, his face was full of abuse. At this moment, the giant of the beast is blind, and he is recovering with a large amount of high-temperature steam, and only the sound of Tang An's high-speed movement can be heard. Sparks flew everywhere. Tang An slashed under the arm of the giant beast, trying to abolish both hands. But this guy may be too scared to keep the entire upper body rigid. Now Jike has only one idea, and that is to wait for his sight and feet to recover, and then rush to the sea as soon as he recovers. Only in this way can he have a ray of life. Pap! Golden lightning fell from the sky, and Tang An directly became a giant of armor. He didn't have the patience to wait for the opponent to run out of energy. I think you can't do anything to keep it hard. With his feet on the legs of the giant beast, Tang An roared like a demon. Raising his right fist was also hardened, and went straight to the hardened head of the giant beast. Boom! Bang! The ground shook the mountain. The head of the giant beast was sunken in the ground, and a spider web was formed around it, constantly tearing the surface, and pieces of the earth's crust were cocked with Tang An's attack. Hardening and hardening collide, it depends on who is harder. Obviously, the giant of the beast is no better than the giant of the armor. After all, the giant armor itself has a hard armor, and now with the addition of hardening, it will undoubtedly increase the hardness again. A large amount of steam is continuously spreading, the hardening of the face of the giant beast is falling off, and there is still blood. Boom! Boom! Tang An was sitting on the chest of the giant beast, his fists were densely packed like rain, and the place where he attacked was all his eyes and throat. For 5 minutes, Tang An yelled to the sky, his hands were steaming up and covered with minced meat and brains, and the giant beast under his was hammered to pieces by him. Violence and blood were flooded around, so that the surface of the earth collapsed completely. reached out his hand and lifted the horrified Jike from the pile of minced meat. Tang An opened his mouth wide. "Don't, let me go, let me go!" Jike cried out with fear, watching the mouth that was getting closer and weaker to resist. Death is so terrible. He doesn't want to die. What? With the tragic screams and rattles, Tang An bit Jike's spine and everything ended with a swallow. But at the moment when he swallowed Jike, Tang An seemed to have a flash of lightning across his head, waiting for a blink of an eye to suddenly appear in a strange place. This is a place full of sand. There is a huge beam of light as far as it can go. There is no end to the sky and the earth, but above it is a dense network of roads resembling a starry sky. Tang An got up from the sand, frowning at this strange world. Did he cross again? Suddenly, Tang An saw a little girl under that huge beam of light, with long hair, her eyes empty as if she had no soul, wearing shabby clothes, and she was piling up giants with sand. "Who are you?" Tang An's body was tight and did not relax at all. This strange world is too weird. Faced with Tang An's question, the girl didn't speak, she still did her own way, piled up giants with sand. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes. Tang An approached the little girl slowly, but the other party still had no response. But at this moment, Tang An looked at the little girl's back, but his eyes were slightly enlarged, and his face changed in shock. As far as the eye can see, all kinds of super giants, brainless giants, and 9 giants piled up with sand are standing on the sand. Wow! The dazzling light flooded without warning. Tang An only felt a trance, and then returned to the real world. Not far away, the waves slapped on the beach, and he still kept the posture of eating Jike. What happened just now? From the back of the giant armor, Tang An knew that it was not a dream just now, he did appear in a strange place. Is that the original giant ancestor Ymir? Tang An connects all the known plots. In fact, for the entire attacking giant, Tang An knows only the animations of the first 3 seasons. As for the comics that follow, he also reads bullet screens or hearsays. He once read a spoiler comment, saying that the reason why giants have such terrifying regenerative and recovery abilities, reading www.yuyukonchu.com, is all because the original ancestor giant Ymir was in the space of road. Use sand to rebuild the shape, and the injured parts of the giants in the real world will recover. The world that Tang An just entered is obviously the space of road, and that girl is Ymir, the original giant ancestor. Has been in that world for 2000 years. As long as there is a giant in the real world injured, she will rebuild her shape with sand, so that the giant in the real world will recover. Is it because I captured the power of the 6 giants, giantess, giant of jaw, giant of armor, super giant, giant of car power, giant of beast, so I saw Ymir? Or does the incumbent of the beast giant have the blood of King Fritz? Tang An thought. He knows that the current person of the beast giant is Ellen's half-brother, and he also has royal blood. And this royal bloodline is the bloodline of King Fritz more than 2000 years ago, and Ymir was once a slave of this guy. It's a pity that Ymir has been a slave for so long that he has lost his soul, pursuit, resistance, and so on. Otherwise, as the original ancestor giant, he could completely rebel against King Fritz. But she didn't. Instead, she continued to obey King Fritz like a slave, and gave birth to 3 children, Maria, Rose, and Hina, for King Fritz. Finally, he wanted to die and was ordered by King Fritz to let the 3 children eat him, and then he would live forever in the world of road to serve the future generations. I have to say that this is sad. The ancestor giant among the 9 giants can only be used by the orthodox royal family with the blood of King Fritz, such as manipulating other giants, modifying memories, and so on. Vol 2 Chapter 34, Pouring Spinal Fluid. It stands to reason that if Ymir has a sense of resistance, anyone with her blood can use the power of the ancestral giant. It is not only available to people of the orthodox King Fritz bloodline. This is a slave consciousness that penetrates into the soul. Even when he is dead, he thinks he is the slave of the other party and dare not resist. Tang An is now thinking whether the Emer blood potion he drank can use the power of the ancestor giant. His blood potion should be the girl just now, that is, Emer's blood. If this is the case, it is not strange why Tang An appeared in that piece of road world. Throwing away the thoughts in his mind, Tang An watched the steaming giant corpse of the beast on the ground continuously melted, and stepped on the moon step and flew to the beach. Where there is a dam, the Malay Empire is here to inject the spinal cord of the Eldia to become a brainless giant. Sitting on the dam, Tang An opened the light curtain. Successfully hunted down the secondary villain of the attacking giant world, Jike Jaeger, and rewards the number of dice depending on the situation. Congratulations on getting a chance. Tang An looked at the explanation on the light curtain, and the Chelly giant really wasn't even a minor villain. Was lazy and angry, Tang An began to throw dice. In addition, he has a chance rewarded in the 6th natural month. In addition to killing Jike this time, there are a total of 2 chances. Unknowingly, he has been in this world for half a year. Natural moon throws the dice, and the model airplane spans 5 spaces. 1 Diamond Lotus King. Explanation: among the 3 high-end cigarette brands, they are highly favored by consumers. Tang An's eyes lit up looking at the extracted object. He smoked in his last life. Sometimes he didn't think about it after he traveled for so long. As a result, the waste gold finger was so on the road, and he was directly given one, which was the Diamond Furong King. He has only heard of this kind of cigarettes and never smoked it. Can't wait to open the package, light one and close his eyes. After a while, smoke comes out from the tip of his nose, and Tang An's face is full of enjoyment. The familiar feeling is back again. This time I throw the dice pretty well, but unfortunately there is only one. Continue to throw the dice for the second time, the model airplane spans 3 spaces. A string of big gold chains. Explanation: as a burst of wealth, the big gold chain is a must-have item. Only in this way can it show the temperament of bursting rich. Tang An's face grew colder, and he turned off the light curtain with a cigarette in one hand, so that he couldn't see it and didn't worry about it. Why do I become rich and need you to say? Didn't you see Lao Tzu smoking a diamond version of King Furong? Also, not everyone who becomes rich will wear a big gold chain. Tang An is very skilled at bombing soot. Looking at the endless sea, the opposite should be the Malay Empire. Now only the Warhammer giant, the attack giant, and the ancestor giant have not been killed. First adapt to the abilities of the car power giant and the beast giant. Tang An turned and jumped off the embankment, stepping on the moon step and quickly flew to the forest of giant trees. He remembered that the giant beast could extract his spinal fluid and mix it with alcohol for the Eldia to drink, and he could activate it by roaring, so that those Eldia who had drank the spinal fluid could become nonsense. Brain giants, and can give orders to those brainless giants. This is a very practical ability. Maybe it's time to take a look at the world inside the wall. It's not a problem to always go out and eat and sleep. Time is long, half a month passed in a flash. For the past half month, Tang An has been in the forest of giant trees to adapt to the abilities of the car power giants and the beast giants, especially the beast giants. Coupled with practice shave, moonwalk, and physical fitness foundation, Tang An's time flies very tight. At night, the starry sky is dazzling. Tang An stood at the wall of Maria, leaping down looking at the direction of Rose's wall. Half a month ago, Ellen used hardening to block the outer door of the wall of Maria. In the past half-month, all the investigative corps were cleaning up the brainless giants in the wall of Maria. After all the brainless giants have been cleaned up, the wall of Maria will be successfully retaken. It's just that it can't be completed in a short time. After all, the wall of Maria, the wall of Rose, and the wall of Hina are the outermost walls of Maria with the largest range. 6 months is impossible. After all, the original work has been cleaned up for a full year. Tang An's goal this time is naturally Alan and Zhou Wei. It's just that he won't just rush up so stupidly. Instead, he intends to use the power of the giant beast to at least allow most of the 3 corps of the investigation corps, the gendarmerie and the garrison to drink the spinal alcohol, and it is best to drink it as well. It will be much easier to deal with then. Even with the power of the 6 giants, Tang An is still cautious as always. The next day, Tang An did a little disguise and came to the shop owner's shop. This guy was an important part of his plan. As far as Tang An understands, this guy's business includes drinks. Although it is not one of the best in the entire wall, it still ranks in the top 10. This means that there are many people buying this guy's drinks in many high-rise, middle-level, and even the bottom-level walls. Tang An's purpose is to mix into this guy's wine cellar, and then pour the spinal fluid extracted for half a month into it at the source. Then there is waiting. Not only this guy's wine cellar, Tang An also plans to find other wine cellars, so that he can be foolproof. In order to fill the spinal fluid, Tang An drew off the gas in the gas tank, and now it is all spinal fluid. The boss is away. Entering the shop, Tang An found that the guy was not there, only Yate was looking at the shop. You are not dead. Yater was surprised to see Tang An. After all, he didn't see him in a few months and thought that Tang An was dead. I was injured in the battle and retired. Tang An raised his left hand, both his thumb and index finger were broken. If he wants to, these can grow out very quickly. This is the power of the giant's power. So this is Yiddle didn't think too much, he was just a messenger. The boss went to the wine cellar 3 days ago. I heard that a new wine was developed over there. Oh! Tang An's eyelids twitched, and he did whatever he wanted. Where is the wine cellar? West of Rose's wall. Yadel didn't hide it. After all, the wine cellar was guarded by a large number of people hired by the boss, and the guard was very tight. Many wine merchants' wine cellars also employ a large number of subordinates. It is difficult to conceal the brewing base of Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, so they generally hire a large number of subordinates as guards. Do you know where other famous wine merchants are located? I know. Southern area. Yate people said more than a dozen places. After all, many people know these places. This gold coin is given to you, and you have not seen me. Tang An took out one of the few remaining gold coins and threw it to Yadel. No problem. Looking at the gold coin in his hand, Yadel's eyes lit up. After getting the news he wanted, Tang An walked out of the shop and did not act immediately, but found a place to have a good meal. To do bad things, of course, is to act at night. This has been the case since ancient times, but it is a pity that Tang An does not have night clothes. In the middle of the night, a figure quickly disappeared in the wall of Rose. Tang An first came to a wine merchant's brewing base in the south. During the day, he had already inquired about all the routes and planned them. This is a manor, and from time to time there are 5 or 6 people patrolling with torches, and the security is fairly tight. But it was nothing to Tang An. He flew to the sky above the manor on a moonwalk, landed in the dark without knowing it, and then disappeared out of thin air with the shaver. Passed through the guards and came to the most center. Tang An looked at the wine pool in front of him and took out the gas tank out of thin air. Half a month ago, Tang An discovered that things packed in gas tanks can be put into the waste gold finger, provided that there is a gas tank container. Pour all the spinal fluid from a gas tank into the wine pool, and Tang An left without realizing it. Next, he needs to go to the outskirts to transform into a giant beast, and then re-extract spinal fluid from the corpse. The task is very heavy. Vol 2 Chapter 35, You should also be the successor to socialism. The sun rises in the east, the dawn breaks on the horizon, and a new day is here. Half a month ago, Tang An began to pour spinal fluid into the winemaking bases of various wine merchants, and in the past 2 months, Tang An secretly observed that these drinks had already been sold. The kind similar to beer. More than 10 wine merchants, Tang An has taken care of them in this half month. It is preliminarily estimated that many people in the wall of Rose and Hina contain the spinal fluid of the giant beast. All it takes is Tangan to become a giant of beasts, and then ascend to a high roar. Anyone who has drunk these drinks mixed with spinal fluid will become a brainless giant. At the same time, the reward dice for the 7th natural month has arrived. Everything is going according to plan. Tangan only needs to wait for a while, and then he can act unscrupulously. The fist-sized dice revolved and jumped, and the model airplane crossed 6 spaces. As the dazzling light disappeared, an object appeared in Tangan's eyes. One mechanical keyboard. Description: comfortable, hand feel, durable. Is this to be a keyboard man by yourself? Lying on the comfortable big bed in the hotel, Tangan turned off the light curtain. Sure enough, only lucky points can draw some good things. For other natural month reward dice, the probability of drawing good things is only 1 in 1,000. Tangan was not disappointed, because he had no hope from the beginning. Yep. The light curtain in front of him disappeared, and Tangan suddenly frowned. Because he heard the hustle and bustle of the street outside gradually disappearing. He lived here for 10 days and knew that the streets were very noisy every morning. Get up and lower the footsteps to the window. Just as Tangan opened the curtains to look at the street outside, a burst of air suddenly came. Not good. Boom, boom boom. The grenade exploded, and Tangan's room was instantly flooded with fire, and then the sound of huge artillery fire came from all directions. The entire hotel was devoured by flames and reduced to ruins in just a few moments. While in all directions of the hotel, everyone from the Investigation Corps, Gendarmerie Corps, and Garrison Corps stared at the hotel on the roof or on the street, with fear and determination on everyone's face. Head, can we make a mistake? On a roof, Connie, Jean, Alan, Ermin, and others are equipped with 3-dimensional mobile devices and looked at Irvine with a serious face next to him. I would rather kill by mistake. Irvine has a fierce look, and has never left his sight. The last time the giantess action, I saw Tangan being shot flying by the giantess. If he is alive, there is no reason not to report back for so many months. And how did he cross the distance between the forest of giant trees and the wall of Maria? Come back. Alan's face was calm, and a blazing fire was reflected in his eyes. If he is not dead, he must be the Dark One. There was a cold light in Zhou Wei's eyes. Patter. The whole hotel was burning. Suddenly a figure soared from the flames, and finally stood in midair and scanned the surroundings. How can it be? How did he fly in mid-air? The soldiers surrounded by looked at Tangan above the flames, all clenching the blades on their faces with horror. At this moment, Tangan was full of black smoke, and his white t-shirt and green beach pants were recovering out of thin air. Looking at the investigators surrounded by him, he narrowed his eyes to Elvin and the others. When did you discover it? Tangan fell on a roof next to the hotel. Several garrison regiments were sweating profusely, their legs trembling staring at Tangan. The distance between the two sides is only 5 meters. Tangan ignored it directly, his eyes were always on Irvine, Zhou Wei, and others. Xia Xia and I saw you from a distance on the street yesterday. At first I thought it was a mistake, but I didn't expect it to be you. Makes her complexion gloomy, and her heart is not calm while gripping the blade tightly. Yesterday, he and Xia Xia went to buy some things, and they saw Tangan from a distance. Even if Tangan did some disguise, Xia Xia found out. So what? Tangan spread his hands. Did you kill Mikasa and Captain Luel? Alan clenched his fists, his voice trembling. Ermin and the others were there at the time. I said that my goal was the giant of armor. In the end, the two of them had to die, so I had to fulfill them. Now Tangan has no need to hide. Yes. Alan was calmer than he thought, if it had been violent before. Tangan, you captured the power of Ani's giant, and then killed Emer, Reiner, and Berthold, did you? It's also you, I'm afraid now the giant of beasts will also be killed by you. Elman spoke with a certain degree of certainty. What is your purpose, is it also Alan? Yes. A cigarette and a lighter appeared out of thin air in Tang An's hand. After lighting, he took a sip, exhaled smoke from his mouth and nodded. Since you killed Reiner, then you are not your companions, why are you still staring at Alan? Ermin was a little unwilling, because he hadn't guessed why Tang An did it. Because he focused on Alan's power of attacking giants and ancestor giants. Zhou Wei looked at the cigarettes and lighters that Tang An appeared out of thin air, as well as the t-shirt, beach pants, and even flip-flops that had recovered from the original, completely affirming Tang An's identity. Judging from the name Zhou Wei, you should also be the successor of socialism. I think we should be fellow villagers. From the first time I saw you, I knew that you are a reincarnation. Tang An flicked soot and looked at Zhou Wei for a direct showdown. We are indeed fellow villagers. Zhou Wei had no expression on his face, and it was also a showdown. Since you are a fellow, why can't you just sit down and have a cup of tea and chat? It is impossible to meet a fellow in this different world. Tang An smiled. www.readaloud.com. I dare not talk to you, you want to kill me too. The Dark One. Zhou Wei's face is full of sarcasm. What Dark One? Tang An frowned slightly, telling him intuitively that he must figure out what the Dark One means. Are you still pretending? Specializing in hunting down the sons of destiny, the transversal, the reincarnation. You are a virus left over from the heavens and the world, this is the Dark One. Zhou Wei did not hide it either. This time the main space only stipulates that it is not allowed to disclose the existence of the main space to the local world, as well as the plot of the local world and so on. Does not restrict communication with the Dark Ones. And in his opinion, there is no doubt that Tang An will die today. Damn it! Tang An couldn't stop yelling at him, this cheat finger is really not a good thing. It can be expected that not only did he stare at the reincarnation and the traverser, on the contrary, he was also stared at by the reincarnation and the traverser. Others know his existence. Tang An's current sense of security plummeted. At first he thought he was standing in the dark, so he felt a sense of superiority in his heart, but now it seems that others are standing in the dark too. When he is hunting others, others are also trying to hunt him. It's fortunate that the traverser belongs to the self-employed. But the reincarnations are different. They are organized. There is a main who specializes in assigning tasks. Maybe there are reincarnations in the heavens and all realms, but I don't know if there are any dark people like him. If he is the only one, it will be over. This means that he may have been targeted by the reincarnation organization. Tang An's face is very ugly. Although this is just a guess, if he guesses right, his next journey will be dangerous. Vol 2 Chapter 36, Alan was cut off. Zhou Wei, you and Tang An are from the same place? What are the samsara and the dark? Ermin was confused when he heard it. From the conversation between Zhou Wei and Tang An, he probably understood what fellow villager meant. Should have come from the same place, and the reincarnation and the Dark One, as well as the Son of Destiny and the traveler that Tang An specially hunted down, don't know. It is not only Ermin, but Alan, Erwin, Hanji and others can't understand it. But what is certain is that Tang An is their enemy, and Zhou Wei and them are in the same camp and have the same enemy. Forget it, although it is out of my expectation now, but luckily I prepared it half a month ago. Tang An snapped his fingers, his thumb pierced his index finger, and the whole body began to be filled with golden lightning. Not good, go back. The surrounding investigators retreated, but in an instant, a huge storm fell from the sky, and accompanied by dazzling lightning, Tang An became a giant of beasts from bottom to top. Is there any golden finger? It can take the power of giants. Zhou Wei's face is very ugly. He knows that only the blood of Ymir can become a wise giant or a brainless giant. Could it be said that Tang An has the blood of Ymir? This is probably caused by some kind of golden finger. Get on the weapon. Han Ji waved his hand, watching Tang An become a giant of beasts, his eyes were full of madness. Many iron net launchers were launched all over the street for a while, just like trapping the giantess. Roar! However, the giant of the beast that Tang An had become roared, and the whole world was quiet for a moment. Boom, boom boom. Dense golden lightning appeared in the wall of rose and henna, and the whole sky was shining with golden red. A large number of Eldia began to become brainless giants. The whole world inside the wall is in chaos at this moment. Not only ordinary residents and some wealthy families and nobles, but also some soldiers of the investigative corps, garrison corps, and gendarmerie corps surrounding Tang An have gradually begun to become brainless giants. What happened? Store. Love Bisha. Nair. Kizaki. Instructor Keith. Fear and roar resounded across the sky, and many soldiers were about to collapse as they watched their familiar people turn into brainless giants. Ah, don't come over! Why did Dad become a giant? Help! Throughout the wall of roses and the wall of henna, from time to time, people on the streets turned into brainless giants and started to eat people, and everyone went crazy. It's not that one or two people become brainless giants, but thousands of people have become brainless giants. Damn it, Tang An, what the did you do? Koni looked panicked and yelled at Tang An. All gather to destroy these humans. Tang An did not answer, but gave orders to all the brainless giants, then stretched out his hands to grab some ruined walls, and projected them at Zhou Wei and others. In the investigation of the corps, the people around him suddenly became brainless giants, completely destroying the plans and traps prepared before. The most important thing is the brainless giants on all sides, all attacking them frantically. Boom! Alan jumped off the roof, bit his right hand and turned into an attacking giant as the golden lightning fell. Connie, Jean, Elman, Zhou Wei, you help Alan, and the rest of the brainless giants will be handed over to others. Erwin quickly issued the order. Yes. Everyone prevents the brainless giant from approaching. But the leader, there are too many brainless giants. There are too many to stop, buy time for Alan and the others. Elvin roared, taking the lead in cutting off the back of a brainless giant. This giant was changed by his men. Yes. All the soldiers acted to buy time for Alan in fear and screams, but there are too many brainless giants. At a glance, they all rushed towards this side, and the entire wall of rose and henna had begun to turn into a purgatory on earth. Roar! Alan turned into an attacking giant, his hands hardened and roared, and then rushed towards Tang An like a cannonball. Tang An stared coldly, and most of his attention had been on Zhou Wei. At the same moment, Zhou Wei, Erman, Coney, and others used a three-dimensional mobile device to fly into the air, looking for opportunities. The street slab broke, and Alan slammed Tang An's head with a powerful punch and with a cracking sound. Tang An was very calm, turned his head and a dogleg knife appeared in his right hand, bullying himself up and crossing Alan. It's now. At the moment Tang An acted, Zhou Wei also acted, and quickly flew to the back of Tang An's neck. Boom! A lot of sparks appeared on Alan's neck, and the dogleg knife almost cut in half, but it was still stuck. Shocked Bailey. Zhou Wei was surrounded by purple qi, which is the true qi of the Nine Suns' divine art. At the same time, a 5-meter golden dragon appeared in both hands, patted Tang An on the back of the neck with the sound of the dragon's roar. Tang An felt the crisis, he felt hardened and could not protect himself. If you transform into a giant of armor, you may block it with hardening, but now it is a giant of beasts, and your defense will drop by 1 level. Tang An moved very fast, his elbows stiffened and leaned back, and directly hit Zhou Wei's palm. His right hand burst just for a moment, and the blood and pieces of meat were almost broken. A lot of steam is constantly spreading. Zhou Wei's face turned pale when he shot out, and then his face turned ruddy as soon as the Nine Suns' magical art was running. Roar! Zhou Wei's powerful attack created an opportunity for Alan. The steam rising from his neck was quickly recovering from his injury. At this moment, his left foot was sinking deep into the ground and his right foot was hardened, sweeping towards Tang An's stomach with shocking power. Was originally running his head, but the beast giant is 2 meters taller than the attack giant. Now Tang An can't lift his right hand, so he can only be forced to use his left hand to resist, and at the same time the back of the neck is always hardened and protected. Because Elman, Shasha, Koni, and others are all staring at it. At the same time, a weapon similar to a long spear appeared in his hand. www.readaloud.com. It was a thunder spear, and even the armor of the giant armored in the original work can be destroyed. Is looking for a chance to kill with one blow. With a hard kick against Alan, Tang An couldn't stop backing up, and a large amount of steam fluttered all over his body after crushing a house. Roar! Alan roared, and jumped directly onto Tang An, slamming his hands on his head like cannonballs, but the strange thing was that Tang An didn't stop him, and he didn't even struggle. Let Alan hammer his head. Ellen, be careful! Elman, who had been vigilant all around, roared, because Tang An did not know when he appeared on the back of Alan's neck. He relieved the power of the giant and used that fascinating speed. This was something Elman didn't expect. Damn it, it's too late to be hardened. Alan also felt the strong wind on the back of his neck. At this moment, Tang An held the dog-leg knife in both hands and cut off the back of his neck like lightning, and Alan's real body was directly exposed. A sharp weapon slid across his waist without any hindrance. Alan's grimace was cut off by the waist. Just as Tang An was about to bring Alan out, Zhou Wei straddled a distance of more than 10 meters and appeared like a phantom. Kong Long has regrets. The 5-meter golden dragon roared up to the sky. If Tang An does not give up Alan, he will definitely resist this attack. With Tang An's body defense, this palm is not something he can bear. Tang An didn't hesitate at all, but directly flashed 10 meters away with the shaver, watching Zhou Wei's face gloomy. But before Tang An could breathe, Elman, Koni, and Shasha appeared in the sky, and thunder guns rushed down like rockets in their hands. Rumble! The huge explosion spread, and the billowing air tore the whole building to pieces. Vol 2 Chapter 37, These two people are gods. Did you make it? Koni has expectation in his eyes. Not good, go back. Elman looked shocked, and a golden lightning fell. Puff, puff. The huge shock wave hit the chests of Koni, Shasha, and others. The sound of the bone crack was so loud that everyone spurted blood from their mouths and flew out. At the center of the explosion, Tang An became a giant of armor. How could it be possible to become a giant of armor? Ai Erman's face was pale, lying in the rubble and watching Tang An, who had become a giant of armor. His eyes were all in disbelief. The other side only relieved the giant of the beast, and it turned into another giant in such a short time. Tang An ignored Erman and others, but went straight to Alan. Now that Alan is cut off by him, it takes a lot of time to repair. Before that, he can no longer become an attack giant. Hey! At this time, a machete appeared in Zhou Wei's hand. This was the Dragon Slayer sword. Under the urging of Zhu Yang's true energy, it actually shone with Jinhui. Tang An's eyelids twitched, and he now felt that even if the armor was hardened, he couldn't stop the opponent's sword. Zhou Wei stepped on Lingbo's micro-steps, and his figure flickered from left to right and went straight to Tang An's feet. The purpose was obvious, which was to cut off his feet and make Tang An lose his ability to move. Tang An's feet were hardened, and he stepped back and forth, but the opponent's body was too fast and too weird. To deal with Zhou Wei, being giant is a burden. A dogleg knife appeared in both hands, and Tang An slashed it down. The strong storm tore the ground surface, and as expected, he didn't even touch the opponent's fur. Both sides are like cats catching mice, and the whole area has become ruins. What troubles Tang An most is that from time to time, other investigating soldiers come to sneak attacks, and the weapons used are all thunder guns. This annoys him a lot. Alan was also taken to a safe area by the strong supporter Erman. If Zhou Wei is not resolved, it is impossible for him to capture Alan. In that case, Tang An stood up from the back of the giant's neck, stepped on the moon step and flew in the air, lowered his head and looked down at Zhou Wei's eyes full of killing intent. Without warning, a burst of high, tragic, shocking, and passionate BGM began to sound in Tang An's body. This sudden music suffocated the audience. All the brainless giants are like being beaten up with chicken blood, and they roar freely without fear of death. While investigating the Bingtuan side, I just feel that the music is not bad, and there is no enthusiasm. War BGM, victory. Within 5 minutes and 20 seconds of playing this BGM, one's own strength will double, with a cooling time of 10 days. Obviously this BGM is only useful to oneself, and the opponent only feels good. These brainless giants all became because of Tang An, so they showed that they were their own. Under the rendering of this BGM, the power, speed, attack power, etc. of all brainless giants have doubled. At the same time as the BGM started, a golden storm began to appear on Tang An. There was a burst of sound of the golden horse and iron horse. The golden helmet, right ear pendant, shoulder guard, chest guard, goggles, and combat boots automatically surrounded Tang An as if there was life, and began to assemble. Just a few breaths, Tang An wore a gold armor and fell to the ground like a descending from the sky, his eyes cold and domineering. Stepping towards Zhou Wei, the sound of the armor colliding with the golden leather couldn't stop the excitement. Although the golden armor is just a look, but with the background of the war BGM, the vision is subversive. The most important thing is that Tang An feels his body is full of power, which is the power of BGM increase. Looking at the completely changed Tang An, Zhou Wei tightened his body with unprecedented caution, and the 9 suns true pressure flowed around him so that he generated a drenched purple qi around his body. No matter his appearance or his temperament, Tang An didn't need much difference. Compared to the changes in Tang An and Zhou Wei, Elman and Alan in the distance, as well as the surrounding investigators, looked silly. These two people are gods. Boom! The ground under Tang An's and Zhou Wei's feet shattered and rushed out like arrows. As the dragon sword and diamond dogleg knife collided, the huge force made their arms numb. Fortunately, Zhou Wei's 9 suns magic technique has only reached the 4th level, only 40 years of skill, otherwise Tang An would have flown out with this blow, instead of taking 5 or 6 steps backwards. And Zhou Wei only took 3 steps backwards. Tang An lost in strength. This is the difference between having true qi and not having true qi. Tang An relied entirely on the power of his body, while Zhou Wei had a true energy bonus. However, Tang An's speed is faster than Zhou Wei. Ling Bo's microstep is only vague, and the shave is fast, almost in the blink of an eye. Boom! Flashed behind Zhou Wei, Tang An's dog-legged sword in his hand sank vigorously, using all his strength with strong wind. The high war BGM made Tang An fearless, his aura was like a ruin, that was an invincible belief. Sparks flew everywhere, Zhou Wei only felt his right hand numb. The air produced a sensation of neighing, and Tang An's right foot followed like a dragon going out to sea. Zhou Wei's expression was shocked, and a golden dragon appeared on his left hand and shook out. See the dragon in the field. With great vigor, the surrounding floor was lifted, and the houses on both sides were instantly lifted off. Tang An turned a few backflips and moved horizontally, and there was a tingling sensation in his right foot. And Zhou Wei's left hand was constantly shaking. Hey! Just 2 breaths, Tang An spanned more than 10 meters close to him, the dog-leg knife in his hand did not lose the dragon-slaying sword, shone with a colorful halo towards Zhou Wei's throat. Zhou Wei moved quickly, holding the dragon sword in his right hand to resist, and forcibly wrapped in Zhen Qi with his left hand and slapped Tang An on the chest. But Tang An disappeared. Rumble! The 5-meter golden dragon flew out, rushing all the way through the ruins, splitting a gully on the spot. Not good. A sharp blade appeared on the back. Reading www.yunsha.com. A chill came in an instant. The dragon is wagging its tail. A drop of cold sweat appeared on the forehead, surrounded by the dragon with the 18 palms of Zhonglong wagging its tail, and the backhand crossed and carried all the power. Although Shenlong waved its tail to block the dogleg knife, it did not block Tang An's right foot. As a mouthful of blood spewed out, Zhou Wei's expression was painful, and he turned into a cannonball and smashed into the ruins on the spot, so that the ruined walls burst into the air and splashed with dust. Tang An's kick is heavy because he kicked it out with shaved power. Kicks 10 kicks in an instant, and every kick is full. Without the blessing of War BGM, Tang An Li could kick a tree with a diameter of 30 centimeters off with one kick, not to mention that it was full of strength, or under the blessing of War BGM in an instant. Even if Zhou Wei had the 9 Yang Zhenkai body, this pure force could not be easily resisted. Across 6 meters in the blink of an eye, Tang An appeared in front of Zhou Wei 5 times in a row, and the dogleg knife stabbed like lightning. Zhou Wei turned over and jumped up quickly. With a wave of the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, Tang An held a dogleg knife in his right hand to block it, and a dogleg knife appeared again in his left hand, as if opening up the world and slashing towards Zhou Wei. Damn it! Zhou Wei took Ling Bo's micro-steps to dodge quickly, but Tang An appeared right after him. The dogleg knife in his left hand only changed its direction. Ding ding ding! The movements of both sides' swinging knives are as fast as gusts of wind. Tang An's attacks have no tactics. Every time they attack with knives in both hands, they will attack the eyes, throat, heart, and lower body. It may be because of the lack of rules and the despicable means of attacking the key points, so that Zhou Wei was completely suppressed and beaten. Vol 2 Chapter 38, Tang An panicked, the other party was taking drugs. A chain of houses collapsed, Zhou Wei lay in the ruins with blood in his mouth, his face pale, and he didn't know how many ribs had been broken. At the same time, a wound in his chest separated from flesh and blood, and the beating heart could be vaguely seen. Opposite Tang An panting heavily, not much better than Zhou Wei. The most important thing is that the war BGM is over. If the BGM disappears, then he is definitely not the opponent's opponent. He must fight quickly. Flashed and disappeared one after another, Tang An held a dogleg knife in both hands like a thunder. You forced me to do this. Exchange explosive blood pills. Zhou Wei's face was ruthless, and he used half of the exchange point to exchange for a pill. As a blood-red projectile appeared in his hand, Zhou Wei threw it into his mouth in one fell swoop. Now he can't do his best. Booming blood pill, it is a pill that can stimulate the user's potential in a short period of time, thereby gaining powerful strength. However, the side effects of this pill are particularly serious. Afterwards, it will lose more than half of the blood, and blood like a serious injury. Foundation. Not good. Seeing what Zhou Wei ate, Tang An immediately thought that it might be something to recover from his injury or increase strength. After all, this routine is an inescapable setting for any novel or anime. Especially some protagonists, they often pay a price and then burst their livers, killing the villain in one fell swoop. Maybe it will eventually lead to a blessing in disguise, leading to a huge increase in strength, or a higher foundation, and so on. Paralysis. Tang An is a little flustered now. Following all the story routines, Zhou Wei will surely ignite the small universe to increase his strength, and then he will be led by the anti-killing bento. As expected. What? Zhou Wei let out a roar, his whole body swelled in a circle, his eyes were covered with dense bloodshot eyes, the whole body's purple gas burned like flames, a violent aura was like a bomb exploding, and the surrounding ground was shattered like tofu. Within a radius of 20 meters, a blade of grass will not grow into a big hole. And Zhou Wei's short hair stood up, his eyes were blood red, and he looked at Tang An as if he was looking at a dead person. The invisible figure hit instantly, Tang An's hair exploded, and he immediately bent down. The air on his head was torn in the next moment, and Zhou Wei swept across his feet. The houses behind Tang An directly exploded and were lifted off. Crack! Zhou Wei's attack did not stop. He stood on one foot and rotated around and kicked Tang An again, vaguely unable to bear the atmosphere. Tang An only had time to block the dogleg knife in front of him, and in the next second he felt a train hit, and that force broke his hands on the spot, and at the same time his entire chest was sunken, and a lot of blood sprayed in his mouth and nose. Ran through several houses one after another, and after leaving a dilapidated gully, Tang An was lying in pain on the ruined wall, steam spreading in his hands and chest. This is the power of giants repairing. Can't do it, it's not an opponent at all. A few more kicks, he might be beaten to death. Tang An resisted the pain, stepped onto the moon step and flew into the sky without any muddle, and then fled for his life. As for her face? Do you want to die, and you need face? Tang An is very tight, knowing that he can't beat him and he still supports it, that's exactly Shabai. If the difference is not too big, he can fight for it. But the point is that the gap is too big. Just that kick, if he didn't have the power of giant's repair ability, he might have been kicked to death. The other party must have taken something with huge side effects, and he will definitely pay the price afterwards. The general routine is to lose the ability to move or to lose strength. Now the opponent is the strongest moment, absolutely can't be tough. Only when it becomes weaker is the opportunity. As for what is despicable, shameless, cowardly, and insidious, so now it's up to you to live and die. The most important thing is to be able to survive and kill the other person. So Tang An escaped very simply, which Zhou Wei did not expect. What is the power that I paid a huge price in exchange for, but I escaped with just one move? Then, what is the point of exchanging this blood-burst pill? According to normal development, Tang An should disdain him, then arrogantly fight with him, and finally be killed by him. This is the quality a villain should have. I ran away as a result. Zhou Weifei was so angry. Dog stuff, don't run if you have the ability. Fortunately, Zhou Wei can't fly, so he can only use Lingbo micro steps on the ground, but the speed is not inferior to Tang An. To be on the safe side, Tang An flew higher and higher with the moon step, at least at the level of 1 kilometer, just for fear that Zhou Wei would suddenly jump up or soar into the sky. And Tang An is ready to move higher at any time. He is very cautious. Zhou Wei yelled at him last year. Seeing Tang An flying higher and higher, he couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. 500 or 600 meters, he blessed his innocence, and he could indeed do it in a short time. But he didn't expect the other party to be so stubborn. They were more than 1,000 meters above the ground, but they were still slowly improving. Made it clear just not to give him a chance. Tang An egg is not egg Zhou Wei, he just gives a and quickly disappears to the horizon after crossing the wall of Rosette. Zhou Wei chased to Rose's wall and stopped. He didn't chase it anymore, because the power exchanged by the explosive blood pill was about to disappear. When Tang An completely disappeared from sight, Zhou Wei's whole body suddenly broke and he couldn't help kneeling with his hands on the ground, bleeding from his mouth and nose, and the ground was stained red with just a few breaths. Zhou Wei, are you okay? Alman and others used a three-dimensional mobile device to fly to the wall of Rose, and saw Zhou Wei, who was covered in blood, a little nervous. If it weren't for Zhou Wei this time, Alan might have. Cough, cough. Zhou Wei raised his head, looking unwillingly at the direction Tang An was going. It's treacherous enough, I miscalculated. Zhou Wei fell to the ground and fainted as soon as he finished speaking. The side effects of booming blood pills began to occur. In the next period of time, he will lose most of his essence and blood, and he will not be able to move freely. The most important thing is that even his foundation will be damaged. If you don't want to repair the foundation, then his martial arts will be difficult to advance, and it will be no different from abolition. With such a high price, if you kill the opponent Zhou Wei, there is nothing to say, but the key is that he only made 2 moves. The first move was also avoided by the opponent www.readaloud.com. The second move was just to hurt the opponent. As a result, this guy ran away. He actually ran away. Zhou Wei feels bitter, he is aggrieved. Zhou Wei! Zhou Wei! Seeing Zhou Wei fainted, Ermin and others hurriedly hugged and shouted. Now that the wall of Hina and the wall of Rose have fallen, there were giants everywhere in the past, and they lost this action from the beginning. And it was a mess. What? In the town, the 3 legions are still fighting, but there are too many giants. Can't be cleaned up at all for a while. And many soldiers did not even leave a complete body, let alone the civilians who had no power to bind chickens. Facing giants, they are like fish on the chopping board, and they have nowhere to escape. Screams, wailing, and fear filled the sky. Head, this is no way to go on. There are investigators covered in blood, all of which are the blood of giants. Let the soldiers gather in groups to attract the giants and buy time for the residents. Irvin clasped his hands tightly, never so weak. Yes. At the same time, Tangan, who had already escaped, turned back in the other direction. The broken ribs and injuries have all recovered, but a lot of physical energy has been consumed. This is the power of giants. Even if the human body is maintained, it can be regenerated and restored. It would be nice if the human body could also be hardened, but it was a pity that Tangan tried many times without success. It may take some time. After all, the original Ani has wrapped himself with hardening, so it should be usable in principle. Vol 2 Chapter 39, Everyone knows the routines. Is the night, the starry sky is shining. After cleaning up all day, the soldiers who have not yet died are exhausted. Fortunately, the brainless giants have been killed. But the losses caused by those giants are immeasurable. Regardless of whether it is the wall of Roselle or the wall of Hina, the death toll is unknown, and there is no statistics yet. Let alone those property losses. Now there is constant wailing in the 2 walls, and people are collecting corpses everywhere. Everyone is numb. Investigating the temporary residence of the core, the lights are bright at the moment. It's okay. Erwin looked at Zhou Wei, who was lying on the bed. He was now sober. There are also Ellen, Coney, and others in the room. Zhou Wei's combat effectiveness in the day is obvious to all. Levier is dead, and now Zhou Wei is the most advantageous replacement. The investigation corps urgently needs Zhou Wei's combat effectiveness. Even if Zhou Wei himself still has a lot of doubts, Irvin can't do anything else. With Alan and the investigation corps alone, they are not enough to deal with Tangan. Only when Zhou Wei is added can there be a chance of winning. Zhou Wei's face was bloodless, and he was pale and shook his head. He couldn't help but coughed. I forcefully improve my strength during the day, and I can't move for 3 days. Is it so serious? Tangan will come here at any time. Han Ji pushed his glasses, his face was very ugly. I guess he will come tonight. Zhou Wei leaned on the head of the bed with cold light in his eyes. As a fellow, I must know that he is forcibly enhancing his strength during the day, and there will definitely be side effects. If it were him, he would definitely attack tonight, because this time is the best time. After all, this is common sense. Is a routine that every global village traverser knows. So fast. Coney and others didn't believe it. He must have expected my situation now. Zhou Wei paled, laughing a little hard. They come from the same place. Everyone knows the routines they should have. If possible, he really doesn't want to be an enemy of Tangan. If that's the case, then let's wait and see. Han Ji walked back and forth 2 steps and said. You must catch that guy this time. Then go and prepare. Everyone left the room, leaving Zhou Wei alone on the bed. You better not show up. A burst of blood pill appeared again in his hand. Zhou Wei's face was hideous. He did it completely this time. All the exchange points have been used up, and the success or failure is all on this explosive blood pill. As long as he protects the Son of Destiny from being hunted by the Dark One within 6 months, and kills the Dark One, he will get 150,000 exchange points. At that time, it is completely possible to exchange more powerful bones in the main space, and maybe it can break through to the next level in one fell swoop. Holding the explosive blood pill tightly, Zhou Wei began to close his eyes and rest his mind. He didn't even dare to move, because he moved his body like 1,000 swords, and the pain made it hard for him to breathe. The night is getting deeper and deeper. I don't know when the starry sky was blocked by a black cloud. A figure stood at a height of 1,000 meters, looking down at the brightly lit buildings under his feet thoughtfully. As Zhou Wei expected, Tang An is preparing to launch an attack tonight. It's not right. Looking at the heavily guarded building below, I can see a lot of light patrolling around. These are soldiers with torches. Tang An is not surprised that he is heavily guarded, but he has been thinking about Zhou Wei's dog thing. As a fellow from the same place, everyone knows some routines. That guy must have guessed that I would sneak attack. The more Tang An thinks about it, the more he thinks it is possible. In other words, he will do the same. After all, the enemy is when it is weak. The plan has to be changed. Tang An originally planned to sneak in without knowing it, but if Zhou Wei really guessed that he would sneak in, then there must be a lot of traps ambush now. As long as you enter the building, you may not be able to escape. During the day, it was because there were a large number of brainless giants dragging the investigative corps, but now there is none. Not afraid of 10,000, just in case. If this is the case, then it can only carry out the shamelessness to the end. Humph! Tang An snorted coldly. He didn't care whether the other party had a trap or not. On the insidious, mean, and shameless, Tang An doesn't lose anyone. The figure fell quickly. 900 meters. 800 meters. 600 meters. 500 meters. Tang An was getting closer and closer to the ground, but at 500 meters, he snapped his index finger without any hesitation. The whole sky roared, and golden lightning illuminates the whole night. Tang An has become a giant. The 60-meter-high huge body, surrounded by fire-light vapor like a meteorite, rumblingly tore through the eardrum and fell from the sky. After waited for the supergiant to condense and form, Tang An jumped out directly from the back of his neck, and then stepped on a moon step to levitate in the air. Tang An's idea is very simple. It is to treat the supergiant as a meteorite. No matter what conspiracy you have, Lao Tzu will straighten it out for you. Boom, boom boom. The sound of a supergiant transforming itself is no different from the explosion of a missile. The entire building complex has been alarmed. Ermin and others ran out of the house, and when they looked at the giant that was falling rapidly, their faces were full of horror. Damn, we didn't expect this guy to become a giant. Han Ji was cold all over, and a chill rushed towards the sky. Quickly, retreat quickly. Elvin's eyes split and roared. He didn't expect Tang An to attack like this, and he didn't even bother to hide because of the great momentum. There is no doubt that this is fatal. Zhou Wei was also carried out at this moment, looking at the huge giant's corpse falling rapidly in the sky, no different from a small volcano. This dog, carry me and run. Zhou Wei could no longer maintain his composure, so he was flustered. No one had expected Tang An to come this way. The trap they had ambushed a long time ago not only didn't work, but on the contrary, they would suffer heavy losses. Not good. That's too late. The supergiant fell too fast, all the talents smashed to the ground as soon as they ran out of the courtyard. www.readaloud.com. After a while, the entire building complex disappeared in an instant. The surrounding crust is irregularly warped, cracks are torn and winding, and the unparalleled heat wave shock waves form a halo, setting off the ground and pushing it across. Roar! At the critical moment, Alan turned into an attack on the giant, and a large number of crystals spread out of his body hardened, protecting Erwin and others in front of him. But this is just a buffer, it just hardened and shattered just for a moment. Elman, Coney, and others were directly hit and shot out, lying on the ground with broken tendons and couldn't get up for a while. Zhou Wei has also become more miserable, involving his injuries and barely catching his breath. There was a trace of ruddy face, but it turned white again. Alan, Connie, Jean, Zhou Wei. Elman lay on the ground and couldn't help coughing up blood and looked around. Now there is a lot of hot steam everywhere, and the temperature is even more like putting people in a stove, even the skin is scorched. Rumble. But all this is not over yet. Golden lightning appeared in the air again, and accompanied by a huge roar, the new supergiant corpse fell again. As long as Tang An has enough physical strength, he can always become a supergiant, and then use the body of the supergiant. After all, the bodies of giants were created out of thin air, which is incredible. In addition, fortunately, there is a moon step. If there is no moon step, this trick should not be realized. Many people say that the things drawn by the gold fingers are waste, but after a closer look, they all have their own uses. Some things will be useful later, and even shine. In addition, this golden finger is not weak, and it will be revealed later. Vol 2 Chapter 40, Two Brother is still very powerful. Damn it! Everyone's scalp numb, looking at the huge giant corpse that fell like a meteorite, their faces are desperate. The atmosphere is constantly tearing apart, and the firelight reflects the entire sky. Along with the roar of the sky and the earth, the whole earth collapsed, and the corpse of the supergiant was split into huge pieces of meat, bombarding like a swarm of meteors. The blazing high-temperature steam swept across violently, the ground was lifted and cracked layer by layer, and the sea of fire continued to erupt. More frantic things happened again. The golden lightning connected the world, and the body of the third supergiant fell again. The entire surface is constantly cracking and towering to form barren mountains and valleys, and the landform has been completely changed. Tang An landed at an altitude of 10 meters, his face flushed a bit, and his breathing was very short. Obviously becoming a supergiant 3 times in a row, even if there is no action, the physical strength is huge. Are they all dead? Tang An held the dogleg knife in both hands and frowned and inspected, his whole body tight and not relaxing at all. When Tang An was patrolling a raised ruin, a purple figure suddenly bounced up. With the sound of the amazing dragon roar, 6 mighty dragons roared up to the sky and surrounded Zhou Wei, and slapped Tang An's chest in shock. The dragon fights in the wild. Damn it! Tang An's hair exploded, his hands blocked in front of him, the next moment his chest collapsed and blood spurted from his mouth, turned into a cannonball, and the entire internal organs were displaced and shattered. Zhou Wei turned into a purple stream of light behind him, and the 9 suns true qi revolved at a high level. Accompanied by the coercive sound of dragons from all over the world, he seemed to have transformed into a dragon. The flying dragon is in the sky. Tang An turned around forcibly, using a dangerous shave to avoid it, and an upturned hillside directly burst and disappeared. Without any hesitation, Tang An disappeared in place like a teleport using shaving one after another, trying to escape again. I still want to go, or leap in the deep. Zhou Wei was murderous, and he caught up with Tang An in an instant. At the same time, the golden dragon surrounded by him rushed towards Tang An extremely domineeringly. Boom! Tang An couldn't avoid it, kicking out with a shaved right foot, a blast blasted with Zhou Wei's right palm, just a moment of stalemate, the whole right leg was broken and broken with blood. A lot of steam is constantly rising. Losing his right foot, Tang An's Yuebu broke his skills in an instant, but he hadn't cultivated to the point where he could use Yuebu Hung Kong on one foot. It can be used with the left foot when shaving. Pap! Just when Tang An's right leg broke, golden lightning fell from the sky, and accompanied by a roar, Tang An became a giantess. A powerful transformation storm drove Zhou Wei away, and his face was abnormally blue and purple in a sea of fire, and he was almost unable to hold on. After using the booming blood pill twice in a row, he simply didn't think of himself as a human being. The previous 3 supergiants smashed and fell, and it hurt him even more. Zhou Wei, you are ruthless. After leaving a word, Tang An retreated altogether. The reason why Tang An became a giantess is because the giantess has the strongest mobility. When the ground shakes, Tang An will fly out, and her running speed is faster than that of a horse. Damn it, chase! At this moment, in the ruins, Coney and others were battered, and even with Alan hardened protection, they were seriously injured. How to chase? Looking at the giantess who is fast going away, they have no way at all. The army horses have all died, and the surrounding terrain is not conducive to the three-dimensional maneuvering device. The most important thing is that they are all injured and very serious. Alan has been hardened to withstand the power generated by the fall of the supergiant 3 times, almost exhausting all his physical strength. If it weren't for Ellen's desperate protection, these people would have become corpses. Such a big movement should have attracted the attention of other corps. Maybe it has already arrived. The best way now is to stand still. Elman coughed up blood, afraid to look at the ruins behind him. Because all the investigators died, only a few of them survived. Boom! Not far away, Zhou Wei fell to the ground, breathing red on the blood-stained ground, breathing weakly, his whole body was numb and unconscious, he couldn't even do it with a finger now. Has completely lost the ability to move. And the whole cards are gone. All redemption points have exchanged explosive blood pills. Zhou Wei. Ai Erman supported his body and came to Zhou Wei, looking at the wound covered with cracks, his eyes were full of anxiety. This time it was also all up to Zhou Wei. Without Zhou Wei, the consequences would be disastrous. Da. At this moment, there was the sound of horseshoes in the distance, and a large number of soldiers from the military and garrison regiments rushed to see the site that had been reduced to ruins, as well as the severely injured Alan and others, all with horror on their faces. Especially the skeletons of the 3 supergiants, now the flesh and blood have been melted, and the hot and high temperature can feel the baking. Irvine, is that guy? Pisces looked ugly, and came to Irvine, who was sitting alone on the rock. I felt powerless this time. Elvin covered his forehead, his body was covered with blood. He has no confidence anymore. The opponent is too strong, not only has the ability to fly, but also suspected to have the power of the 6 giants. He can't see hope. Even your fighting spirit is. Pisces looked into the distance, opened the bottle around his waist and took a sip. At the same time, in another forest, Tangan stood on a branch and looked at the horizon, and did not really leave. He dismantled his giantization as early as halfway, and is now recovering quickly. As soon as his physical strength recovers, he will make a third attack. He didn't believe that Zhou Wei was really okay. He could feel that Zhou Wei was a little abnormal right after the match, as if he was forcibly increasing his strength. So to be on the safe side, Tangan intends to kill the other party. He has some time. Although this approach is too despicable and shameless, as long as he can become a winner, Tangan will do everything. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Leaning on the tree, Tangan began to close his eyes and rest. In fact, Tangan can eat Xiandu and recover quickly, but it is a pity to use it here. After all, Xiandu is equivalent to the second life, and Tangan will never use it in a critical moment. He would rather dry up like this than waste the fairy beans in this situation. Steam is rising all over, and his injuries are recovering quickly. It's just 1 hour, 3 hours, it's still dark, but it's fast too. Hey! Recovered to the peak, Tangan probably estimated that he took a nap for almost 4 hours. Stretched out, Tangan disappeared from the tree. Not long after cooking smoke lit up in the forest, Tangan roasted a wild deer. It's best to have a big meal, and it's not wise to go to war hungry. It's time to go. After half an hour, Tangan threw away the bones in his hand and lit a piece of furong wang to vomit into the cloud. At this time, the sky was also starting to brighten, and the temperature was a bit cooler. Is another half an hour later. Have you moved the base? Looking at the messy ruins in front of him, Tangan looked at the horseshoes or carriage traces winding into the distance. You have to find a walker. Tangan looked at the horizon, unable to chase with his legs. It is a pity that there are no three-dimensional mobile devices or horses left at the scene. Tang An ran along the traces of the carriage for more than 20 minutes, so let's train. When he saw a forest, he plunged into it. 10 minutes later, a wild boar with a swollen nose ran out. Tang An stood on it with flip-flops, a body shirt and green beach pants fluttering in the wind. Riding a pig and chasing people, the second brother is still very powerful. Vol 2 Chapter 41, Alan's Last Smile. Investigate another base area of the core. Irvine and others retreated here overnight. Everyone suffered heavy injuries, resulting in an abnormally pale face and extremely exhausted spirit. As soon as they arrived at this base area, everyone began to rest. At this time, the sky was completely bright, and a round of blazing sun was rising from the horizon, rising higher and higher. Patrolling was Pisces and others who came to support last night. Commander, the morale of the investigative corps seems to be very sluggish. It's Rico. Pisces stood on the windowsill with a hip flask in his hand. Seeing Rico, just glanced at it and then looked back out of the window. Commander, are we really hopeless? Rico was silent for a moment and spoke. The large number of brainless giants that appeared yesterday in the Wall of Roselle and the Wall of Hina have not been completely resolved until now. But I haven't figured out how those people became brainless giants. In other words, this danger is still lurking. No one can guarantee that yesterday's scene will not appear. I do not know. Pisces was also a little confused. He had never seen Irvine show that expression last night. It was a kind of powerlessness and despair. This is not the Irwin he knew. Rumble. Commander, do you hear anything? Rico suddenly heard an approaching roar, which was gradually increasing. Not good. Pisces remembered how Elman had told him last night how Tang An attacked them. Quickly, notify everyone to leave here. Pisces rushed out of the office, went outside and looked up at the extremely large giant corpse falling fast in the sky, his eyes cracking and roaring. The entire base area was suddenly messed up. Boom! Like a missile exploded, the supergiant crashed and the entire base area disappeared instantly. The strong wind pressure spread over the river and the sea, and many people were smashed into flesh before they even had time to scream. But none of this has been resolved. Boom! Golden lightning connects heaven and earth, and the second giant falls like a meteorite. 5 minutes later, the third body also fell. 10 minutes later, the fourth body fell frantically. The entire base area has completely disappeared and turned into a sea of steam and fire. The surrounding crust has turned up to form hills, and the cracks in the cobwebs continue to spread. Tang An flew down. The blood stains left by the giants spread across his cheeks, and his mouth was gasping. Holding a dogleg knife in both hands and looking at the entire sea of fire, the 4 oversized giants' bodies were diffused with a large amount of high-temperature steam, so that their vision was somewhat blocked. Tang An's unprecedented vigilance began to search in the steam. Along the way, many dead bodies can be seen, some of them are directly shattered by the shock wave. Various internal organs and minced meat are all over the ground, and broken hands and feet can be seen everywhere. Tang An's eyes were indifferent, standing in front of Pisces, who had only half of his face left. The opponent's entire body had long since been known where he was going, and even his head was only half left. Looking carefully, Tang An frowned. Irvin, Elman, Alan, and others have not seen any of them. Isn't here? That is. Just when Tang An thought Alan and others were not here, he inadvertently saw a flash of light passing by the ruins in the distance. That is a hardened color. Pap! Tang An's thumb pierced his index finger, and the golden lightning filled him into a giant of armor. At the same time, the back of his neck was hardened and wrapped, and he strode towards the ruins. He is still cautious as always, never revealing the flaws. I suffered a loss after all. Standing in front of the ruins, Tang An opened some of the ruined walls, and what appeared in front of him was a large cocoon formed by hardening. Unsurprisingly, this should be the result of Alan's transformation to attack the giant, and it must protect Elman, Zhou Wei, and others. As Tang An guessed, in the hardened cocoon at this moment, Ermin and others looked terrified, and could clearly feel the movement outside. How to do? Shasha's eyes were crying with fear, and the demon was outside. Alan's hardening can last for a while, but it will never last forever. Everyone lowered their heads, knowing that they were doomed to escape. Zhou Wei was wrapped in bandages, and his eyes were desperate. There is a light curtain in front of his eyes that Ermin and others can't see, and it is full of his information. The redemption points above are already 0, so I can't redeem anything at all. Samsaras travel through various worlds to complete the tasks issued by the main god, and after completion, they can get redeem points in exchange for anything. He is just a leave for reincarnation. Before that, he had only been to Yishan Sword and Dragon Slayer, Tianlong Babu, and Legend of the Condor Heroes, which is equivalent to a novice. It can be seen from his number 1678 that there were at least 1600 reincarnations before him. Pointed out that the task may be completed in Xiangxia or the fantasy world, and it is not a level compared with him. In addition, the points he got from completing the tasks in the Legend of the Dragon Slayer, the 8 parts of the Heavenly Dragon and the Legend of the Condor Heroes were all used to practice 9 Suns magic art, Lingba Weiabu, and Zhonglong 18 Palms. The remaining redemption points were all exchanged for the Blood Burst Pill and an identity potion. The most important thing is that he has never heard of the Dark One in the 3 worlds of Yishan to Longji. But who would have thought that the Dark Ones would also travel through fellow villagers, and the other party might also be reincarnations? Now that the industry is highly competitive, there may not be only one main space, and there may be other reincarnation spaces or something. For the sake of performance, the 2 sides must find a way to kill each other. This fellow is very cunning, despicable, and shameless like a villain. In his last life, he was just an otaku, and he had not been beaten up by the society. Has never played with conspiracy and tricks in the 3 worlds of Yishan to Longji, relying on the advantage of the plot to easily complete the task of the main god. As a result, I did not expect to be planted in this attacking world. While performing the mission of the main space, the reincarnation is really dead in the local world, and there is no resurrection. There is a conversion resurrection in the main space, but the redemption point is out of reach for Zhou Wei. Tang An's goal is me, let me go out. Alan looked calm, intending to exchange himself for a chance to survive Elman and others. Ellen. Koni, let a few open their mouths speechless. Boom. Bang. The hardening of S head was already cracking, and it was obvious that Tang An was attacking outside. Tang An, spare Ermin and them, I will leave it to you. Alan raised his head and spoke through hardened, he knew Tang An could hear him. If he could resist, how could Alan get caught up in his arms? Just blocked the super giant's 4 consecutive impacts, and all his power was used for hardening. Now he probably doesn't even have the energy to transform into an attack on a giant. Ellen, if possible, I don't want to kill you, but for the sake of freedom and life, I can only choose to do so. Tang An stopped attacking outside, sighing a little. Since you also want to be free, then you can't agree to it. I promise you. As Tang An's words fell, the hardened cocoon began to burst, and Alan came out with steam floating on his body, as well as Elman, and others. Ellen. Ai Ermin had tears in his eyes, and could not control his emotions. Koni, Shasha, and others are the same. This is the only way. Alan's face was full of gloom. At this time, Tang An also stretched out his hand to grab Alan, and Alan did not resist. Even if he resisted, it was useless. Ermin, stay alive. With the last smile, Alan was thrown into his mouth by Tang An. Ellen. Elman lost his strength and knelt on the ground. He hated himself, hating himself, he could only watch it all. Vol 2 Chapter 42, even the lucky value has VIP. Are you here again? Tang An only felt a trance, and then appeared in a world full of sand. He once again came to the world of road and saw the ancestor Ymir in the distance. As always, Ymir is like a walking dead piling up giants with sand, and he doesn't react at all to Tang An's appearance. Maybe only the 9 giants who have eaten all will change. Now there are only warmer giants left. In a trance, Tang An returned to the real world, only a moment later. And he stayed in the world of Lu for at least 1 minute, but the reality is only a moment. Ellen, Elman, Cone, and others were crying. Tang An didn't care about these people, but instead focused on Zhou Wei on the ground. We are fellow villagers, right? Zhou Wei's face was full of fear, watching Tang An's transformation into the giant of armor grab him into his hands. He was running 9 suns true qi with all his strength, but he couldn't feel the existence of true qi at all. The 2 explosive blood pills had already made his body riddled with holes. In martial arts, the pubic area is broken. Zhou Wei's begging and crying did not make Tang An feel a little sympathetic. S right hand hardened and squeezed hard, and with the splashing blood, Zhou Wei only left a scream, which completely turned into a pile of minced meat and was thrown to the ground by Tang An casually. At the same time a trace of invisible energy entered Tang An's body, but Tang An felt nothing. And at the moment when Alan was eaten, a trace of invisible energy disappeared in Tang An's body. Tang An opened the light curtain for the first time, and breathed a sigh of relief when it was determined that Alan and Zhou Wei were both dead. He was afraid that Zhou Wei was not dead yet. After all, it was such a tall profession as a reincarnation, and no one knew what it was. But Zhou Wei is really dead, Tang An still feels unreal. Because it's so easy. Is completely different from the protagonists in the novels he read. All kinds of whole cards emerge in an endless stream, no matter how you kill them, you can't kill them, and they will be counter-killed if you don't pay attention. Therefore, Tang An has always looked at Zhou Wei terribly. He was afraid that Zhou Wei would have any means, and he would not even have a chance to run. I didn't expect to solve the opponent so smoothly. This is also thanks to Zhou Wei, who is just a novice reincarnation, and has not experienced social beatings, otherwise the final result is really hard to say. Tang An put away his spirit, turned and left under the vigilant gaze of the Coney people. Next he was going to the Marais Empire to eat the warmer giant. As for Elman, he is very kind. He promised Alan to let these people go, but it would be different if he came to the door after letting go. It's just a matter of time. I'm going to die in the end anyway. Tang An, this is when a still wants to set up an archway. Basically, he is still willing to deceive himself. If possible, he also wants to be a good person who believes in his words, but he can't help but want to throw the dice. When we meet next time, the 2 sides are still good friends who live and die with each other. As Tang An left, Xia Shat and others knelt on the ground weakly, and breathed a sigh of relief. But when he thinks of Alan, his complexion darkens. Only Irvine has been watching Tang An's back. An hour later, Tang An appeared in a forest and couldn't wait to jump on a branch to open the light curtain. Successfully hunted down Alan Yeager, the son of destiny in the world of the attacking giant, rewarded with throwing the dice 4 times. And the VIP lucky value is +1. Successfully hunted the main space reincarnation leave 4 Zhou Wei, rewarded 4 dice throws, VIP lucky value +1. Looking at the explanation on the light curtain, Tang An suppressed the tremor in his heart, his eyes all on VIP lucky value +1. How to drip? Lucky value and VIP? Is there still SVIP behind? But at a glance, I know that it is much higher than the ordinary lucky value. After all, they are all VIPs. You can get double strength war BGM, fairy beans, and shaved just by adding ordinary lucky value. Then VIP lucky value is definitely 100% good stuff. Tang An rubbed his hands, had a total of 8 chances to throw the dice, and had 2 VIP lucky points. It was a bit excited and nervous. Let's start. The dice with the big fist spins and jumps. I don't know if it is an illusion. Tang-en feels that the dice is also excited. The number of points is 2, and the model airplane spans 2 spaces. Whether to use VIP lucky value. Tang-en hesitated and chose to use it. Was still the dazzling light, and after it disappeared, Tang-en stared at the light curtain without blinking. Swallow the soul +1. Explanation: touching with both hands can swallow the soul of any living body and obtain all the abilities to swallow the soul. At the same time, the soul will be purified, and the will, talent, and 5 senses will be fully upgraded to a level. Tang-en was stunned first, then lit a piece of Furong King, spit out the smoke and looked back and forth several times. VIP lucky value is really not covered, don't look at this simple thing, but it is very powerful to care about it carefully. Can swallow the soul of any living body, and get all the abilities to swallow the soul. In other words, if this is the pirate world, Tang-en only needs to touch the white beard to get all the abilities of the other party. Shake fruit, tricolor domineering and all the abilities, as long as the white beard knows it, he can get it. My Nima. This is something that has reached the sky in one step. And this soul will be purified, and the will, talent, and 5 senses will be fully upgraded to a level. What is this? Yujin washes the marrow? Increased talent? There are 5 senses. Tang-en shivered a bit after smoking a cigarette. This ability must not be used casually. The only pity is that this is a one-time consumable. If it is a skill, what a great thing. Tang-en began to throw the dice a second time, and as the dice jumped again, the model plane crossed 3 spaces. Whether to use VIP lucky value? No. Tang-en did not use this last VIP lucky value. 9 multiplication table. Tang-en's scorching heart immediately chilled. I don't even bother to watch it the second time. Continued to throw the dice for the third time, the plane crossed 5 spaces. A pair of female original smelly socks. Explanation: because you don't wash it for 1 year, it will smell so easily that a wild boar can faint. I lost your nut. If there is no explanation, www.readaloud.com. Tang-en may still accept it, but after reading the explanation, it is simply heaven and hell. The 4th time. A common watermelon knife. Explanation: ordinary steel, ordinary can no longer be ordinary. The 5th time. An authentic Peking duck. Explanation: it is known as the world's delicacy with its red color, tender meat, mellow taste, and fatty but not greasy characteristics. With his thoughts moving, Tang-en looked at the fragrant roast duck in his hand and took a bite. Fortunately, it is not expired. After all, there is still a bottle of expired Old Godmother in the waste cheating space. The 6th time. A Gatling gun. Explanation: 30,000 bullets are allotted, 1,000 bullets are fired in 1 minute, no need to reload, 1 minute apart. Finally got something good. This Gatling is much better than the 92 type pistol. Tang-en Liang's heart is a little hotter. 7th time. Hemorrhoids for 1 year. Explanation: it is a common disease located in the flower buds, itching pains intolerable. There is no cure. Blue veins appeared on Tang-en's forehead, looking a little scary. The Peking duck in my hand no longer fragrant. Deceive people too much. Thing. It was only a month of constipation at the beginning, and Tang-en still remembers the sour and refreshing feeling of powerlessness. This is the last chance. The dice spin and jump, and the plane jumps over 6 spaces. Whether to use VIP lucky value? Nonsense, don't you look at your face. Tang-en's face was green. This cheat finger has no eyesight at all, no wonder it is so rubbish. Vol 2 Chapter 43, Thunder Breath. The Breath of Thunder. Explanation: the main function of the training system in the Blade of Ghost Slayer is to strengthen the cardiopulmonary function. According to this, the blood can absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, which can increase the physical ability in an instant, and then temporarily have the physical energy equivalent to the ghost. is collectively referred to as full concentration breathing method. The higher level is the ability to continue to concentrate and master the breath even when sleeping. This state is called full concentration constant middle. Thunder breath is the fastest and most explosive of all breathing. It requires extremely high physical fitness for the user, so it is extremely difficult to practice. Tang An's spirit was shocked, and his luck did not disappoint him as expected. This is another skill-based reward. The breath of thunder. Tang An naturally knew that it was the training system in the blade of Ghost Slayer that followed the hegemony of attacking giants, and it was a breathing ability called My Wife Shanyi in it. There is no doubt that this is the ability Tang An needs. After the battle with Zhou Wei, Tang An knew that his offensive ability was too weak. The power of giants varies from person to person, but sometimes it is a burden. For example, a capable enemy like Zhou Wei is not as convenient as fighting with a human body. Transforming into a giant is completely a living target. The body went crazy, and with the last shiver, the training knowledge and skills of thunder breath appeared in Tang An's mind. Like shaving and moon steps, they all need to be practiced step by step, so you don't need to think about direct miraculous success. There is only breathing. Tang An was a little unhappy. He remembered that thunder breath had 6 sword shapes, which were attack moves. But now there is no one. Forget it, generally speaking, throwing the dice is okay. First practice according to the breath of thunder. Jumped from the branch, Tang An stood on the ground and started to adjust his breathing according to the method of thunder's breathing. Is a little uncomfortable, as if being in the water, the internal organs are constantly tingling, and most importantly, there is a sense of suffocation. Gradually, Tang An felt a little bit hot on his body, the blood was flowing rapidly throughout his body, and his heartbeat began to accelerate abnormally. Exhale and inhale, as if there is a certain rhythm. Is just like the flashing of electric thunder, fast, and Tang An can't hold on for just 1 minute. Sure enough, the foundation of the body is the foundation. Tang An's breathing returned to normal, a little bit suffocated, and his throat was completely hoarse as if a needle was pricked. Now it seems that whether it is the 6 forms or the thunder's breath, or the power of the giant, it all depends on the body's foundation. With a strong body foundation, these cultivation systems will be strong. 10,000 feet tall buildings rise on the ground. In the future, more attention will be paid to basic physical training. 1 month later, the forest of giant trees. Hey! Breathing with a special rhythm, Tang An opened his mouth and nose, and gold lightning flashed out of nowhere. It's just that these lightnings are as thin as hair, and they pass by in a flash. As he breathed longer and longer, Tang An's body muscles were beating, especially his heartbeat sounded like a drum, and it became faster and louder. The internal organs are shrunk, the blood is flowing fast, and the functions of the whole body are running at a much faster speed than normal. An hour later, Tang An stopped thunder's breathing and returned to normal. The whole person collapsed to the ground like dehydrated, sweating profusely with pain on his face. The whole body's muscles and internal organs are also like a needle stick. 1 month, for a whole month, he maintained the breath of thunder within 1 hour, which is enough to show how difficult it is to cultivate. But Tang An is excited. Because every time he uses thunder breath, he can feel the active beating of muscles and functions. Although it is painful every time, his physical fitness slowly increases afterwards. And Tang An has an intuition that if you successfully combine shave and thunder breath, the speed will definitely increase unexpectedly. Whether it is a short-term movement or a long-distance movement, it will increase. And as you continue to practice, this increase will continue to increase. Now Tang An wants to practice thunder breath to the point of normal breathing, and he does not use thunder breath to breathe 24 hours a day, and completely abandons normal breathing and replaces it with thunder breath. But now I can't hold on for an hour, let alone 1 day, 1 year, 10 years, it's completely normal breathing. In this month, Tang An not only practiced thunder breath, but also shaved, moonwalk, and basic physical training. It's almost time to go to the Malay Empire to capture the power of the last giant. Opened the light curtain with his hand, and last night he drew the dice for the 8th natural month reward. A lace bra. Illustrate. Tang didn't bother to read the instructions. The Malay Empire was destroyed by the Eldia Empire, which had the power of giants, about 1820 years ago. Can be successfully restored 100 years ago, designed to capture the 7 giants of the Eldia Empire, and colonize other countries with giants, occupying most of the world. Therefore, many countries are hostile to Malay, and Malay is so dependent on the power of giants that its technology gradually lags behind other countries. Because of the defeat in several battlefields, Malay wanted to start the ancestral giant. And Rainer and others were sent to take the ancestor giant, but now Rainer and others are planted in Tang An's hands. So that there is only one warmer giant left in the entire Malay Empire. This should be the Malay Empire. It took 10 days. Tang An stood in the crowded port and looked at Malay, which was similar to the level of World War I countries in his previous life. Compared with the world inside the wall, it was indeed a lot more advanced. This port is very prosperous. There are many tourists wearing military coats or suits. Tang Enyi's body shirt and beach pants www.readaloud.com is not surprising. Malay is one of the largest countries, and it is naturally the center of exchanges between countries, so it is very prosperous. There are airships in the air, cruise ships, cruisers, etc. at sea. Tang An recalled that he remembered that the warmer giant seemed to be held by a person called the Diba family. It seems that this family is quite famous, it seems to be a noble family. Since it is a noble family, it should be easy to inquire. Took out a cigarette, Tang An spit out a puff of smoke, walked out of the port and found a tall hotel first. Take a good night's rest and regain energy. The past few days have exhausted him enough. In the evening of the next day, under the guidance of the hotel attendant, Tang An went round and round to a luxurious and spectacular European-style castle. Glanced at the castle gate, there were guards patrolling in 2s and 3s. Tang An flew from the side wall, took a step and disappeared in place, almost appeared 8 meters away in the blink of an eye, and took another step to disappear. The distance of each flash is 8 meters, which is the longest distance Tang An can shave at once. Without knowing it, Tang An entered the castle. At the moment in the castle, Willy Diba, the contemporary patriarch of the Diba family, wearing a suit and tie, is enjoying dinner with his family. Is very rich. There are maids serving on both sides of the table. Don't mind one more person. Tang An appeared in the living room out of thin air, watching everyone say hello. Willy holds the knife and fork in his hands, although his face is calm, but there is still a trace of stunned and alert in his eyes. He didn't pay attention to how this person appeared. Seeing that no one was speaking, Tang An pulled the chair away and sat down proficiently. Vol 2 Chapter 44, Become the First Ancestor Giant, I seem to be cold. You should be the current patriarch of the Diba family. Your Excellency. Willy slowly took out the napkin to wipe his mouth. He was very elegant, and he knew that he was a highly educated nobleman. I am from Parody Island. I ate the ancestor giant, attack giant, super giant, armor giant, beast giant, car power giant, jaw giant, and female giant. Now I have come to eat the warmer giant. Tang An didn't regard himself as an outsider. He brought a plate of food in front of him and began to taste it. He had a direct showdown. Between people is to be honest and straightforward, there is no need to cover up. Willy is stunned. The calm face began to stiffen. He was wondering if he had heard it wrong. Still say this guy is mentally retarded? Your Excellency, please don't make such silly jokes. Willy's face became gloomy. I'm not kidding. If you hand over the warmer giant to me, I won't have to kill your whole family. Isn't it good for everyone to trade happily? Tang An swallowed the food in his mouth, snapped his fingers and started to fill with golden lightning. This is a sign of becoming a giant. Willie was stunned until now. This guy is not mentally retarded. Brother, hurry up. As the huge storm swept through, a woman in a maid costume cut her palm in front of Willie, and golden lightning filled her body. She is the current Warhammer Giant and Willie's sister. It looks like you are the incumbent of Warhammer Giant. Boom! The huge golden lightning fell, the entire castle shattered, and Tangan became a giant of armor with the roar. At the same time, Sister Willie also became a Warhammer Giant. Is a tall giant wearing a headgear mask, and a hardened spear weapon appeared in his hand for the first time. At the same time, a hardened sharp thorn appeared on the ground, and it rushed towards Tangan in one fell swoop. Ding! The huge power collided, and Tangan's armor was filled with sparks, almost not blocking the opponent's attack. Withdrawal and retreat. Tangan is encased as hard as crystal from head to toe, and with the armor of the Giant of Armor, the defense doubles directly. There was also a dogleg knife in his hand, like a tiger descending a mountain and rushing towards the Warhammer Giant. With a wave of the spear in the hands of the Warhammer Giant, dense hardened thorns rose again from the surrounding ruins. Even if they did not penetrate Tangan's body, it greatly hindered the movement. Can weapons be made quickly by hardening? There is a trace of greed in Tangan's eyes. Dare to love the Warhammer Giant's ability is to use hardening to make various weapons at will. This ability is simply too strong. Until now, Tangan has not used hardening on the human body, so he can only use it after transforming into a giant body. Maybe after eating the Warhammer Giant, he can use hardening even if he keeps a human body. By that time, his attack power and defense power will be stronger. In some ways, this hardening is a bit like the armed domineering in the world of One Piece. Crack! Tangan held the dogleg knife in his hand and swept across the army vigorously. Although the hardened spikes made by the Warhammer Giant were very stiff, they were still unable to resist the strength of the diamond drill dogleg knife and the giant armor and broke. But the Warhammer Giant made too many weapons. In the ruins in the distance, Willie looked at the two giants fighting together with his head covered in blood, with shock and worry in his eyes. If what that guy said before was true, then the 8 giants including the ancestor giant were all eaten by him. That sister is definitely not an opponent. Quick! Quick! A giant appears in the Diba family castle. Emergency action! The huge roar here also alarmed the Malay government, and a large number of soldiers were coming. Roar! Tangan was hardened, like a tiger entering a flock and approaching the Warhammer Giant step by step. The opponent was not as difficult to deal with as he imagined. And the hardened spikes made are getting slower and weaker. In fact, the biggest reason is that Sister Willie inherited the Warhammer Giant for a short time, and was not trained as a warrior like Arnie, so the physical strength soon couldn't hold on. Tangan's left-handed dogleg knife cut through the world, the hardening of the Warhammer Giant's body was torn, and the right-handed dogleg knife cut off the Warhammer Giant's right hand. Ding ding ding! The hardened ground thorns made by the Warhammer Giant couldn't get rid of Tangan's armor and hardening at all. In one fell swoop, the Warhammer Giant was pressed to the ground, the dogleg knife flashed past, and the Warhammer Giant's head was split in half from the neck. Yep! No! Tangan tore the nape of the Warhammer Giant in one fell swoop, but found that there was no real body of Sister Willie inside. Is it somewhere else in the body? Holding a dogleg knife, Tangan dismembered the Warhammer Giant as the flesh and blood flew, but still did not find the opponent's real body. What is this? Steam sprayed all around. Tangan looked at the right foot of the Warhammer Giant, and there was a hardened long line connecting not far from the ground. Following the hardened long line, Tangan lifted the surface of the ground in one fell swoop, and what appeared in front of him was Sister Willie, who was protected by the hardened crystal. Is the same as in the original book where Ani finally sealed himself up. It's actually connected and controlled outside the giant's body, not on the back of the neck. Tangan grabbed the hardened crystal and looked at the scared Sister Willie inside, a little surprised. Do you think you can be safe in the hardened crystal? Tangan opened his mouth wide, and the upper and lower rows of teeth began to mutate. This is the use of the power of the giant of Hebei. What is the strongest power of the giant of Hebei? It is the bite force. Click. The hardened fragments splashed around, and gradually cracks appeared. As Tang An increased his strength to harden and shatter, Sister Willy was bitten by the waist, and the entire upper body was directly swallowed by Tang An. At the moment when he swallowed the warmer giant, Tang An's head roared, and he appeared in the world of road after he recovered. Ymir, who was originally like a walking corpse, suddenly stood up and walked towards Tang An, and raised his head. Tang An's sights were all attracted by those eyes. The whole body is like a purple lavender patterned diamond, dazzling as deep as the starry sky. What happened? Tang An's spirit began to appear in a trance. The most important thing was that his feet were faint, and the fatal crisis rushed to the sky, making Tang An's hair terrifying. Ymir didn't speak. You read www.yuyugonshu.com just looking at Tang An, without the slightest emotion in his eyes. Damn, are you trying to take me? Tang An has a hideous face. He hadn't thought of this situation. This guy actually wants to swallow him. WTF. Used to devour the soul. Tang An is now raging to the sky. His lower body is already imaginary, holding Ymir with both hands and devouring the soul. Tang An originally planned to keep this skill, but now it's going to be wasted. Boom! With Tang An's use of devouring soul, the light of the entire road world soared, and at the same time there was a scream of tearing eardrums. Like a ghost from hell, Ymir melted away and ended in a roar of unwillingness and spite. Tang An closed his eyes, with an expression of enjoyment on his face. Is like inhaling some kind of XX, causing the whole soul to sublimate. The lower body condensed again. Tang An opened his eyes. The original dark pupils had turned into purple patterned diamond pupils, exactly the same as Ymir's previous eyes. At the same time, everything about Ymir, including all the powers of giants, can be used by Tang An. Now Tang An is the original ancestor giant. Everyone, I seem to be cold. I don't know if it was reported or the subject matter is not good. This book has only been recommended twice and there is no follow-up. Is only about 130,000 words. Not only was it cold, it was also completely cold, and the ashes were raised. I doubt life now. The heart is always cool, the kind that doesn't warm up. But I think it can be rescued. Everyone can help me. Vol 2 Chapter 45, Provoking a World War. The time Tang An experienced in the road world is only a moment in reality. He still kept the posture of swallowing the giant warmer, the only thing that changed was the pupils of his eyes. Even if he maintains the body of the giant armor, Tang An's eyes have purple diamond pattern pupils. This kind of pupil, in fact, the eyes of every royal family in the wall inherited the power of the ancestor giant. Younger sister. Willy cried bitterly in the ruins in the distance. A 30 centimeters long bullet flew, hitting the back of Tang An's neck in one fell swoop, and numerous Malay soldiers appeared in all directions. Various weapons to deal with the giant were pushed up, completely surrounding Tang An. These weapons are not the artillery of the world inside the wall, but the weapons that can really hurt giants. At the same time, there are airships approaching in the air, and various heavy machine guns or sniper rifles and howitzers are mounted on it. Master Willy, what's going on? Isn't the incumbent of Giant of Armor Rainer Brown? A colonel helped Willy up and looked at Tang An with a little horror. He is not Rainer Brown. The 9 giants have been eaten by this man. Willy speaks amazingly. What, the 9 giants are all? He is the enemy, fire. Willy growled angrily, he must kill this man. Fire. Following the command of the colonel, various thermal weapons around him began to swarm and bombard. Tang An's body became hardened, and with his thoughts, the ground around the ground protruded with hardened spikes, accompanied by screams that the whole site was like a purgatory on earth. Billowing smoke and dust enveloped all around. Tang An violently jumped out. A 50-meter hardened spear appeared in his hand and swept across the army, wherever he went, both buildings and people burst. Willie disappeared without even screaming, turning into a rain of blood. Swallowing Ymir's soul, Tangan can now use the power of the 9 giants as he wants, and the power of the Warhammer giant is at play at this time. There is a huge difference between weapons and no weapons. Tangan rushed all the way and stared at the Mare government headquarters. He intends to smash this place in one fell swoop and then take the opportunity to leave. Now he has a lot of memories in his mind that need to be sorted out. Not good. Which direction? Stop him. In the face of numerous attacks, Tanganan was hardened as if no one was in a realm, wielding a 50-meter spear, while galloping freely. The earth rushed wherever he went, and I don't know how many residents died. At this moment, many high-ranking officials are hurriedly retreating from the Malay government headquarters, and they have apparently received the news. No, it's too late. The high-ranking officials with fat heads and big ears looked horrified at the giant armor that appeared after breaking through a building, as well as the spear that swept across, before they screamed and turned into pieces of meat. Swept several times in a row, and the entire Malay government headquarters was reduced to rubble, with blood and minced meat everywhere, and fragments of limbs and broken arms and internal organs were scattered randomly on the building. Then Tangan began to change direction and ran towards the center of the town, and at the same time a large amount of high-temperature steam began to appear on his body to obscure his vision. In just a few seconds, the entire screaming town center was flooded with steam. Almost half an hour later, when all the steam dissipated, only one ablated corpse was left in the center, and even the skeleton was beginning to evaporate. The real body escaped. The Malay army who rushed over looked at the corpse with only the skeleton, all with fear and anger. Isn't the incumbent of giant armored by Rainer Brown? Why did he do this? Sir, Willie DeBar said before his death that Rainer Brown was dead, and that the power of the giant of armor was taken away by others. Who is this person? Has anyone seen it? The members of the Deba family are dead, no one has seen it. Damn it, check it for me, don't let go of any clues. Yes. It can be expected that the entire Malay Empire will start to chaos, especially when so many high-ranking officials have died, the political system may have collapsed. The most important thing is the enemy country of Mare. If you receive these news, you will definitely attack it. And all the perpetrators have now returned to the hotel. Tangan stood in the bathroom, looking at the reflection of his eyes in the mirror, and frowned slightly. These eyes are too conspicuous. Like a purple diamond, the center is like a pattern of lavender blooming, and it is dazzling like a starry sky. This kind of eyes does not conform to Tangan's low-key style. Is too high profile. You must know that most high-profile people die very quickly and miserably. Unless the strength is strong or a wall. First, sort out the memory in your head and see if you can recover it. Out of the bathroom, Tangan sat on the bed and closed his eyes, and began to sort out the memories from Ymir. There are also the memories of the other 9 giants of the hosts of the past generations. There was nothing to say all night, and when the dawn broke the next day, Tangan opened his eyes a little tired. Purple diamond pattern eyes remain unchanged, but they are filled with all kinds of sadness, pain, and vicissitudes of life. Tangan seemed to be watching a movie this evening, and it was from 2000 years ago to the present. However, Tangan erased 99.9% of his memories. Too many memories are not a good thing. In short, Tangan has mastered the power of all giants, and can also control all the brainless giants in the world, including the giants in the Wall of Mary, the Wall of Rose, and the Wall of Hina. At the same time, it can also modify the memory and blood genes of all Eldia. Is equivalent to Tangan replacing Ymir as the ancestor of the Eldia, and the Eldia are descendants of Tangan. If Tangan is willing, he can easily destroy the world now, he only needs to release the giant in the 3 walls. At the same time, Tangan's spirit can also enter and exit the world of Road at will, through which he can talk to all Eldia. Before Ymir, as long as he swallowed him, he could replace Tangan's rebirth. is like the soul seizing the house. Fortunately, the VIP lucky value is not a waste of fame. Fortunately, he has drawn the unthinkable consumable that consumes the soul, otherwise Tang'an will be over. But by some coincidence, the front foot was just drawn to devour the soul www.readaloud.com and the back foot was used on Emer. And Tang'an guessed that the next world is likely to be the world of ghosts, or it will be Dragon Ball or Swordsman and One Piece. This is what Tang'an guessed from Sunflower Collection, Fairy Bean, Thunder Breath and Moon Step. But how should he cross? Now that he has killed the Son of Destiny and the Samsaras, he has not drawn a random crossing, he will not stay in this world forever. Tang'an doesn't think that the dice rewarded by the natural month have a chance to get a random crossing, after all, this chance is too small. Besides, why didn't I kill Emer and nothing happened? This is the character who runs through the main line of the plot. You can say without hesitation that there would be no such story without Emer. But now there is no spray from the waste gold finger. There are some suspicious ghosts in Tang'an, who are like persecuted delusions. And the entire Malay Empire, and even the whole world, began to chaos. Throughout the whole night, the enemy countries of Malay naturally found a lot of news. For example, the high level of the Malay Empire suffered heavy losses, the entire system was almost paralyzed, and the power of giants was also lost. Now is the time to fall into trouble. Especially the United Nations in the Middle East, which has now begun to send troops. Because of Tang'an's relationship, all the mainline characters, whether decent or villains, all rushed to the street in advance, and now it is even more likely to provoke a world war. As Zhou Wei said, Tang'an is the Dark One. And what is the Dark One? The virus of the heavens. What is the role of the virus? Is destruction. But destruction also means rebirth. Vol 2 Chapter 46, Open Your Hands. Parody Island. On the vast plains, Tang'an is riding a bicycle with one hand, a cigarette in his right hand, swallowing clouds and wearing a white t-shirt and green beach pants, with light yellow flip-flops. There are many brainless giants around like standing sentry. Based on watching Tang'an slowly go away. Counting the time to go back and forth, Tang'an stayed out for a total of 1 month. Rushed for the first 10 days, stayed in the Malay Empire for 15 days in the middle, and returned to Parody Island of the Adia people in the next 5 days. Now the Malay Empire is about to fall, and there are wars everywhere, except for Parody Island. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a world war. The reason why Tang'an wants to come back here is because he thought of 2 ways during this period of time that he might leave the world. In fact, he has been thinking about Elman. 2 possibilities. The first one is that he did not kill all important supporting characters or villains. This may be a hidden condition. The second is that if all the supporting characters and villains are killed and there is no change, then he will launch the sound of the earth to make the super giants in the 3 walls level the world. No matter what, he must leave this world and go to a new world. He doesn't want to stay here forever. He only has a lifespan of 13 years. He has eaten all giants and even Emer, and his lifespan has not increased. If Tang'an is willing to be the king of this world, the point is that there are not so many lives to enjoy. So I want to go to Tang'an or I want to go to the new world, even if I die in the new world. Tang'an is not reconciled to the ordinary, he is ambitious. He wants to be a god. He wants to control his destiny. He wants to have an endless life. As for the bicycle under his butt, he drew it last natural month, which is the 9th natural month. An ordinary cross-country bike. Explanation: open-top cross-country trotting, fitness start key, manual and automatic gears in one, 360-degree panoramic view without blind spots, suspended cockpit, full of British luxury, handheld humanized control direction, single-cylinder roaring engine. It shows your low-key and luxurious temperament, and it also matches the back seat. Although this bicycle is just a very ordinary bicycle, it is not like beach pants that can be repaired automatically, and it does not have the ability to fly to the sky, but it is still good for Tang An. The only thing that bothered Tang An was the hemorrhoids on his butt. This time he tortured to death, and the most important thing is to endure it for 11 months. Any plaster is useless. This is desperate. In addition, Tang An's eyes couldn't be restored. It will take some time to rush like this, and it can't be wasted. Looking at the endless plain, Tang An took the last mouthful of King Furong, spit out a puff of smoke, and waved to a 16-meter-tall brainless giant not far away. The latter is like a puppy, respectfully approaching Tang An and kneeling down. To control these brainless giants, Tang An only needs a thought. Which direction to run? The bicycle was taken into the waist gold finger space under the ass. Tang An stepped on the moon step to the shoulder of the brainless giant, and pointed his finger in the direction of the wall of Maria. Open your hands. Then Tang An ordered again, and the brainless giant began to run with open hands. And Tang An started to do basic training on the arm of the brainless giant, and kept the breath of thunder. This difficulty puts a heavy load on the body. When people exercise vigorously, their breathing will be rapid and chaotic, and Tang An must suppress his breathing into thunderous breathing. Every minute and every second the internal organs are like being burned by fire. This is how Tang An's training is now, and he doesn't let it go inside and out. Although it's harder than before, the results achieved are huge. And Tang An's 5 senses, talents, etc. have all increased to a level can be considered a completely reborn. 6 hours later, Tang An saw the wall of Maria. The brainless giant at his feet is a strange species, so he is fast and he is not tired. It's a giant. How could it be possible that there are people on the shoulders of giants? At this moment, on the wall of Maria, the garrison looked at Tang An, who was approaching from a distance, and his face was pale. 3 hours later, Tang An stood on the wall of Maria, facing the world inside the wall and looking at the horizon. The three-dimensional mobile device rang in the distance, and Irvine, Ermin, Cone, Jean, and Hanji, including the new kings Krista, came. At the same time, there are a large number of soldiers around, and I don't know how many weapons are facing Tang An. What the do you want to do? Erwin looked at the back in front of him, and his firm face had never been weak. Don't you always want to know the truth of the world? Tang An didn't turn around, her voice was flat. We already know what we want from the basement of Alan's house. Krista was a little angry, because this guy ate Alan and Emer, and killed Mikasa. No, I'm talking about the history of 2000, why the Eldia are called demons. Tang An turned around, and the starry sky seemed to be reflected in those purple diamond pattern eyes. Your eyes? Everyone was shocked, and it felt like they hadn't seen each other for a while, and this guy had undergone tremendous changes. Snapped. Tang An snapped his fingers and appeared in the world of Road in the next instant. At the same time, thousands of Elvin, Krista, Coney, and all the Eldia people with the blood of Emer appeared in the world. In this world. This is where. All over the world, millions of Eldia people looked at the barren desert and the starry sky above them. The central beam of light that connects the sky and the earth is so weird. What have you done? Makes the waiter panic. Calm down all, what you see next is the history of the Eldia. Tang An spoke flatly, and millions of Eldia stopped panic and began to calm down. At the same time everyone saw a picture. From the tribal era that began 2000 years ago, Emer's status as a slave, the Eldia had mastered the power of giants to oppress and slaughter other tribes and countries. For almost a month, everyone stood and watched all the history without eating or drinking. Why are they called demons? Why are there giants? And what is the outside world? Snapped. Another snapped finger sounded, and Eldia all over the world recovered. The time spent in the road world for a month was only a moment in reality. What did I see? This is the real world truth. Maria's wall, Erwin, Coney and others, including all the civilians in the wall, can't keep calm anymore. Now that the outside world is at war, Parody Island is a paradise. I will modify your genes to make you smarter and stronger. Ermin, I need your sacrifice, even you. Tang An looked at Irvine, Krista, Cone, Jean. Good. Ermin is very calm. www.readaloud.com. He knows that Tang An now controls all of Eldia's life. He did not ask Tang An why he wanted to kill him. From the moment Alan died, he couldn't live anymore. It won't make you painful. Tang An Ta took a step forward and rubbed his shoulders with Ermin, and the latter fell to the ground in the next second and gradually lost his breath. Elman. Coney and others held the blade tightly, but they couldn't resist. Successfully hunted down the important supporting actor in the world of attacking giants, Elman Arnold, and rewards the number of dice as appropriate. Congratulations on your 3 chances, and your luck is +1. Tang An opened the light curtain and threw the dice, watching the news above. The dice jumped, the plane crossed 3 spaces, Tang An used the lucky value. Random traverse +1, whether to traverse or not. Note, you can travel through other worlds at any time, please use it carefully. Looking at the things on the light curtain, the corners of Tang An's mouth were slightly outlined. Sure enough, as long as you kill the Son of Destiny and all important supporting characters or villains, it is possible to burst into random crossing. Is still not sure whether this guess is true, and can only wait for the next world to continue the experiment. Tang An's luck is not very good next. 1 ordinary sunglasses. 1 nail clipper. 3 times, Tang An got what he wanted. However, Tang An didn't use random traversal at the first time. He planned to stay in this world for a while. I don't know what the next world is, he must raise the power of thunder breath, shave, moon step, giant power hardening, etc. to a level or several levels.